Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of The Thief's Daughter by Jeff Wheeler, performed by Kate Rudd. To Victoria. Documenting the history of Ceredigion will take, in my estimation, 10 years to complete. I am entranced by what I have learned in my stay thus far, and do not intend for the foreseeable future to return to Paisan. I have started my history at the beginning of the reign of Severn Argentine, and will proceed backward to document the reign of his brother Erider Argentine, and then delve into the civil wars that occupy a great portion of the histories. I have found a kindred spirit and a great wealth of knowledge in the person of the Duke of North Cumbria's granddaughter, Lady Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer, who shares my fiery passion for history and has a surprising command of the details for a girl of 17. It will not be long, in my estimation, before King Severn secures a formal marriage alliance for her. Polidoro Urbino, Court Historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 1. The Duke of Westmarch. Owen Kiskaddon wasn't comfortable wearing a full suit of armor. It made him feel constrained, like he was wearing someone else's boots, so he rarely put on more than a chain hauberk. He was dressed that way now, his hand resting on his sword pommel as he walked through the camp of soldiers on the eve before his first battle as commander. The night was settling in quickly, and even in the early twilight he could see a few stars winking at him. He missed the cold and beautiful north, which had become his home for nearly 10 years. And he missed his closest friend, Evie, the Duke of North Cumbria's granddaughter. She would be desperate for news about his first battle, and he was both nervous and excited for what was to come. Although he was expecting blood, he wasn't looking forward to seeing the crimson stain. He knew the techniques of battle, but he had not yet tested them. For years he had trained in the saddle, trained with swords, axes, bows, and lances. Most importantly, he loved reading about battles, studying the accounts of the famous ones, ancient and modern. He could recite, from memory, how many soldiers had marched on to the muddy fields of Azinkeep, and how the king had used a mixture of sharpened stakes, archers, and well-chosen ground to defeat a much larger force. But while everyone studied the histories, Owen brought it a step further. He liked to reinvent them. What would he have done, as the battle commander of the Aquitanian army, to defeat the king of Ceredigion at Azinkeep? Like the game of Wiser, he didn't just look at opportunities from his own side's perspective, he looked at it from the other side's too. And long ago he had realized that there were more than just two sides to any conflict in the game of king and crowns, and there were always unexpected pieces waiting to be introduced to the board.
"Evening, my lord,"
said one of Owen's soldiers as he passed the man's campfire, lost in thought. Owen paused and stared down at the man, whose name he could not remember.
"Good eventide. Who do you serve under?"
Owen asked. Even though the man was twice his own age, he looked up at Owen with reverence and respect.
"Harkins, my lord. My name is Will, and I serve under Harkins. Do you think this weather will hold for the battle tomorrow?" "Well met, Will. Hopefully it does with a little luck, eh?"
Owen gave him a tired smile, a grateful nod, and continued on his way toward the command tents. He did not think he would sleep at all. How many of the soldiers were feeling jitters and nerves over putting their trust in such a young man? King Severn had led his first battle at the age of 18. Owen was a year younger than that. He felt the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders. It bothered Owen a little, more than a little actually, that his men had such blind faith in him. Very few people could sense the ripples of fountain magic, but those who did were endowed with magical abilities that amplified some of their natural talents. These gifts were so rare that everyone knew the stories of how Owen's ability with the fountain had been discovered when he was just a child. What they didn't realize was that while he was fountain blessed, his supposed gift of seeing the future was a total deception. The cunning Anchoret Triniwi, the queen's poisoner, had helped him perpetuate the ruse when he was a child in order to make him indispensable to the king. Together they had misled the entire kingdom. After Anchoret's death, the deception had continued with the help of Dominique Mancini, the king's master of the espion, who fed him some of the larger political developments before they were commonly known, cementing Owen's reputation for future-seeing both within Ceredigion and abroad. Although the king had said Mancini's appointment would only be temporary, the spymaster had an uncanny way of improving the king's interests and had managed to hold on to his position for years. Owen and Mancini had a mutually beneficial partnership, one that served both of them well. Sometimes Owen had already guessed the news the espion snuck to him because of his keen ability to predict the cause and effect of things. For example, Mancini had not told him that King Iago Llewellyn of Adabirion would strike an alliance with Chatrion of Occitania, uniting the two kingdoms against Ceredigion. But he wasn't surprised in the least that it had happened. It wasn't being fountain blessed, it was being smart. As Owen approached the command tent, the guards protecting it lifted their poleaxes to let him through. At 17, Owen had not finished growing yet, but he was already a man's height, and he was wearing his family badge, the Aurum, 3 golden bucks' heads on a field of blue. The instant he ducked under the entryway, Owen saw Duke Horwath, who was wearing his battle armor and holding a goblet of sweet-smelling wine. His hair had gone grayer over the past few years, but he still had the same calm, unflappable demeanor that had always impressed the young man. He was a soldier, through and through, and had fought in numerous battles over the last 50 years. His steady presence filled Owen with confidence.
"Evening, lad,"
Horwath said, dipping his head, giving him a wry smile.
"You don't look at all nervous,"
Owen said, hardly able to suppress a smile. Horwath shrugged, took another sip, and set his cup down on a small table near a fur rug.
"Any word from your granddaughter?"
Owen asked hopefully.
"She said she'd hold the north if the Adabirians invade while we're here doing battle with the Occitanians. I think she's hoping they do. She's a little jealous, you know, that you get to be part of a battle before she does."
Owen smiled at the sentiment, picturing her in his mind. Doing so always made him feel strangely excited, as if a cloud of butterflies had all clustered inside his stomach. He didn't know whether the feeling was battle jitters or the simple longing to see her again. He did his best not to mope, but he did miss her. She had lovely brown hair that was long and thick. Sometimes it was braided, sometimes not. She had eyes that were the most transfixing shade of blue. No, they were green. Or gray. It really depended on the light and her mood. He missed her way of chattering on, her quick wit, and her wickedly delightful sense of humor. Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer, Evie, was his best friend in the entire world, and the only other person aside from Mancini who knew his deepest secret.
"Careful, lad,"
the Duke warned, seeing Owen's faraway look.
"Keep your thoughts here in Occitania, where they belong. You don't want to be daydreaming when a sword comes at your helmet."
Owen had indeed been daydreaming, so he smiled ruefully. The Duke meant him well. After all these years, he was almost a grandfather to him, too. Owen could see the grizzled Duke hoped for an alliance between their duchies. Though Owen and Evie were never allowed to go off alone together, not without Evie's maid, the 3 of them were known to plunge off rocks into the river at the base of waterfalls and take some unnecessary risks to their health.
"When do we call in the captains?"
Owen asked, chafing his gloved hands. He was impatient for dawn.
"They are settling down the soldiers for the night. They'll be here shortly. You keep pacing. Should have brought your tiles to stack."
Owen smirked. One habit that had survived boyhood was his love for stacking tiles into intricate patterns. Now that he was older, the patterns were even more ridiculously complex, and his collection had grown to an impressive quantity of tiles. Owen's herald, an officer by the name of Farnes, ducked into the tent. He was in his mid-40s and already had some gray in his reddish hair. He knew protocol better than anyone and had served Owen's father in many battles.
"My lords,"
he said after a stiff bow,
"the herald from the King of Aquitania just arrived in camp. He wishes for an audience with you both."
Owen looked over to Horwath, who frowned slightly. But rather than offer his opinion, the grizzled duke just said,
"It's your army, lad."
"Well, send him in, Farnes," Owen said. As soon as the man left, Owen clasped his hands behind his back and started pacing again.
"My guess is he's here to bribe or threaten us. A bribe is more likely. He can always pay us with the coins he's planning to rob from the Duchess of Brythonica's coffers."
The current hostilities had been sparked, in part, by the King of Aquitania's attempts to force the Duchess to marry him against her will. The Duchess had begged assistance from all the neighboring kingdoms, and Severn had heeded her call to secure an ally.
"How much do you think he'll offer to send us away without a fight?"
Owen continued. Duke Horwath chuckled to himself.
"Does it even matter how much it is? Of course not. He doesn't understand us, or Ceredigion. I just want to get a sense of whether I should feel insulted or not."
Hearing the sound of boots approaching, he paused to listen.
"Here they come."
The herald announced the visitor as Angers, and the Aquitanian proceeded to enter the tent, striking his head on the tent flap when he didn't duck low enough while entering. It mussed up his hair somewhat, making Owen stifle a smile. There was something about Aquitanian fashion that Owen hated. The man's tunic was puffed velvet, a lavender color with lilies on it. The collar was stiff, straight, and high, making it almost look like a chain around the man's neck. The hair, as always, was combed forward, regardless of whether a man was balding or not, making the front point out. It was combed forward on the sides as well, making the tips look like feathers. No matter the fashion, the Aquitanians were darkly handsome, and Angers was no exception, even at twice Owen's age.
"Ah, the young duke,"
Angers said, trying to fix the hair that had been mussed by the tent flap. He spoke Owen's language flawlessly. Commenting on Owen's age was not the best way he could have begun his speech.
"You have a message from your master?"
Owen asked in a bored tone. He folded his arms and gave Duke Horwath a sidelong look.
"Yes, my name is Angers, herald to Chatrion, King of Aquitania. Once again, he is making an invocation of peace to Ceredigion. The affair with Brythonica is a matter of no concern to you. The king would be your ally and friend. As such, he proposes to pay the expenses for your campaign. If a battle is required to appease your bloodthirsty king, then he will allow the slaughter of 3,000 men of his ranks to appease the butcher of Ceredigion. It is my master's hope, however, that as princes, a truce can be signed between our realms without shedding any blood. The king rightfully seeks the hand of Lady Cinia, one of his own subjects, and a unified realm. At what price may my master be assured that this meddling will end?"
Owen listened patiently to the speech, but he was bristling inside at the words being used, both the accusations against his king and the brutal offer of collusion. He released some of his pent-up fountain magic to discern the man's weakness, and saw that he was a diplomat, not a soldier. He wore no armor beneath his puffy sleeves and was completely vulnerable. Owen had learned much about his abilities over the years from the king himself, who had tutored him on drawing his magic from the fountain. The two had learned that Owen's well of capability had greater depth than the king's, which may have been a result of the fact that the king hadn't discovered his own gifts until much later in life. Though Owen knew from Mancini that King Severn was deprecated in foreign courts as a ruthless tyrant, a villain, and a child killer, that version of him was no more the real King Severn than a toy sword could create true slices. Though the king's nephews had indeed disappeared, he was not responsible for their deaths. His mistake had been to allow untrustworthy men to take the children into custody. The herald had long since finished speaking, and the silence grew awkward. Owen stared the man in the eye, letting the silence draw out longer, increasing the herald's discomfort. Men always felt uncomfortable in silence. He stared at Anders all the while.
I don't know which offends me more,
Owen said evenly.
That your master believed he could buy us with a battlefield victory, or that he thought we could be bought at all, especially after his father tried to purchase my death at the hands of our former spymaster when I was a child.
Owen paused a moment to let his words sink in. His supposed ability to see the future had been perceived as a threat by the realm's enemies, which had led to the assassination attempt.
I knew you were coming tonight,
Owen said, letting his voice develop a mystical quality.
You tell your master this. When the sun dawns over this field, he will know the true measure of the men of Ceredigion. There is no gold that will turn us away from our purpose. My king and master made an oath to the Duchess of Brithonica that he would defend her realm. Your master will see that we do keep our vows. Tell him this, herald, and return to this camp again at your peril. My king has not forgotten that this land was once ours. We have every right to come to the defense of our true subjects.
The herald's expression flickered with rage and contempt.
By your leave, then, boy.
He turned and marched back out of the tent, smacking against the tent fold again. This time he nearly knocked himself down, and it was all Owen could do not to laugh. He would have to tell Evie all about it later. After Anders was gone, Owen turned to give the old Duke a questioning look.
I think he meant to offend you with that parting comment,
Horwath said. Farns chuckled to himself, shaking his head slowly, recognizing Anders' blunder of almost criminally underestimating Owen.
Farns,
Owen said, turning to face his herald.
Fetch Clark. I want the espion to tail Anders back to his camp and report on the reaction of the king.
As you wish, Farns said, ducking out of the tent without ruffling a hair on his head.
What mean you to do, lad?
Horwath asked, wrinkling his brow. Owen smirked.
What the king of Aquitania least expects us to do. We're going to attack him tonight.
The Duke's eyebrows furrowed more.
That is a very risky move, lad. Well, I did warn him I would,
Owen said, holding up his hands.
Remember? Come morning, he would see the true measure of the men of Ceredigion. By morning, it'll be all over. In the panic, his own army will probably start attacking itself. Let's call in the captains now. I'm impatient to knock down the first tile. It is a common misunderstanding that kingdoms are defined places with fixed borders. A kingdom can be a city. It can also spread across a continent. Much depends on the ambition and ability of the kingdom's ruler. Weak rulers lose ground, strong ones gain it. It is the historian's purpose to shed light on the lives of the great people of time. Truly, it is the great ones and their decisions who guide the course of events. They are the cogs in the wheel. Severn Argentine is feared by his people, but also respected for his military prowess. He is sarcastic, impatient, and immune to flattery because he is not comely and has some acute deformations of the body. In the 12 years since he rose to power, he has consolidated his strength, placed trusted dukes throughout his domain, and he now seeks to expand his hegemony. The king of Aquitania has only come into his rights as king since turning 21 a year ago. He is young and untested and half the age of his rival. Chatrion loves fashion, music, dancing, falconry,
and he is only now learning the arts of war. His eagerness to prove himself may play into King Severn's hands. It will be interesting to see how the maps change once this rivalry has ended. Polydoro Urbino, Court Historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 2. Marshal Rue. The night was lit by a pale moon, and it only took a moment for Owen's vision to adjust to the meager light. He swayed slightly in the saddle, feeling his nerves tingle with excitement at the prospect of the upcoming night raid. He carried his helmet in the crook of his arm because he did not want anything to obstruct his hearing. The hooves of the horses were making an incredible racket, but they were going to ditch the horses and approach on foot to minimize the risk of discovery. The maneuver was dangerous, but it would not endanger his entire army. Owen's plan was simple. His main force, the one he was leading personally, consisted of 100 men, of which only 24 were archers. The archers were to send a hail of arrows into the Aquitanian camp first to cause confusion and panic, and then the soldiers would rush in with swords and shields, trying to stir up enough noise that the Aquitanians would think Owen's entire army was upon them. 2 more groups of 50 each had taken different roads, and they would await the sounds of fighting before doing the same thing on the flanks of the army. Owen wanted to catch the Aquitanian king off guard and trick him into thinking he was outnumbered. Basically, he hoped to frighten him into running away. Of course, the king could be held for ransom if captured, and Owen wasn't opposed to that outcome. He ran the risk, however, that his men would make too much noise, and the Aquitanians would be waiting to ambush them. But he felt that was unlikely, for they had given the Aquitanians no reason to predict his night raid. Owen had also set Espion up along the roads to catch any stragglers who might blunder into them by mistake. They were going to take out the other side's night watch as well, allowing Owen to get as close as possible. Duke Horwath rode next to him, silent and unobtrusive as always. He had picked at Owen's plan repeatedly, telling him everything that could, and likely would, go wrong. The ground was unfamiliar. The scouts had not been precise in determining how far away the Aquitanian army was. Rivers or streams might obstruct the way. Owen was grateful for the reasoning, but his own logic had held up. They were risking only a fraction of their army, and if they succeeded, the rewards would be well worth it. A nightbird called out from the woods to the left, and Owen jerked his head in response to the sudden sound. He felt a slight fluttering in his heart that reminded him of when he was a young child and he had been brought to the palace at Kingfountain as a hostage to King Severn. Everything used to frighten him then. His courage had improved, but he still remembered being that scared little boy with the patch of white in his mouse-brown hair. Like most memories, this one led the way back to Evie. That white patch she so loved was still in his hair, but it was partially hidden by the rest of his thick locks. She would reach up and touch it sometimes as they wandered the mountains of North Cumbria together, looking down on the vistas that filled him with awe and wonder. They longed to explore the ice caves together, but they had not had the chance. Pressing affairs of state always kept them moving from castle to castle. Sometimes a celebration would require them to go to Kingfountain. Sometimes trouble in Owen's lands meant he had to return home to judge a matter of land between lesser nobles or farmers. He was treated with great dignity and love at Taddon Hall, and always returned there during the winter months when North Cumbria was blanketed in ice. In his mind's eye, he could see Evie kneeling in front of the hearth fire, reading one of her histories, chewing a bit of her hair as she let herself be engrossed by the stories of kings and battles and plagues, which she would later tell him about or share with him. She was unpredictable, lively, and heartbreakingly pretty. Sometimes she would catch him looking at her and her cheeks would flush. When that happened, it made his heart ache in a way that felt almost soothing.
"You'll be needing your wits soon," Duke Horwath said, riding so close their legs nearly rubbed together. "Stay focused."
Owen wondered what had given him away, but Horwath was an observant man. While he was as tight-lipped as a turtle shell, he was always watching. He was one of the few people the king's barbed tongue could never injure.
"My lord,"
came a low voice from the darkness ahead of them. Owen reined in his stallion and waited as the man approached. It was one of the espion, a trusted man named Clark. He was a lean, hatchet-faced man, his dark hair shorn to stubble. He was an excellent woodsman and tracker.
"What news, Clark?"
Owen asked, trying to calm his restless mount.
"I recommend securing the horses here,"
he said in his usual formal way.
"The outer edge of the army is 5 furlongs away. It's a short walk, but if you ride any closer, you'll be heard in their camp."
Owen nodded and slid on his helmet before dismounting. Clark held the reins for him and then led the stallion to the trees and secured the beast. The other men dismounted as well. The horses were given some provender to keep them quiet, and several handlers were left behind to tend to them. Owen saw the archers flexing their bows to fit the strings. Each one carried 3 quivers full of arrows. The archers were all talking amongst themselves.
"How long until dawn, Clark?"
Owen asked, gazing up at the stars, but he was never good at constellations. Clark sniffed, gazing up.
"Few more hours, my lord. Some were up drinking recently, but most are fast asleep except the sentries." "Well, let's wake them early,"
Owen said with a grin. His hand dropped to the pommel of his long sword. He also had a short sword and a dagger. The hauberk felt comfortable enough, and he was warm despite the puff of fog issuing from his lips. The men started marching to close the distance separating them from the Aquitanian camp. Owen's heart began to race. He had trained and trained in the castle yard, but this was the deciding moment when he would learn if that training held true. It made him feel more confident that he had certain unfair advantages working in his favor. His ability to use fountain magic permitted him to discern his opponent's weaknesses. It also provided him with an uncanny resistance to the magic of others who could tame the power. Turning, he was grateful to see Horwath by his side, even though he knew the old man would rather have been abed than hiking down a strange road in Aquitania. Owen found himself gritting his teeth as he marched. Clark kept stride with him. He imagined the espion had orders to keep him alive. But one does not lead from the back, so Owen was the first among his men. They pulled out their weapons, preparing to fight, and left the shelter of the woods. The land before them opened up into a rolling plain, and the lights of the Brythonican castle under siege, Points, could be seen in the distance. Owen had studied the few maps they had at their disposal, so he knew it was part of the outer defenses of the duchy rather than the capital, Plameur.
"Get ready to light the torches,"
Owen said to one of his captains.
"Each man carries 2. It'll double our numbers in their eyes. Archers, at the ready."
His nerves were calming, and a strange sense of peace washed over him. Then he heard it, the murmuring waterfall sound of the fountain. He had not summoned the fountain, but he felt it rushing through him. It had come to him as if it were anxious to help him achieve his victory.
"Lads, let's teach these fools what we're made of,"
Owen said in a firm, clear voice. He looked over at Horwath, who gave him a crooked smile beneath the nose guard of his helmet. There was an excitement in the air, a feeling of confidence.
"Hand me a torch, Clark, would you?"
Owen asked. The espion nodded and struck 2 stones over the torches he'd tied together. The wet oil flared to life, and Clark thrust the smoking brand into Owen's hand as the fire leaped and sizzled in the night. Owen lifted it high in the air, and then shouted,
"Ceredigion!"
It was like unloosing the waters of a dam. The roar from the men nearly drowned out the twang of bows as the sky filled with arrows. The archers dropped into low, taut crouches, then almost leaped into the air as their arrows went skyward. Another deadly wave was sent out before the first had even landed. The arrows began thunking into the camp. Shrieks of surprise came from the bewildered Aquitanian army. Owen started to run down the road, waving the torch over his head in circles. Clark was at his heels, still keeping pace with him. A wall of firebrands came behind him. It seemed like 500 were charging with him, though his force was less than 100. Giddiness swelled in Owen's breast as he ran. The long hikes in the mountains had filled him with energy and stamina. Anchorette's medicinal tea had completely cured his lungs of their childhood weakness. The camp below bobbed to life. Men were rising, hurrying to grab weapons and don armor, but it was too late for preparations now. The arrows were showering into the camp like rain, and the night sky was cleaved by shrieks of agony. Owen approached the first rows, where a few pikemen were shivering with their poleaxes. Then the pikemen dropped their weapons and bolted. Owen knew he had won before the first stroke of hand-to-hand fell. The archers stopped the deadly rain as Owen's men smashed into the panicked defenders. Owen watched as Clark moved with grace and skill, using the 2 short swords in his hands to cut down the soldiers who rushed at them. He had a businesslike look on his hatchet face as he dropped, spun, and plunged his blades. Owen felt the rush of the fountain all around him, as if he were the flood waters himself. Men were fleeing the other way, some with arrows sticking from their bodies. Tents collapsed in tangled heaps with ropes still whipping about. Horses screamed and charged. Owen thought he saw one with the flag of Aquitania attached to the skirts, bearing its rider away. Another set of screams sounded as the 2 other groups of soldiers joined the battle. In his gut, though, Owen knew they had already won. A soldier with a pike charged at Owen from behind a tent and jabbed the sharp tip of his weapon at his chest. Acting on reflex alone, he blocked the pike with his sword and then threw his torch into the man's face. The pikeman flailed with pain and dropped his weapon. He too fled. Another man came at Owen with a shield and tried to bowl into him and knock him down. Owen ducked to the side and extended his leg to trip the man, who crashed face first into his own shield. He slumped and didn't get up. Owen watched his men raze through the camp like farmers' scythes through wheat. Strangely, he felt like laughing.
"Lord Owen!"
One of his captains, Ashby, shouted, running up to him eagerly.
"They are fleeing, some of them barefoot. We tried catching the king, but he's on horseback and riding away, surrounded by his knights. He was the first to flee. You did it, my lord."
The air filled with the sounds of trumpets coming from the other side of the camp. It was a harsh wailing sound, one that sent a shiver down Owen's back.
"What was that?"
Another captain shouted in confusion.
"I'll check on it,"
Clark said stiffly. He ran off into the chaos of soldiers who were now beginning to plunder the tents. Some grabbed Aquitanian flags or badges as souvenirs. The trumpets blared again, a haunting sound.
"Gather the men to me,"
Owen ordered.
"Stop rifling through their braes. Now's not the time to plunder. Pull the men in. Have the archers stand ready."
There was a ripple in the magic of the fountain, and it made Owen clench his teeth with dread. Something was not right. He was sweating, casting his eyes around amidst the chaos for some sign of the source of the trumpeting. Clark returned in moments, his face dark with concern.
"Brythonic knights," he said gruffly. "They attacked the other side of the Aquitanians' camp. The army is scattering."
Horwath walked up to Owen, sword in hand.
"We're in a vulnerable position if those knights turn on us."
"Agreed," Owen said. He felt that strange, jarring pulse of the fountain again.
"We did what we came to do. Call all the men back. Bring them to me."
The commotion of the night only increased as more sounds of fighting came ghosting in from across the camp.
"My lord,"
Clark said in his ear,
"I have a horse ready for you."
Owen turned and shook his head.
"If I abandon these men, I'm no better than Chatrion."
The espion scowled, giving him a fierce, weighing look. It was clear he was deciding whether to risk Owen's wrath by insisting again that he flee.
"Here they come,"
Horwath said, tightening his grip on his sword. Owen saw the flag before he saw the man. The standard was a field of white with black trim made from a quarter circle. The symbol amidst the white was a black feathered bird, a crow or a raven, with a hooked beak. It struck Owen that King Severn's standard, a white boar on a black field, had a mirrored element. The man riding the horse with the standard was middle-aged, about the same age as Severn. Although he was not an old man, his hair was slate gray and combed forward in the Aquitanian style. He had a stern, brooding look in his eyes as his mount approached Owen's men, who gathered around him like a wall. The rider did not have any weapons drawn, and a long white cape came down from his shoulders, covering the withers of his steed.
"Marshal Roux,"
Duke Horwath said evenly. The stern man seemed to notice Horwath for the first time.
"Duke Horwath,"
he said with a stiff nod and a slight accent. He adjusted himself in the saddle.
"You're a little far from North Cumbria, my lord. Aren't you afraid of melting this far south? You lead this band? I thought it was Kiskaddon." "It is,"
Owen said, feeling the fountain's force ebb to a trickle now. He could discern that although the man was gruff, he did not intend to attack. The young duke kept his hand on his sword hilt anyway. He did not trust in coincidences. The marshal turned toward the sound of Owen's voice, seeming to notice him for the first time.
"Oh, you are here. I hadn't recognized you in the dark. My lord Duke, I have a message for you from my lady, the Duchess of Brithonica. She thanks you for your pains in defending her sovereign rights. Your timely involvement has routed Chatrion's army. We'll take it from here. I've ordered my knights to harry them back to their own borders. She bids me to thank you and your king for interceding on her behalf. You have a loyal ally in Her Majesty. When war comes to Ceredigion, you may be assured she will not forget the favor done to her, and she will repay your kindness with her own. Thus speaks my lady."
He bowed his head respectfully to Owen. He extended his arm and waved it ceremoniously.
"Please divide the spoils amongst your men. Your bravery has earned you that right. I am Brendan Roux, Marshal and Protector of Brithonica. By your leave." "Tell your lady," Owen said, nodding respectfully in return, "that it was our honor and privilege to come to her aid. Our lands border each other. We should be allies."
The marshal's brow knitted darkly.
"I will tell her you said so,"
he said stiffly. Then he turned and rode back, his armed knights following him back into the maze of flapping tents and groans. Owen turned to Horwath, whose eyes bore a distrusting look. The grizzled duke rubbed his chin.
"It was interesting that his knights attacked Chatrion's army at exactly the same time as ours did. It was almost as if
they were expecting us," Owen said softly, frowning. Chapter 3. Resurgence. Later that morning, Owen's pavilion was full of men, and it was all he could do to curb their enthusiasm. King Chatrion VIII's army had been routed and was still fleeing, nipped at the heels by Brythonic knights. The king had made it to the safety of a castle deeper in his own territory, and word of the victory was spreading throughout the hamlets of eastern Aquitania. Owen's captains had achieved victory without a single injury, a feat that had earned him enormous respect and gratitude. Young Kiskaddon's gifts from the fountain did not just extend to dreams of the future, it was whispered. He had an unparalleled ability for combat, too.
"My lord,"
Farnes said as the herald butted his way through two captains. He swiped his hand through his graying reddish hair. A grin threatened to break through his normally placid composure, and then did.
"My lord, The mayor of Avalanche has arrived with a delegation from the city.
His lips quivered with suppressed delight.
They've come. Well, they've come to surrender their castle and city to you and swear loyalty to Ceredigion.
Owen was taken aback.
Did I hear you correctly, Farnes? A town wants to surrender before we've attacked it? Where is Avalanche? I need a map. Over here, my lord,
said Captain Ashby. Owen looked at Duke Horwath in disbelief, shrugging his shoulders and stifling a chuckle. Ashby brought over the map, and several men crowded around the precious document, trying to find the location of Avalanche. Owen shooed them away and motioned for Farnes and the Duke to join him, and together they pored over the cartographer's map. There was so little they knew of Aquitania and her cities and duchies. The coastal ports were well marked, but the information about the interior castles and towns was vague. King Severn had a host of map-makers under his employ, and the Espion had the most accurate maps of anyone, but they were guarded as state secrets. He couldn't find Avalanche.
Well, Farnes, bring them in and they can point it out to us,
Owen said, clapping the herald on the back. Farnes chuckled and quickly left the tent. Owen looked up at the captains clustered around the small space.
Start to break camp, he ordered. Change the guard and get ready to move. Await your orders. Yes, my lord,
Captain Ashby said. The others hustled out of the tent, leaving only Owen and Duke Horwath.
I can't abide crowds, Owen muttered. Everyone wants to see you for some reason. There's never a moment's peace. What do you make of this development?
Horwath frowned and gazed down at the map.
There is a long history of war between our kingdoms, lad. This could be a stronghold that benefits us later. Years ago, we took Calais from Brugia, and it's still a strategic port city for us on that continent. I'm sure the Lord Mayor doesn't have enough men to defend his town, and what few he had fled with the king's army last night. It's like Weiser. You just made a strong move that your opponent wasn't expecting. They're vulnerable now, and we both know it.
Farnes returned with the mayor of Avalanche, a short, squat man with a gray beard and only a few strands of hair atop his waxy, sweating head. After a short, formal introduction, Owen learned that Avalanche was a short distance away, with a castle along the coast, right on the border of the Duchy of Brithonica. It was in the territory that Ceredigion had controlled centuries before, and the mayor was only too willing to discuss terms. By mid-afternoon the same day, Owen found himself walking the ramparts of the castle with Avalanche's mayor, watching as the flag with 3 golden bucks on a field of blue flapped in the breeze. It was a surreal experience, to be sure, but Owen did not trust the hospitality of the local townspeople, and he had strictly forbidden his men to drink or carouse. He had soldiers patrolling the streets, learning the defenses in case they were attacked, and they were prepared to ride off at a moment's notice if Aquitania's king should attempt to return with his hosts. Reports throughout the day showed that to be highly unlikely. The king was licking his wounded pride at being bested by a much younger man. As Owen walked the battlement walls, he stared down at the lush valleys and farms below. In the distance, he could make out the coast, the flat gray waters too far for him to hear the rumble of the waves. There was an island off the coast, and he could see a fortress atop the crest.
What is that place?
Owen asked the Lord Mayor as they walked, pointing out across the waters.
Pardon? Oh, that is the sanctuary of Our Lady of Toussaint. It is an ancient structure, the main sanctuary of Brithonica. The tide goes out once per day, allowing visitors in. Otherwise it is surrounded by water. It is the last defense of the Duchess, our neighbor. The view is even better from the tower. Would you like to see it?
No, Owen said, pausing to gaze. The sanctuary clearly surpassed the size of Our Lady of Kingfountain, which was also built on an island, albeit a much smaller one, amidst a river. This island jutted out from the sea. It was hard to tell where the sanctuary ended and the island began. The walls came all the way down to the sea, and there were ships moored there. Owen's mind began working on how a person would go about conquering a place like that.
"What can you tell me of the Duchess of Brithonica?"
Owen asked, clasping his hands behind his back.
"She is descended from an ancient house, my lord,"
the mayor said.
"The house of Montfort has long ruled Brithonica. Her lord father died 6 years ago, when she was 11. Her people will only have a Montfort rule them, even a girl. They are independent spirits, my lord. Very stubborn. Very well, but that tells me of her people. What about her?"
The mayor frowned.
"Well, I have only seen her rarely, my lord. I do not know her personality. She was 12 when I last beheld her, so I am really not to judge. She is fair, by all accounts. Is my lord interested in getting to know her better?"
"By the fountain, no," Owen said, chuckling out loud. He had surrendered his heart to a water sprite in the north, and there was room for none other.
"That is wise,"
the mayor said, sighing with relief.
"I hoped you did not carry any such notion. Even though you are her age, I can assure you that the Duchess of Brithonica will only marry a king. She has been very unlucky in her suitors, you know. Her first betrothal, as an infant, was to King Eredur's oldest son. That did not end well. I hope I am being discreet enough in saying so. Her second betrothal was to a prince of Brugia. That did not end well either. The king of Aquitania wants her lands for himself. Now that you have defeated his army, there will likely be a drawn-out negotiation for their marriage. Tell me, my lord, is it true that your king is still unmarried after so many years?" "It's no secret,"
Owen said in a neutral tone, but he was not about to reward the man's curiosity with court gossip.
"Does your king have intentions to woo Lady Cinnia for himself?"
The king was very old compared to the girl, and the mere thought of such a match made Owen's stomach sour. There was no need to respond, however, for the mayor changed the subject.
"It seems you have a visitor,"
he said with a gentle cough.
"Excuse me."
When Owen turned away from the view, he saw Clark standing at a respectful distance. His posture was stiff and tense, full of foreboding. He looked like a hound at the gates before a race. Owen dismissed the mayor and beckoned Clark to approach. The man hadn't shaved in a day, and the stubble on his cheeks matched the stubble atop his head.
"My lord, I apologize for interrupting you, but this could not wait." "What is it, Clark?"
Owen asked, concern blooming in his stomach. The espion's demeanor meant there was dreadful news, and he wanted it out in the open.
"During our raid last night, I had a man go through Chatrion's tent. This was just before Marshal Roux arrived. I've had several men reading his abandoned correspondence to see what information we could glean from it. There is a bit of news that must be reported to King Severn at once."
"You seem anxious because of it, Clark," Owen said, trying to curb his impatience.
"I'm anxious because of how the king may react,"
Clark said.
"He's not a patient man, as you know." "Tell me,"
Owen said, drawing closer to Clark and lowering his voice. He looked around, but there was no one anywhere close enough to overhear their conversation. The calm atmosphere belied the tension that had descended upon him. A few seabirds called from the sky overhead. The breeze caught the subtle tang of the ocean.
"My lord,"
Clark said, his voice low and serious.
"Chatrion received a letter recently from a man in Legault. A nobleman by the name of Desmond claims he holds King Severn's young nephew, the rightful ruler of Ceredigion. The king had 2 nephews, if you recall. The letter said that while the older nephew was indeed murdered in Kingfountain, the Fountain spared the younger one so that he could one day reclaim the throne. The letter was seeking Chatrion's assistance to attack Ceredigion. Aquitania would attack from the west under the pretext of subduing Brithonica. Adabirian would attack in the east. That would leave the north vulnerable to the Pretender and Legault. It's Ambion Hill all over again. We've known about the Aquitanian treaty with Adabirian for some time, But this one with Legault is a complete surprise. As I mentioned, the letter was recent. I believe our kingdom is on the brink of invasion. We disrupted this attack, but word of Chatrion's defeat might not travel quickly enough to prevent the other two forces from acting.
Owen's heart skipped, realizing that Evie was defending the North alone.
You're right, Clark. The king needs to hear of this straight away. Another pretender has emerged.
Clark shook his head.
It gets worse, my lord.
He squirmed with discomfort.
The king's sister, the Dowager Queen of Brugia, is supporting this plot. 4 kingdoms have formed an alliance against us. 4!
He shook his head in disbelief.
What I don't understand is why the king's own sister would believe the claims of an impostor. Which leads to the next logical question.
Clark's voice fell to a whisper, his gaze earnest.
I was not part of the Espion at that time. I joined after. Well, what if it's true? What if one of Eridir's sons survived the murder attempt? He was just a boy then. Now he's a man. At least 20 or 21 by my reckoning. This is a true blow to the king.
Owen clapped Clark on the shoulder and looked him straight in the eye.
Tell no man of this. Prepare our horses. We will ride back to Kingfountain at once.
King Severn Argentine has not remarried following the death of his first wife, Lady Nanette, daughter of the Duke of Warwick. They had one child, who died of fever not long into Severn's reign. Then, shortly thereafter, his wife died. Some say she was poisoned, but that is always the first conclusion. The day of his wife's death, there was an eclipse. Some say it was a sign from the fountain that Severn should not have taken the throne. But others who know him well say it was a mark of his deep grief at his lady's passing. Some have nefariously insinuated the king secretly wishes to marry his niece, the Lady Elise. But those who have seen them together at court know their love is not romantic. They share a common bond of affection, a deep love of Eridir Argentine. Even after so many years, that ghost still casts a shadow. Polidoro Urbino, Court Historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 4. Severn. Since becoming the Duke of Westmarch, Owen had become accustomed to sending messengers to deliver news and give instructions. But this was news that needed to be delivered in person, particularly since an invasion might be imminent. Owen's feelings about King Severn were muddled and varying. The king was a hard man to serve, in part because of his razor-sharp tongue and characteristic moodiness, temper, and impatience. King Severn was fountain-blessed too, and his power from the fountain was the ability to persuade others with his words. He fueled that ability through diminishing others with his sarcasm and biting remarks. It was a strange combination of powers. Owen secretly wondered what would happen if the king switched to praise instead of ridicule. Would his gift be amplified? Or was giving a compliment even possible for such a hardened man? Still, Severn valued loyalty above all else. His personal motto while serving his brother had been "Loyalty binds me." And Owen admired the way he had surmounted the natural difficulties that arose from some defects of his birth. His shoulders were crooked, one of his arms a little bent. He often walked with a limp, though he tried to mask it. The king had snatched the crown of Ceredigion after learning that Eridir had previously contracted a marriage, thus making his large posterity illegitimate. The boys had gone missing not long after, and there was a widespread belief that Severn had murdered his nephews in a grab for power. The knowledge of this public misperception tormented the king. Although he had not ordered the boys' murders, it had happened under his reign, and he held himself responsible for their deaths. There had been no official proclamation of the event either. That was a mistake. Some conjectured the boys were alive and had been sent to the north to live in one of the king's castles. Having been to all the king's castles in the north, Owen knew the lads weren't in any of them. It was a secret grief. Even after over a decade, it was a wound that still festered. Owen could scarcely imagine what emotions Severn would experience when he heard about the pretender's claim, and the fact that 4 kingdoms were rallying to aid the impostor. Owen and Clark rode hard from Westmarch, changing horses at several waypoints along the way and sleeping only for snatches to preserve their strength. Duke Horwath would remain in Avaranche to make sure Westmarch was secure before joining Owen at Kingfountain. Of course, Owen had shared the news with him, and Horwath had agreed the king needed to be told immediately. They were both anxious about Evie and the possibility of an invasion deep in the north. It had been several years since Owen had last been to Kingfountain, and his heart churned with strange, conflicted feelings as he made his approach. He remembered being a little boy and riding to the castle in Duke Horwath's saddle. Now his own men were riding with him, bearing his standard and badge for all to see. He was greeted with enthusiasm by the people, many of whom doffed their hats and waved them at him. Some of the women threw flowers as well, hoping to catch his eye. Word of his victory in Aquitania had barely preceded him. As he rode through the city and crossed the bridge to the sanctuary of Our Lady, he stared up at the spires and turrets, thinking about the time he had snuck away from the palace to try to claim sanctuary there. That was when he had first met Dominique Mancini, only a lowly espion then, and the Queen Dowager, who still resided there. The thought sparked another, an idea he would mull upon until he saw the king. They reached the palace hill and rode up swiftly, their horses exhausted from the long journey. It was a 3-day ride from the borders of Aquitania, and Owen was saddle-weary and hungry. He was tempted to sneak down to the kitchen to get some wafers from the cook, Leona, who had offered him so much comfort when he was just a boy. Owen dismissed his escort and walked, hand on hilt, into the darkened halls of the palace. He was met almost instantly by Mancini.
"I'm surprised to see you here,"
the fat man said with a cunning smile.
"But it must be the Fountain's will, for I have news."
Mancini had a few streaks of gray through his hair. He had lost weight in his new role, but while he no longer had the girth of the past, he would always be a big man. Dressed in the fashionable clothes of a courtier, he bore the badge of the White Boar on his tunic and the chain of office around his neck. In the 10 years since he had been named head of the Espion, he had increased his influence with the king through his expert advice and his knowledge of foreign lands. His knowledge of the trading nation Genevar had increased the king's coffers significantly. Severn had sponsored several shipmasters in recent years and funded exploration to find new trade routes to the south. Some had been quite profitable.
"I wonder if our news is the same,"
Owen said, not slowing his pace.
"Judging by the urgent pace you young people like to keep, it may well be. Have you had any dreams lately, my lord?"
Mancini asked with an oily smirk.
"I have, in fact,"
Owen said. While he appreciated Mancini's abilities, he was always wary of the man, for he knew he kept most of what he heard to himself.
"I dreamed of the land of Legault."
Mancini pursed his lips.
"Then you've heard about the impostor. I've already told the king. Don't look angry, lad. It's my job to tell him something before he finds out another way. Had I known you were coming, I would have waited another day. But such news cannot be delayed."
"I understand, Mancini," Owen said, though what he understood was that Mancini would always look out for himself first and foremost.
"Where is the king?" "Where he usually is when he's angry. Come with me."
They walked together to the throne room of the palace. Owen was sticky with sweat and irritated from lack of sleep. He needed a bath and a meal desperately, but he was anxious about Evie and wanted to head north to ensure she was well. The possibility of an army landing in the north in a surprise attack by the false prince caused a twist of anxiety in his gut. They were announced by trumpet before entering the hall, a ceremony that Owen hated and knew the king did as well. Owen's eyes found Severn as soon as he and Mancini strode into the throne room together. Owen could not help but think how much things had changed since he had been presented to the king all those years ago. The king had aged quite a bit. His black hair now had a few silver glints near his ears, but it was still long, as was the fashion in Ceredigion. He wore black, though his tunics were becoming more and more elaborate as his wealth increased. Owen saw he was twitching with his dagger still, loosening it in its scabbard, drawing it out a bit, and then slamming it back down. It was an unconscious habit that gave one the perception he was accustomed to stabbing people. The way he was leaning forward on the throne, his chin resting on one fist, disguised the deformity of his back.
"Owen,"
the king said in surprise, his look softening as the young man knelt in front of the throne. He gestured impatiently for him to rise.
"My lord, I rode as hard as I could,"
Owen said, feeling sweat trickle down his back.
"Your arrival couldn't be more opportune,"
the king said gravely.
"I applaud your victory. Word arrived only yesterday. You did well, lad. I expected nothing less. But there is trouble. A storm is brewing out at sea."
His look darkened again, his mouth turning into a frown.
"I know,"
Owen said, drawing closer to the king. Mancini kept a respectful distance away. After clearing his throat, Owen continued.
"Pardon me, my lord, but I'm weary from the journey. I had a dream in Westmarch, one I had to tell." "You did?"
the king asked.
"Tell me."
He seemed very agitated, his eyes wide with a keen desire to hear about Owen's supposedly prophetic dream.
"It was a short dream,"
Owen said.
"I dreamed I was walking in a garden. There was a withered rose bush, but when I passed it, I noticed there was a single white rose on it. I plucked the rose and smelled it, but in dreams you cannot smell. I could not tell if it was living or not."
The king's eyes narrowed.
"A white rose."
Owen nodded. He had used the imagery of the rose deliberately because the sun and rose was the battle standard of Eridur. Reaching into his vest, he withdrew the letter found in Chatrion's tent.
"Then we faced Aquitania's army, and my man Clark found this in the king's tent. The dream made more sense to me after I read it."
The king snatched the paper away and unfolded it, scanning the contents feverishly. His countenance burned white with livid fury as he read it.
"Blast the fountain!"
the king thundered, throwing the letter down to the ground. He rose from his throne, quivering with rage. Servants were already slipping out the doors to escape the great hall before the coming storm. Owen felt his heart rattled by the king's blasphemy, but he said nothing. He knew from long experience that it was best to ride out the weather silently. The king's boot trampled the letter as he walked off the dais.
"Must I always be plagued by malcontents and whisperers? Am I never to have a moment of peace? I had 2 enemies, 2 wolves snarling and snapping at my boots. Now a hunter comes with a long spear aimed at my heart. And my sister, no less, is behind this. My own sister."
Owen stared at him. Knowing it wasn't yet time to speak, the king's wrath was still flaming. Severn muttered dark curses under his breath.
"I am hated everywhere,"
he said.
"Hated, feared, despised. Dogs yap at me as I pass. Once the House of Argentine commanded such respect and devotion. Nations quivered in dread of offending us. Now look at them, conspiring and plotting to bring me down, like a boar."
His voice deepened to a growl.
"But I won't be captured. I won't be speared."
He seemed to become aware that he was talking to himself. Straightening, he turned back to look at Owen and Mancini, who were staring at him.
"It's hard to be dispassionate in such a match of wits,"
Severn said darkly.
"That is why I need you, Owen, Dominique. I cannot see through the haze of my anger right now. 3 enemies, 4 if you include Brigia. May as well bring back the dreadful dead man prophecy and have all 6 kingdoms attack us at once.
He tapped his lips and shook his head worriedly.
The dreadful dead man prophecy. I hadn't thought of that. What if this is the fulfillment of that prophecy? A king rises from the dead and unites Ceredigion. My brother thought it was himself. So did I at one time, but what if it is this pretender? What if this is a game I cannot win? My lord,
Mancini said patiently,
it is no use clinging to the ravings of dead men. There are plenty of living ones who threaten you. Princes play wiser and kingdoms are the prize. Your protege just handed a nasty defeat to Chatrion VIII in Aquitania. He wanted to increase his power by marrying the Duchess of Brithonica, and you've blocked him. Why else would he be supporting this draper's boy in Legault as king of Ceredigion? He fears you, my lord, and he fears losing to you in a fair battle. He may as well have crowned an ape. The impostor won't last a month, let alone a year. It's a game, a maneuver. You will have time to punish Aquitania for its treachery. And Legault?
The king demanded hotly.
And Legault, Mancini said, and Adabirian too. The way you win this game of wiser is by being ruthless and bold. As I've told you time and again, you will not be loved by your people as your brother was. You must stop expecting this of yourself. It is better to be feared than loved.
The king's angry look was softening.
You speak wisely, Dominique. And I assure you I intend to punish those who defy me. If I am too lenient, I will only risk more defiance. The last time it helped, Owen said in a subdued tone, that you had the real Dunsworth here at the palace. That was easy to prove. This one will not be. But I have an idea you might consider. I treasure your ideas, lad. You know that, the king said with a nod.
Owen looked around to ensure that all the servants were indeed gone. As soon as he was sure the 3 of them were alone in the throne room, he said,
A thought struck me as I rode past Our Lady on the way to Kingfountain. The prince's mother still resides there. So does John Tunmore. They might be behind this resurgence. You remember the lies in that book Tunmore wrote about you? You let me read it all eventually because, for some reason, the magic of the other fountain blessed doesn't work on me.
Owen looked steadily at the king. Both men knew that Owen's innate resistance to the magic was not typical. He could not be easily deceived, which made him a great asset.
Tunmore's gift from the fountain is his ability to convince people through his writing.
Owen bent down and picked up the crumpled letter.
I have a feeling he may have written the original. He cannot get himself out of sanctuary, but it would only be too easy to smuggle something he's written out of Our Lady. He may be persuading others to believe in the upstart.
The king looked at Owen, impressed.
I had not thought of that. Neither had I,
Mancini said, giving a little nod of acknowledgement. Owen felt a little flush rise to his cheeks.
With your permission, Your Majesty, may I visit the sanctuary to see what I can learn? Perhaps he knows more about the Pretender's designs. Or, as an alternative, Mancini said eagerly, I could have him removed from the sanctuary. Just give the command, I will have him here before you by supper.
Owen scowled. The king noticed.
You don't approve, Owen? Even though you know the legends of the fountain's divine protection are false?
Owen shook his head. He tightened his lips, not sure he wanted to speak.
Tell me,
the king said.
I'm not a child anymore,
Owen said.
Yes, I know that the sexton rakes the offerings thrown into the fountains and fills your coffers with them. But even that happens at night, not in front of the people. You cannot change the rules of Wiser just because you want one piece to move 4 places instead of 2. If you change the rules, others will do the same.
Owen shook his head.
You might not like the consequences. Don't risk the Daconias speaking out against you. The people wouldn't take it well.
The king's eyes narrowed. He approached Owen and reached out to put a hand on the younger man's shoulder, like a father would to a favored son.
You speak wisdom for one so young. I trust you, Owen. Go have a discussion with Tunmore.
His lips wrinkled into a sneer.
I grow more and more impatient with that man. While you are there, see if you can persuade the Queen to leave Sanctuary. It's been 12 years. I won't seek vengeance for the plots she has spun against me. Tell her that.
I will, my lord, Owen said, pleased to see the king's trust in him. The king patted him fondly on the cheek.
Get you a bath first, though. You're in need. Be quick about it, lad. I'll be sending you to the north tomorrow morn to catch a pretend king. The best poisoners, they say, are trained in Paisan. Whoever comes to lead in that island kingdom is subject to the petty whims of the nobles who would betray their own fathers for a chance to rise in power. The diplomacy of poison is practiced there with an almost religious fervor. Even the most circumspect of princes must keep a poisoner in their employ, if only to counter those who are sent to murder them. Polidoro Urbino, court historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 5. The Poisoner's Tower. Leona was still the best cook in all of Ceredigion, and she kept a jar of fresh wafers ready for those who visited the kitchen. She had always spoiled Owen horribly, which was why he liked going there.
"Bless me, child, but how you've sprouted,"
Leona crooned, mussing up his freshly washed hair as he sat on a barrel's edge eating a wafer.
"When you first came here, I didn't need a ladder to kiss your cheeks. Look at you, a man grown."
She stroked the edge of his arm, smiling at him with tenderness. Her husband, Drew, whose hair was more silver than red now, smiled fondly.
Do you still have that satchel, Owen? With all those tiles for stacking?
Owen smirked and nodded, dabbing a crumb from his mouth.
Of course, only the collection has grown. Sometimes Evie and I bring them into the Great Hall when her grandfather is away and build our designs there.
"In the Great Hall?" Leona asked, surprised. "Bless me, I'd like to see that."
After Owen finished off the wafer, Leona offered him the jar again, and he eagerly took another. The kitchen looked smaller than in his memories. When he glanced at the corner where he used to play by himself, he could almost see the ghost of the little boy he had been. So shy and bashful, afraid to speak to anyone. Owen was rarely tongue-tied now, and his good looks and confidence made him approachable. There was still that solitary little boy inside him, though, and he would always prefer the company of a few to the company of many. It felt good to be back in the kitchen with his dear friends, but there was a feeling of sadness as well. The kitchen invoked memories of Anchoret, and in so doing freshened the hurt of losing her. He glanced at the wall that concealed the secret door leading to the maze of tunnels that could be used to secretly navigate the palace. Through the upper window in the kitchen, he could still see the Poisoner's Tower, Anchoret's former home. In that tower, she had coached him in the ways of her arts and the arts of the espion. He remembered her lessons well, but he had not ventured up there since. Drew clapped his shoulder.
I've a tree that needs to be felled. Off I go before Berwick complains. It's great seeing you, Owen.
Berwick's still alive? Owen asked, chuckling. The butler had seemed ancient to Owen when he was a boy. Leona pursed her lips.
"He's got gout now and waddles when he walks, but he's determined to keep serving. Bend down so I can kiss you, my boy. I'm not fetching a stool."
Owen complied and bent his head down. She kissed him on the forehead, patted his cheek as if he were still 8, and then bustled around the kitchen. Breathing in the comforting smells of baking bread and yeast, he sat there for a while longer, but his gaze kept returning to the secret door. Owen scooted off the barrel and walked over to his old corner. Though he'd spent many hours playing there alone, he'd spent many more with Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer. The thought of the danger she was currently facing made him frown. If anything happened to her, He would never forgive himself for not being there. At the thought, a spark of pain shot through his chest that turned into a dull, throbbing ache. He clenched his teeth, anxious to fulfill his duties and get into his saddle again. But first, he needed to visit a ghost. Owen looked around to make sure no one was watching, then tripped the latch of the secret door and stole into the secret corridor beyond. He walked quickly. He wasn't afraid of being caught by the espion now, for they all knew that the Duke of Westmarch was part of the spy ring himself. The corridor was small and dusty, and it felt more cramped than it had when he was a little boy. Soon he was tramping up the tower steps, listening to the sigh of the wind through the arrow slits as he continued his upward trek. His heart began pounding with the effort, but it wasn't just from the physical exertion. A feeling of dread and nervousness began to bore into his heart. Was he ready to face the memories of Anchoret again? He owed so much to her. The chain of office around his neck, his arrangement with Mancini, even his continued life. Everything he was today could be ascribed to her subtle influence and care. He slowed as he reached the pinnacle of the tower. He looked forward to seeing her things, the intricate embroideries she had done, her lovely dresses. But he reminded himself that the tower room would be covered in dust. Owen reached the door and steeled himself, his hand tightening on the latch. Sweat clung to the roots of his hair. He sighed deeply and clutched the handle and unlatched it, giving it a firm push. He was almost blinded when he entered. The curtains had always been drawn, for Anchoret had slept during the day, but now they were wide open. He saw the outline of the bed and a few tables, but there were also things that should not be there. Gowns that hung from wooden frames, and casks of jewels that winked in the radiant light. A few pairs of slippers were arranged under the bed, a washbowl full of water, and a brush with gold strands of hair clinging to it. The room didn't smell of roses, it smelled of something more subtle. Lavender, perhaps? He found himself standing in the middle of the room, one hand shielding his eyes from the sunlight as he took in the change of scene. Except for the white and purple wiser set, the room was not as Anchoret had left it. It belonged to someone else, another woman. He heard a faint scuff on the floor, the deliberate tread of someone trying to sneak up on him. His ears had always been sharp, alert to the sound of anything out of place. There was someone behind him, someone who had hidden behind the open door. Owen jumped toward the table with the wash bowl and ewer, turning as he landed. A slender arm with a dagger was thrusting at him. As he grabbed the woman's wrist, he barely had time to notice the purple powder on the blade's tip. Poison. Before she tried to strike his throat with her other hand. He warded off the blow with his free hand, not budging the hand restraining her wrist. He was fighting by instinct now, and he knew it would all be over if she stabbed him with the poisoned dagger. She hooked her slippered foot around his heel, and he felt her body shift to trip him. Grabbing a fistful of her golden hair with the hand he'd used to block her throat jab, he shouted, "Peace! I don't want to hurt you!" And suddenly the room was spinning, and Owen landed on his back, hard, the blow knocking the wind from him. He grunted with pain, still clutching her hair, only then realizing he was holding a wig. She stood over him, knife at the ready, her shorn hair giving her a boyish look despite the pearl-colored gown and necklace that were clearly Anchoret's. "Hurt me?" she said disdainfully. "You flatter yourself. Stay down, boy, or you'll bleed." Owen did not want to lose sight of that dagger, but he also wanted to get a better look at her. From his position on the floor, he could kick her legs, but he expected that she was anticipating that. Being called a boy was deliberately offensive, which he also thought was part of her plan. He propped himself up on his elbow, but did not try to sit.
"I'm sorry if I startled you,"
he gasped, trying to calm his racing heart. You made enough noise, but you didn't startle me at all. Now give me my hair back before you ruin it." She extended her free hand, gesturing for it. He felt rather silly holding the wig, so he leaned forward slowly and offered it to her. She snatched it from him and then set it on the table. She was older than him by just a few years. She was beautiful, even with the shorn hair, in a way that was calculated to drive a man to desire. Her haughty look told him she felt completely in control of the situation. It irked him to see this stranger wearing Anchorette's gown, her jewels. Owen licked his lips, trying to keep himself calm and focused.
"Can I sit up without getting stabbed? I won't attack you, you have my word."
"Turn your head to the side," she commanded. He complied, but didn't let her out of his sight. "No," she said impatiently, "turn the other way." He did, and her look changed immediately, wilting into surprise. "Oh dear. You're the Duke of Westmarch," she said, then smiled. "Look who I've caught in my web."
"And who are you?"
Owen asked, feeling his stomach twist and clench. "I am the king's poisoner, obviously," she answered. Then she lowered the dagger. "Get up, my lord. You're fortunate I didn't kill you on accident. This tower is forbidden, even for you. And haven't you the least sense of courtesy to knock before entering a woman's chamber?" Owen was flustered a moment, his cheeks turning pink.
"I assure you that I believed this tower was deserted."
"Stand up," I said. "You look ridiculous sprawled on the floor. I'm not going to hurt you now that I know who you are." Owen rose cautiously to his feet, his eyes still narrowed on the purple dust on the dagger tip, but at least the blade was pointed away from him. The girl scrubbed her nails through her shorn hair, then hurled the dagger into the wooden beam on Owen's left. It made a loud thunk sound, the pommel shuddering under the force of the throw. She held her hands open. "You are too trusting. If I had wanted to kill you, it would have been easy. Remember that in case another poisoner is sent to threaten you."
"You serve King Severn?"
Owen demanded, reining in his anger. She nodded imperiously.
"Who are you? What is your name?"
"If they wanted you to know that, they would have told you about me. Now if you would please get out of my tower." Owen felt he was losing control of his anger.
"This was hers before it was ever yours."
The girl started, giving him another look of utter surprise. "You knew about Anchorette? Anchorette Trenewy?"
"She saved my life,"
Owen said fiercely, trembling slightly at the rush of feelings. It dawned on him that he should have kept his mouth shut. It was clear she had not known about his connection with Anchorette. He cursed himself. "I see," the poisoner said in an offhand tone that was belied by the intelligent gleam of her eyes. Some of the haughtiness faded. "So you used to come up here back when you were a hostage?" He nodded sternly, saying nothing more. "That explains some mysteries, then."
"What do you mean? What mysteries?"
"She left a note. I think it was meant for you. And one of her embroideries had your name and badge on it."
"There was a note?"
Owen asked eagerly. "Mancini has it. I only read it once, years ago, when I was brought here from... Well, never mind that part. Now please leave, my lord. My gown is wrinkled now, so I must change before going downstairs." She gave him another imperious, haughty look and fidgeted with the lacings of her bodice, challenging him to obey her. As a duke of the realm, he outranked her in every possible way. She should not be dismissing him. He could tell she had not the slightest intention of telling him what the note said, and he would not demean himself by asking her.
"I thank you for not stabbing me,"
Owen said guardedly. He glanced around the room, feeling both foolish and offended.
"I won't bother you again."
He turned and marched out of the tower, resisting the urge to slam the door childishly behind him. He felt at once embarrassed, flushed, and bewildered by the encounter. Why hadn't the king told him about the poisoner? Or the spy master, for that matter? Owen fumed as he walked down the steps, realizing now that Mancini had kept something from him that he should not have. Perhaps they were training a new poisoner in case they needed to use one against someone who was fountain blessed. Someone like Owen. Chapter 6. The Eel of Ceredigion. One had to look the part of a prince to be convincing in that role. As Owen rode his stallion to the sanctuary of Our Lady, followed by a few attendants, he realized he had gotten used to the stares and deference from the people milling about the streets buying mincemeat pies and muffins. His tunic was not ostentatious, but his fashionable clothes set him apart and identified him as one who should be obeyed. A woman with a small child steered the lad out of his path, speaking in low tones to the boy, training him to give way to someone who was highborn. The buck's head badge was respected and recognized. Those who saw it knew the owner of that standard was fountain blessed, a rare gift to anyone. As they reached the gate, Owen saw the sanctuary men appraising him. The gate was open, so Owen dismounted and handed the reins to one of his retainers. As he marched into the yard, he stared up at the beautiful arches of the sanctuary, admiring the craftsmanship that had gone into the structure. After jogging up the steps, he approached the main door and discovered the Diconius of the sanctuary, a man by the name of Kenilworth, awaiting him with attendants.
"You honor us, my Lord Duke,"
the Diconius said ingratiatingly.
"You have come to worship at the fountain?"
Rather than wait for the man, Owen continued into the main hall. The black and white tiles on the floor had always reminded him of a giant wiseboard. And indeed, his visit here was akin to his next move in an especially long, difficult game. The Diconius hurried to keep up with him.
"Is there a particular purpose for your visit, then?"
the Diconius asked hurriedly.
"Is all well, my lord?" "Perfectly,"
Owen said in a curt, impatient voice.
"Where is John Tunmore, erstwhile Diconius of Ely?"
The Diconius paled.
"My lord, you know he has claimed sanctuary at Our Lady. Why else do you think I came here to speak to him? Fetch him at once." "With all due speed,"
the Diconius answered, bowing reverently. Owen had paused by the interior fountain in the main hall, the largest of the fountains on the grounds. There were 3 main jets of water accompanied by many smaller ones around the rim. The sound of the fountain was soothing, and its warbling masked the various conversations happening around the vast hall. Commoners, merchants, sailors, and even a few lesser nobles were all walking around the hall, speaking amongst themselves. Owen stared into the waters, his eyes darting to the dark coins settled on the basin floor. Out of the corner of his eye, Owen saw the Diconius speaking to some underlings, and he felt his impatience stirring. When he was younger, Anchoret had urged him to describe the Diconius of Ely as an eel in one of his false visions. The analogy was fitting. Owen was eager to ride north to prevent more trouble from brewing, but he knew his mission here was important. Even if there were 100 little ways to prove this supposed prince was an impostor, the magic of the fountain was too powerful to be ignored. If Tunmore had played a role in convincing others of the prince's legitimacy, they needed to know. Besides, it was possible he had useful information about the plot as a whole. Deep in thought, Owen continued to stare down at the coins in the fountain. Then, beyond the dark smudges of the coins, he saw something more substantial. Yes, there was something in the waters. It was a chest, with 4 sturdy iron legs, a rounded top, and a handle. The handle almost protruded from the surface of the waters, but it remained completely submerged. As Owen drew nearer to it, he saw the designs crafted into the lid and box. Eager to touch it, he tugged off his riding gloves and stuffed them into his belt, hiked up the sleeve of his tunic, and reached into the water. The iron chest was real. He rubbed his hand over it, feeling the handle lying flat against the top. There was a hasp and a lock on one side, a groove opening in it for a key. There was no key. He felt the fountain rush through him, triggering memories from long ago. He had seen this chest amidst the treasures the fountain had revealed to him at the bottom of the palace cistern. The treasures consisted of casks of jewels, shields, armor, and the like. The day he and Evie had almost drowned there, he had noticed an empty space in the piles of phantom riches, a path showing where the chest had been dragged toward the opening of the cistern. So much had happened immediately after that incident, he'd almost forgotten. But now, amidst the shushing noise of the waters, he remembered it with clarity. Over the years, he had read everything he could find about the mysterious treasures that some fountain-blessed saw in the water, but he'd discovered very little. According to some accounts, seeing the treasures of the deep fathoms was a precursor to death. Others claimed the treasures were gifts or boons the fountain granted to mere mortals. The most famous story was how King Andrew had drawn a blessed sword from the fountain waters of Our Lady, a sword he had taken out to sea with him upon his death. But Owen believed the treasure was real. He had touched it with his own hands in the cistern. And now, at this very moment, he could feel the hard edges of the chest as he groped it in the waters.
It's considered sacrilegious to wash your hands in the fountain, if you believe in that sort of thing.
The voice caught Owen completely off guard. He had been so immersed in the memory that he had not heard Tunmore make his approach. Owen was stooped over the waters, but he turned and straightened. John Tunmore was a tall man, and his voice betrayed a slight northern accent. Owen had caught glimpses of him before, but they had never met in person. Tunmore was in his early 50s, and his hair was shorn almost to the skin. It was dark brown with flecks of gray. His size gave him an intimidating bearing, and he radiated a snide aura, as if he had contempt for the world in general and Owen in particular. But the sparkle in his eyes hinted that he was intrigued, too.
You wished to see me?
The eel reminded him.
I was not washing my hands,
Owen said tautly.
It looked like it from my perspective.
His eyes narrowed, his lip curling into a barely suppressed sneer.
Or were you trying to steal a coin? I leave that work for the sexton,
Owen quipped.
No, I thought I saw something in the water. No matter. What, if I may ask?
Tunmore probed.
I saw a chest. You thought you saw a chest,
Tunmore corrected.
There clearly isn't a chest in the fountain. It was there, and I was about to pull it out when you startled me.
Indeed, Tunmore said, his voice betraying a hint of uneasiness.
As you can see, it is not there now. What did you come here for, my lord?
Owen glanced back at the water, and the chest was indeed gone. He bristled with frustration.
To speak with you,
he said.
I've recently returned from Westmarch. From Aquitania, actually. So it would seem,
Tunmore said.
I heard you arrived yesterday. What news from the borderlands?
He looked like a starving man seeking crumbs from a rich man's table. Though he tried to keep his voice smooth and unconcerned, Owen could sense he was restless.
Would it interest you to know that Lord Horwath and I sent King Chatrion fleeing? His army was completely routed.
Tunmore's face grew visibly pale.
Indeed. What a surprise. How fortunate for you. I'm flattered you came all this way to tell me about your exploits.
Owen shook his head.
That's not the fortunate part, Diconius. We found something in Chatrion's tent. A letter.
Tunmore frowned.
Are you suggesting I wrote a letter to the King of Aquitania? No, I am not. It's what was in the letter that was so interesting.
Owen tugged his belt and withdrew the letter. He had requested that one of the Espion forgers copy it during the night. To Owen's untrained eye, it looked identical to the original. He offered the letter to the other man. Tunmore took it and pursed his lips. He opened the letter and began to devour the contents. As Owen watched the other man's eyes move over the words, he felt the subtle churn of the fountain. It was as if a winch had turned and opened a sluice gate, rushing water into the Diconius's reserves. And Owen realized in an instant that this was how Tunmore fed his magic with the fountain. It was through news, gossip, lurid intrigue, treason. The machinations of courts and politics fed him, sustained him, and gave him his power. Being trapped in the sanctuary of Our Lady had deprived him of his main sources of information. Owen's own source of power was more flexible. He derived it from stacking tiles, playing wiser, or reading challenging works. Anything that taxed his wits and made him think intently. Owen snatched the letter from the eel's hand and literally felt the sluice gate slam shut. The Diconius's eyes were wide with panic, and he almost tried to grab the letter back from Owen. It was the food the hungry man craved.
"I was not quite done reading that yet,"
Tunmore said, stammering, his hand trembling.
"I know you are fountain-blessed,"
Owen said softly. The Diconius stiffened, seemingly shocked at Owen's words.
"How can you suggest such a thing? I am close to the fountain by virtue of my office, but I assure you that your understanding of me is quite mistaken. And I assure you that it is not,"
Owen answered evenly.
"Just as I am sure you know about the chest that disappeared from the fountain. You are the one who put it there. You took it from the cistern at the palace, did you not?"
Tunmore's face was white.
"How could you possibly know that?"
he said through clenched teeth.
"Because I too can see the treasure in the cistern, and that chest was dragged away right before you made your escape to Our Lady. And these lies you've written,"
Owen continued, holding up the wrinkled note,
"will be brought to light."
Tunmore's face sank into a mask of fear and dread. He looked like a man standing on a precarious bridge, one that was about to collapse.
"You have no idea, little pup,"
Tunmore whispered harshly,
"what is truly happening here. What you risk in supporting that monster. This is not about kings and courts and espion. There is more at stake here than you can even comprehend. You pretend to have the sight, but you see nothing."
Just then Clark walked up to them. His face was composed and neutral, but his eyes were gleaming. There was a folded note in his hand, the wax seal broken.
"My lord, I found it,"
Clark said as he handed the note to Owen.
"Where did you— That is mine!"
Tunmore blustered. He reached for the note, but Clark seized his wrist and applied pressure to a sensitive spot. Suddenly, the Diconius was wobbling on his feet, his features tight with pain. Owen took the note from Clark and opened it. As the first words met his eyes, he felt the force of the fountain again, but this time it was as strong as a river. Before Owen could be swept away by it, he steadied himself. When he looked down at the words again, it was as if he had become a boulder dividing the river. It went around him on both sides, making him a little dizzy from the rushing noise, but it could not budge him.
"How are you doing that?"
Tunmore snarled, staring at Owen in amazement.
"Though it is your gift to sway others, you cannot force me to believe something against my will,"
Owen said with scorn.
"I see it clearly. You wrote the original. Now the information is being copied. The one we found in the king's tent was a copy of a copy. You are spreading lies to weaken King Severn, just as you attempted to do years ago. This is misprision in the highest degree. Believe me, Diconius, if you leave this sanctuary, you will not be thrown into a river to judge your guilt. We both know most fountain-blessed would survive such a test. No, you will be taken to a mountaintop to freeze to death. Yes, I know that, too."
Tunmore's face went wild with disbelief and fear.
You are guilty of treason, and everyone who has supported you and sent you messages is also guilty. If you wish me to intercede on your behalf with King Severn, there is one piece of information you must give me this very moment. Where will this pretender's ships land? Where will they strike first? I know about Adabirians striking the east and Aquitania striking the west. Where in the north is the pretender going to land?
Tunmore's face was like dripping wax.
Despite what you may think, I have not committed treason. It is not treason to support the true king. I may be young, but I am not a fool, Owen said sharply. Do you think I believe any of this rubbish? He asked, wagging the papers in front of Tunmore's face.
Tunmore shook his head.
It is not rubbish, you little upstart. I am the one who persuaded the king's simpering former spymaster, Bletchley, to make the princes disappear. It was always my intent to keep the throne of Ceredigion unstable until the surviving lad was old enough to take the crown himself. I've hidden him in Brugia. I've hidden him in Legault. He's been to every kingdom except his own, and he is returning. Our true king. When he lands, the people will rise up and throw the tyrant into the river. You cannot stop the destiny of the fountain, lad. You might as well try and turn a river with your hand. Where is he landing? Owen demanded. Even if I told you, you would not get there quickly enough, Tunmore snarled.
Blackpool. Owen heard the whisper in his mind. Tunmore stiffened, indicating he had heard it as well. Blackpool was one of the coastal cities in the north of Westmarch, the largest trading city.
This explains why the Queen Dowager hasn't been eager to leave Sanctuary, Owen said rudely. I had come with a commission from the king to pardon her. I can see now that she is also behind the plot. The Queen is deathly ill, Tunmore said roughly.
The tone of his voice hinted that the man did not believe the ailment was natural. In light of Owen's discovery in the tower, he wondered if Mancini was behind it. Owen nodded to Clark, who was still gripping Tunmore's wrist. Returning the nod, Clark released the man and shoved him toward the edge of the fountain, causing him to totter and then splash into it. The man sputtered and choked, coming up dripping wet, small beads of water dripping from his short hair.
It's considered sacrilegious to bathe in the fountain, Owen said before turning on his heel and storming out.
The history of Ceredigion and the myths of the fountain go back for almost 1,000 years. Some historians have written that the fountain myths go back even further, to the very creation of the world. They tell of a land birthed amidst ash and fire from a tumultuous sea called the Deep Fathoms. Boundaries were invoked by the great wisers of old to hold the deep fathoms at bay. The myths say that the kings of old came from the sea to learn how to tame the land. But one of those kings defiled the boundaries, and then there came a flood. Polidoro Urbino, court historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 7. The Earl's Daughter. The king's army rode north as if the hooves of their steeds were on fire. Messengers had been loosed ahead of them to warn Evie of the danger, but Owen had insisted on riding at once. After hearing what Owen had learned in his confrontation with Tunmore, Severn had not only permitted it, he'd chosen to join him. They rode like thunder and lightning, a storm that swept across the kingdom in a sea of black flags bearing the white boar. Owen's confrontation with Tunmore played itself over and over in his mind. Facing another fountain blessed had been intimidating, but the young duke believed the Daconius had come away even more shaken by the encounter. He remembered Anchoret saying that Tunmore had been her mentor. The man had tutored her in the arts of deception and court intrigue, just as the king had trained Owen after Anchoret's death. But Tunmore was not the adversary he had once been. His well of magic was nearly dry, and he had been deprived of opportunities to replenish it fully. Their company changed horses frequently to gain more ground. The king had brought 500 men and mounted archers. It would probably not be enough to defend his kingdom, but it was more urgent to get to Blackpool quickly than it was to do so en masse. Owen's captains would be coming to Blackpool from Aquitania, but they would likely not arrive for several days. However, Owen knew that the kingdom's main fortress in the north could withstand a long siege, and if they managed to trap their enemy against its walls, they could expect victory in the end. His mind was constantly plotting and assessing the situation, thinking of ways they could defend themselves if the kingdom faced attacks on all three sides. On midday of their third day riding north, a horseman came with news that a fleet, bearing a man who claimed to be Ceredigian's rightful king, had drawn ashore north of Blackpool. The pretender called himself King Eric Argentine, and he had pitched Erider's standard, the Sun and Rose, on the beach. The look on King Severn's face was dangerous when he heard the news. He wiped his forearm across the stubble on his chin, his eyes dark with rage.
My brother's standard? Well, we will see if he deserves to keep it.
The messenger said at least 300 men had disembarked from the fleet with horses, pavilions, and poleaxes. After receiving the news, Owen and King Severn rode the remainder of the night without rest to reach the town of Blackpool. Owen's stomach seethed with worry. He had not suspected he would be riding into another battle so close on the heels of the previous one. Dawn found them at the beaches of Blackpool amidst the carnage of a battle. It had ended before they arrived. Owen sat in his saddle, gazing down at the dead men, punctured by arrows and lying in the frothing surf. Battle standards with the Sun and Rose were splayed here and there, mostly soaked, torn, and broken. His mind was still reeling from the news. Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer had ridden to Blackpool from Dundrennan, and she had defeated the Pretender's army. Prisoners were being held in stockades at Blackpool, awaiting the king's justice. The Pretender, Eric, had escaped with the remnants of the fleet, but his army had been bested by a 17-year-old girl.
My lord!
Someone shouted from afar. Owen turned in his saddle to watch as a messenger wearing the lion badge of Duke Horwath hastened to him. It was Evie's chamberlain, a man named Rigby, whom Owen knew well.
Rigby!
Owen shouted in surprise, smiling at the man's obvious enthusiasm.
My lord,
Rigby said with a formal bow.
My lady awaits you and the king at Arthington, one of the nicer inns in town. I thought it best I should tell you first. She's anxious to see you, my lord. I'm to fetch the king next. Go.
Owen didn't need any persuading. His heart beat more furiously as he rode into town. The streets were in commotion, and people everywhere were waving Duke Horwath's banner of the pierced lion with jubilation. Owen quickly found the Arthington, a cheerful 2-story dwelling. After entrusting his weary horse to a page, he hurried toward the common room of the inn, which had been emptied in anticipation of the king's arrival. People in the streets began to shout about the imminent arrival of Severn, and the crowds suddenly swelled and moved toward the ruler like a river of bodies flooding the town. Cheers and acclaims rang out. Before Owen even reached the door to the inn, it flung open. There she was on the threshold, as if stepping out of a dream. She looked like she had not slept. Her dark hair was a bit wind-blown, but it was freshly braided. He saw a bit of goose down woven into the braid by her left ear. As part of an ongoing jest between them, she sometimes did that to mimic the white patch in his hair. Her eyes, the same green as her gown today, were eager to find his. There was a dagger fastened to her girdle, which was new, and she had on the sturdy leather boots and scarf she always wore when they climbed up into the waterfalls together. "Owen," she breathed, staring at him with relief, like she had been the one worrying about him all along. She ran into his arms and hugged him so tightly it hurt, pressing her cheek against his chest and swaying slightly. After days in the saddle, nights under the stars, and rations only a soldier could eat, she felt too good to be real. She was soft and warm, and her hair smelled like home.
"Are you all right?"
he demanded, grabbing her by the shoulders to look her in the face. His eyes found the dimple at the corner of her mouth. He sometimes imagined what it would be like to kiss that dimple, but he didn't dare do it. "Come inside. There is so much to tell you," Evie said, hugging him once more and squeezing him even harder this time. "I was not expecting you for another day. I'm hardly presentable."
"You're hardly presentable," Owen said in dismay. "I smell like the stables."
"Yes, you do," she said, crinkling her nose. "You can bathe later. The king will want to hear this too, but I have to tell you. I don't mind saying it twice. Come with me." She tugged at his hand, and Owen caught sight of Justine, Evie's maid, standing just within the threshold of the inn. She was Evie's constant companion and chaperone, always there to keep the two young people from being alone. Dark-haired and rather serious, she was the daughter of Lord Camber, whose father served Horwath. Justine was the guardian of Evie's virtue, a constant and subtle reminder that, although Owen and Evie had been friends since they were children, there were certain prohibitions between the sexes. Justine gave Owen a shy smile, as she usually did, and inclined her head in respect. He returned that smile with a nod as Evie flew past her friend and dragged Owen into the common room by the hand. "Sit there while I tell you," she said breathlessly, flinging him toward a large stuffed couch. Her hands were shaking a little, as if her excitement were too keen to be contained inside her body. Justine quietly took a seat in a nearby chair, folding her hands on her lap. Owen was starving, but he was too interested in hearing Evie's story to consider eating.
"What happened?" he demanded. "When I first saw the battlefield, it made me worry even more."
She shook her head. "There's no need. The dead are Legalton mercenaries mostly, more eager to get back to the boats than they were to fight the stout men who served my grandfather. Many of the poor souls drowned trying to escape. So let me tell you about this impostor. I loathe the man. What fools does he take us for? His ships were sighted off the coast, so I gave the order that any who came upon them were to welcome them as if the impostor did indeed have the right to the crown."
"You did what?"
Owen demanded, astonished. She grinned mischievously. "How many times have we discussed history, Owen? How many princes were duped by the promises of others? This pretender is trying to dupe the world into believing he's truly Eric Argentine. Well, two can throw dice, as Mancini likes to say. As soon as they landed, I had one of my trusted men ride into the camp to demand to know who kept the standard of the Sun and Rose. They said it was for King Eric Argentine, who was aboard the ships. My man claimed that if Eric came to camp, he'd be welcomed by the citizenry as the new king." She frowned. But he was too wary. He refused to come ashore. I think he just didn't trust we were sincere. There were at least 300 of his men ashore by this time, and more coming every hour. I knew that if I waited until all their full force had disembarked, we'd be outnumbered.
"But why aren't you at your grandfather's castle?" Owen asked. "Evie, truly, you put yourself in great danger by coming here. What if they'd caught you?"
"How sweet of you to worry about me," she said, delighted, cupping his cheek with her warm palm. "I've been fretting, you ask Justine, she'll tell you, about you facing that snob Chatrion and his army. You didn't let him force the Duchess of Brithonica to marry him, did you?"
"Of course not. We scattered his army in the middle of the night and sacked his camp. That's when we learned about Eric and the threat to the north."
She nodded, sidling closer to him on the couch. "Brilliant! A night attack is very dangerous, but the rewards can be great. Albert IV tried that maneuver at the Battle of Sicily, remember?"
"Stop," Owen said, laughing. "What happened? You get distracted. Tell me."
He took her hand, rubbing his thumb across her knuckles. "I forgot where I left off," Evie said, smiling awkwardly.
"Why did you even come to Blackpool? Why not stay at the castle and prepare for a siege?"
Her brow furrowed. "Why would we let them get that far before resisting? The longer he stayed ashore, the more miscreants would rally to his banner. What would you have done if you'd been in the castle and heard someone was invading Westmarch?"
"Well, I would have led an army to stop him," Owen said.
"Which is exactly what I did," she said, exasperated.
Do you think for one moment that my grandfather's soldiers would have let me come to harm? The fact that I'm a woman only made them more determined to come to blows with the interlopers' men. Men are eager to please when you smile and praise them, she said with a wry smile. Except for you, who are a rogue and won't abide flattery. She tried to tickle his ribs, but he blocked her with his arms.
Mistress, the king is here, Justine urged in a small voice. Owen wanted to take advantage of this last moment alone together by wrapping Evie in his arms and kissing her. The eager look in her eye and the way she sat so near him told him she wanted that too. But he was so travel-stained and sweaty, and the timing was not right. No, their first kiss should happen at the waterfalls near her grandfather's castle. On the bridge, perhaps. When the snow on the peaks changed color near sunset, that was what she deserved. He rose from the comfortable couch and extended his hand to her. She gazed up at him, smiling coyly at his show of gallantry, and then accepted his hand. Her eyes had been green when he'd first seen her, but now they looked a peaceful blue. Maybe she was a water sprite, as Mancini had often joked. All Owen knew was that she had some kind of magic that made him ache inside.
I'm glad you are safe, Evie whispered, looking at him with brooding, worried eyes.
He almost brought her fingers to his lips, but a soldier opened the front door of the inn just then, and Owen saw Severn striding toward it. The king's boots were mud-spattered, but he looked elated at the victory at Blackpool. Owen used those last moments before the king entered the room to squeeze Evie's fingers gently and give her a tender smile.
You were brilliant,
he confessed, winking at her. She flushed with pleasure at the compliment and turned to curtsy to King Severn. Owen bowed formally beside her. My lord, Evie said, you are the true sovereign of Ceredigion. Your people were faithful to you. I wish I could have delivered up the pretender in person, but he was too afraid to come ashore and face me in battle. 'Tis a pity, for I would have liked to beat him. In the language of Weiser, I believe the threat has been blocked. The king looked at her with satisfaction. His gray eyes were lit with gratitude.
Well done, Lady Mortimer. Lady Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer, pardon me,
he added, seeing she was about to correct him.
You've shown great sense, bravery, and pluck, and you will be rewarded. I promise you that. To also use the parlance of Weiser, you have proven you are more than a pawn. I best make good use of you then. Tell me all that happened. Leave nothing out.
The Duke of North Cumbria oversees a vast land in northern Ceredigion. It is a land of towering mountains wreathed with snow and ice. There are glaciers there that are older than time and riddled with ice caves from the melt. I have spoken to the palace mapmaker, who informs me that the river feeding Kingfountain comes from this land of ice and snow. The winters in North Cumbria are harsh, and there is little travel in or out during those months. The people are used to it. They are hardy folk, with a queer dialect not dissimilar to that of Adabirian. There is belief that Adabirian was once part of Ceredigion. The lands are only separated by narrow gaps of water. The dukes of the north have been loyal to the Argentines for generations. King Severn himself was raised in the north when his uncle Warwick governed the land from the mighty stronghold of the north. The fortress is called Dundrennan. Polidoro Urbino, court historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 8. Dundrennan. Owen could hear the fire in the hearth crackling and feel the warmth of its flames on his shoulders. But his eyes were fixed on the Weiser board. It was the beautiful handcrafted set that King Severn had given to him when he was 8 years old, and this time he was playing the king himself. Severn's eyes were as gray as storms as he bent over the board, his gaze intense and his lips pressed hard together. He was losing. Again. Owen knew it rankled the king that a 17-year-old could best him half the time. Sometimes Owen let him win, and the king would look at him suspiciously, never certain if his victory had been hard-won or yielded out of graciousness.
"Hold nothing back,"
Severn admonished him, bringing forward a piece shaped like a knight on horseback. The king's free hand fidgeted with his dagger.
"If I win, I want to earn it."
The king let go of the piece. When Owen played wiser, he deliberately kept his face neutral. He had learned from playing with Evie that he tended to smile when his opponent was about to make a mistake. She used to keep watch on his mouth from start to finish, which had lost him plenty of games. He had trained himself not to give anything away. Owen lifted his hand and moved his wiser piece forward from across the board.
"Threat and defeat."
Then he smiled. The king's face darkened with a scowl.
"By the fountain,"
he growled.
"Do you use your gift of second sight in games? Who taught you to play so well?"
Owen met the king's gaze, but he dared not reveal the truth. That he had been taught to play wiser by a woman the king had feared would poison him.
"Never lose sight of the wiser,"
Owen said with a hint of smugness.
"But as a practical matter, my lord, I'm just very good at this game."
The king snorted and chuckled.
"When I said hold nothing back, I didn't realize it would be prophetic. You have a keen mind, Owen. Do you agree, my dear?"
he said, addressing Evie.
"I would like to see the two of you play wiser."
Evie was curled up on the couch near Owen, her nose in a book. She did not look up as she turned the page. "Why do you think he is so good, my lord? He plays against me." The king chuckled at her haughty tone and then stood, wincing as he came to his feet. He limped to the huge window and watched the fluffy flakes of snow coming down. His expression softened as he ran his hand across the pane of glass, and the gray skies above chased away the shadows on his face. Though it was not yet winter, the mountains were notorious for bizarre snowstorms that could strike unpredictably. Owen sorted the pieces and returned them to their wooden box. He stared at Evie, who seemed to sense his attention and shifted her eyes back to his. She was giving him her "I'm proud of you" look, then winked at him and returned to her book.
"I have many a fond memory of Dundrennan,"
the king said in a brooding voice, still staring out the window at the gentle snow. He turned away, folding his arms and leaning against the crook on the wall near the window seat.
"I used to play wiser in this very room with my cousin Nanette."
His voice fell as he mentioned the name of his dead wife.
"As children, we'd catch snowflakes on our tongues. I think every child does that."
He chuckled softly to himself, and Owen felt he could see the oozing wounds of the king's heart. Evie put the book down, her attention drawn to the king's raw grief. The light from the window made his black hair look like it was glowing. He stared down at the rushes that covered the floor, lost in a storm of memories. "How old was she when she married the Prince of Aquitania?" Evie asked. It was a sensitive question to pose. Lady Nanette's short first marriage was likely a bitter memory for him. The king's eyes were as sharp as sword blades. His mouth twisted in shape, the expression somewhere between a smile and a frown.
"You know your history, my dear. Many have forgotten those dark years, those months my brother and I spent in exile in Brugia, those months she spent married to that princeling."
His voice was so thick with scorn that Owen could see the wound had not fully healed.
"She was 17.
Owen glanced at Evie, who was the same age that Nanette had been. The possibility of losing her to another man made him grow warm with anger. "It was a marriage that would have made her Queen of Aquitania," Evie said. "But it was a reckless match. Your uncle lost his life because of it."
"We all lost much that year,"
the king said bitterly.
and gained much. She lost her father and the throne of Aquitania, and she gained another husband and the throne of Ceredigion. For a time.
There was so much hurt in his voice that Owen wanted to steer the conversation away from such painful waters. Evie's eyes were full of so much sympathy, she looked liable to go hug the king.
"You have not married again, my lord," she whispered softly. "Is it because you truly loved her?"
Owen gaped at her audacity, but she was the one who tended to jump into cisterns without a second thought. Perhaps it should not have surprised him. The king looked taken aback, but he did not appear offended. He folded his arms across his chest and walked away from the window.
I loved her,"
he said, breaking into a subtle northern accent as if honoring the memory of his late wife.
"You can imagine it was awkward between us at first. We were raised together in this very place, this idyllic mountain valley, Dundrennan. I fought her father and bested him. I fought her husband, that little princeling, and bested him not far from Tatton Hall, where he was trying to escape back to Aquitania, scampering away like Chatrion."
He chuckled mercilessly, glancing at Owen.
"You've made an enemy there, Lord Kiskaddon. No king likes losing a game of wiser, and losing a fight is every bit more galling. But I see how you play the game. You're more than a match for that runt."
She was not to be deterred.
"But why haven't you remarried, my lord?" she pressed.
"It's been 10 years since your lady died. You have no heir. Surely it is time to set aside your grief." Her look was sad but sincere, and very sympathetic. The king stared at her for a moment.
"You do speak your mind,"
he said with a chuckle.
"And like a dog with a bone, it won't be wrested from you."
She dimpled slightly.
"If I'm being too presumptuous, forgive me. But I cannot believe your council hasn't mentioned this to you."
"My council?"
He snorted with a bark-like laugh.
"They wanted me to force the Duchess of Brithonica into a marriage alliance. She's of an age with you and Owen."
He wrinkled his nose in disgust.
"It has been 40 years this month since I received the water right and my name. How could I look on the Duchess and not see you, Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer?"
He frowned deeply, shaking his head.
"No, my council has not yet persuaded me to take a wife. It is customary, you know, for a king to marry the princess of another realm. My brother's choice of a bride offended many, including my uncle, who committed treason because of it."
He paced as he spoke, his voice throbbing with strong emotion.
"Let me count the options. They are few. Save for the Duchess of Brithonica, there are no princesses in Aquitania. Chatrion has been vying for her himself, as Owen can attest. She has made it perfectly clear she wants nothing to do with him. She rules in her own right, and I cannot blame her for not yielding to a man who wants her domain, perhaps more than he wants her hand. Even if Chatrion were to succeed in marrying her, they will not produce children for several years, so there are no prospects for me there. And to boot, the Duchess fears I am a child murderer and a misbegotten demon. That tree of opportunity is quite barren."
He took another step, using his fingers to tally.
"Let us move on to Adabirion. King Iago is 19 years old and unmarried himself. He has many damsels to choose from in his own realm. The Earl of Huntley's daughter, Catherine, is the most beautiful in Mancini's estimation, but he wishes to expand his domain rather than empowering one of his nobles even more. Iago Llewellyn would also love to woo the Duchess if he could, but his domains are even smaller than Aquitania's. Then there is Brugia. There was no legitimate heir, so the many princes of that realm are preoccupied with slaughtering each other in an effort to unify the realm. I could throw the gauntlet down and marry one of their daughters, but that will entangle me in wars over land that I care nothing for, and irk a possible ally. I think Duke Maxwell to be the likely victor. He is shrewd, cunning, and utterly ruthless.
He rubbed his hands together vigorously.
Paisan, too small. That leaves Genevar, which earns its coins trading and exploring. The council once tried to persuade me to marry my niece, Lady Elise, but that would cause no end of trouble for me. Besides, it would repulse my subjects if I were to marry my brother's daughter, whom I disinherited. To be honest, my dear, I have very few options, and all of them are unsavory to me. Is there anyone I am missing, my dear? Do you have any suggestions?
She looked crestfallen and sad. I don't, my lord.
Then I trust you will not pester me about this again,
he said with just enough of a barb to sting. His mood was always mercurial, and Owen could see the anger thrumming through him now. It was common for countries to seal alliances with marriage. That none had tried or dared to offer one with Severn Argentine had to rankle. The king turned back to the window.
Well, I'll be blessed by the fountain,
he said, his expression changing.
Your grandfather has ridden through a storm to get here.
Before long, after a greeting delivered amidst a chorus of barking hounds, Duke Horwath was sitting in his favorite chair in front of the crackling hearth, savoring the mug of steaming broth in his hand. His cloak was dripping from a hook nearby, the plops sizzling when they hit the warm stone floor. The snow was melting from the cloak, and chunks of ice pattered off it. Evie knelt by her grandfather's chair, her face beaming with relief. He looked haggard and uncomfortable, but he did not complain, and the lines of weariness were slowly fading from his face. Horwath rested his hand on the girls on the thick armrest, patting gently.
I heard what you did at Blackpool, child,
he said with warm affection. He patted her again.
You've my blood in you.
She beamed at the soft-spoken praise and picked some dust or lint from his doublet. You left me in charge, grandfather. I didn't want to disappoint you. He chuckled softly, then hooked his hand around her neck and pulled her close, kissing her hair in a mark of tender affection that made Owen swallow. How he wished he could be that open in his feelings for her. Then Horwath tipped her chin up and gazed into her eyes.
You are beautiful, and the king is proud of you.
He looked over at Owen.
He's proud of you both. He couldn't ask for more loyal young people to serve him. Mark my words, you two are special, and you will both make Ceredigion stronger. I know you will.
Owen felt his heart burning with pride. He walked up to the other side of the Duke's chair, glancing down at Evie. She looked so beautiful at that moment, the firelight shimmering in her dark hair, her eyes glowing with happiness. There was that familiar ache again, that growing impatience. The king was surprised you rode through the snow, Evie said with an impish smile. I think he's forgotten he's from the north as well. Horwath smiled as he stroked his grey goatee.
He'll never forget that, lass. Not until the waters stop falling at Kingfountain. He has ice in his veins, as we like to say. Even young Kiskaddon here is a little frostbitten, I think. What say you, lad?
Owen folded his arms, still gazing down at Evie.
I do love the north,
he murmured. Her cheeks flushed a little, and she couldn't hold back a grin. The grizzled Duke took one of her hands and then one of Owen's, and for a moment he looked as if he would join them together.
It's my deepest wish,
he said huskily,
to unite our houses and duchies. Before the king rides back to the palace, I plan to petition him for a boon. But only if you both are still willing.
He smiled wryly.
I've seen the way you look at each other. I'm old, not blind. I'd like to speak to the king on your behalf, Owen. He may take it better coming from me. But I didn't want you to be startled in case he asks about your feelings.
His smile slipped a little.
His heart is so wounded he may not have noticed the signs as I have.
From the look on Evie's face, Owen could tell she was trying to quell her excitement and enthusiasm. He could tell she wanted to burst out with her answer, but she was waiting for Owen to say something first.
I would prefer to ask him myself,
Owen said, still looking at her, his heart so full he almost couldn't speak. Evie jumped to her feet and into his arms, quivering with joy. It was only when he felt the wetness on his neck that he realized she was crying. After the defeat at Blackpool, King Severn sent warships to ravage the coast of Legault. They are on the hunt for the Pretender's ship. Their orders are to punish the Legaultans and prevent them from creating a safe haven for the Pretender. A sizable reward has been offered for the capture of the man masquerading as Eric Argentine, the lost son of King Eredor. I think it is far more likely that the Pretender has sought haven elsewhere. The question is, which of the king's enemies would shelter him? Polydoro Urbino, court historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 9. The Duchess's Warning. Owen walked with Severn across the bailey to where the king's horse awaited him. The host of riders all wore the badge of the White Boar, and one carried a spear with a pennant that flapped in the cold wind. Their boots crunched on the thin cakes of snow in the yard. The king seemed invigorated by the cold, and there was no sign of a limp as he walked.
My lord,
Owen asked, clearing his throat.
What is it?
The king asked curtly, scanning the feathery clouds that crowned the massive mountains to the north. A groomsman positioned a mounting block as they neared the king's charger, and Severn swung up effortlessly into the saddle. The horse grunted with familiarity, and the king stroked his neck, smiling fondly at the beast. Owen felt a tightening in his chest, a familiar sensation he had rarely experienced since childhood. His tongue became swollen in his mouth, preventing the words from coming out.
Well?
The king demanded, his brows knitting. His gloved hand tightened on the reins.
It's a small matter,
Owen stammered, feeling a blush creep to his cheeks. By the fountain, why did he have to get tongue-tied still?
I'm not interested in small matters,
the king said petulantly.
We must away. Now that Horwath has returned to the north, I'd like you to return to Kingfountain in a fortnight. No more. I don't think this Pretender will strike the north twice, now that we've disrupted his plan. It is getting nearer to winter.
He gazed up at the clouds again.
Although here it is always winter. I miss it.
He looked down at Owen sternly.
A fortnight, no more, then come. I will, my lord,
Owen said, chafing with impatience. The king nodded in dismissal and then yanked on the reins of the charger. There was a thunder of hooves as the king's soldiers rode out of the bailey. Owen gazed up at the battlement wall, where he saw Duke Horwath wrapped in a bearskin cloak, arms folded imperiously. His stern look implied he had discerned from afar that the conversation had failed to happen. Owen's cheeks mottled with discomfort as he listened to the sound of the clacking hooves change, once the horses crossed the drawbridge and hit the cobbles. Even if he had not ridden in with the king, he would have instinctively known Severn was traveling with 100 men from the sounds made by the party. Turning, he walked back across the bailey amidst the grooms who brought shovels and barrows to begin clearing away piles of steaming manure. He hated the sounds the shovels made in the muck and stone, so he quickened his step. He found Evie in the solar, pacing nervously. The look on his face gave him away before he could say a word. He felt sick inside, wounded that he had let her down. Justine glanced up from her needlework, her black hair hanging over her shoulder. She looked at Owen, also saw the unspoken news, and a small frown twisted her mouth. I knew I should have gone with you, Evie said darkly, her eyes suddenly an intense shade of green. Owen shrugged helplessly. The snows vanished by midday, and Evie suggested they leave the stifling solar and walk amongst the mountains. Owen had spent the morning arranging over 2,000 tiles that he was not yet ready to topple, so he agreed to the plan. He too was restless. So, pausing only to grab their cloaks and their chaperone, they ventured onto the mountain trails that led to majestic views of the valley floor. Owen's legs were tired, but he loved the firmness and steadiness of the rocks and cliffs, and years of experience had inured him to the alpine air and the rigors of a long hike. The air was crisp and redolent with the lovely sense of nature. Part of the trail was rugged and steep, with switchbacks broken in after centuries of use. They could hear the distant roar of the huge valley waterfalls as they moved. Owen and Evie walked side by side, and he kept glancing at her, enjoying the way her eyes were shining with joy as they passed the mountain flowers and pines. They had to stand aside as a shepherd drove his flock down the trail, pressing their backs into the craggy wall to leave room for the bleating, woolly beasts. Owen's shoulder brushed against Evie's, and he felt the point where they touched as if it burned his skin. Justine was on her other side, lower down the trail, and she sighed a little at the delay. Shifting his position a little, Owen felt Evie's fingers brush his. She glanced up at him, her tender look telling him she forgave him for his blunder earlier. He felt one of her fingers hook around his, and his heart began to hammer wildly in his chest. His mouth went dry. Taking the hint, Owen grasped her hand, which he found surprisingly warm. Justine could not see their clandestine act, and Owen relished the feeling of her fingers mingled with his. A pleased smile crossed her lips, making her look even more beautiful. A burly sheep waddled past, brushing against them both, and Evie sidled a little closer to Owen to give the beast more room to pass. Once again, Owen felt the urge to kiss her. He had been thinking about that so often lately. After the sheep passed, they continued down the mountain trail, their hands occasionally touching. Evie was an endless source of chatter. "Do you remember the night we ambushed Ratcliffe with that pillow fight?" she asked with a wicked laugh. "How the down stuck to his sweaty bald head?"
"And he started to choke on the feathers while trying to scold us,"
Owen added with a grunt of laughter. "I still laugh at the memory," she said lightly. "To be a child again. I still want to dance around the fountain's edge and fall into the water." "That would be unseemly, my lady," Justine broke in. "I know, but when you're little you can get away with so much more. We are only 17, and now we have to pretend to be older. I admit there are certain pleasures at our age, going to festivals and tournaments. I can't wait to see you at your first one, Owen." She bumped into his arm deliberately. "I've seen you practice in the training yard. You always catch the rings on your lance, and you make the swordmaster wheeze because you drive him so hard."
"I make him wheeze because he has an arthritic knee,"
Owen said, scooping down to pick up a stone, which he then hurled off the trail down into the valley. He watched it arc and then plummet. "That could hit a peasant, you know," Evie scolded.
"He might take it as a sign from the fountain to mend his ways,"
Owen retorted. "How do you know Clifford has an arthritic knee?" she asked. "I've not seen him limp." Owen shrugged.
"I just know."
That wasn't entirely true. Owen's gifts from the fountain had manifested in multiple ways. He had a keen sense of hearing, and his eyes noticed weaknesses of all varieties. It happened when he played wiser. He could see the weaknesses in his opponent's defenses just from looking at the board. And it also happened in the training yard. Even though Clifford was so much more experienced, Owen frequently bested him. He knew that the older man's left knee was injured and aching, so he always forced him to defend on that side. The flow of the fountain also ensured that Owen always knew where to put his lance to catch the ring. He had gained a reputation for his skills with sword and shield. He did not wish to disabuse people of their notions, but he knew the praise wasn't truly earned. It felt like cheating. As soon as they returned to Dundrennan after their long hike, they were approached by Owen's herald, Farnes.
"What is it?"
Owen asked the older man, seeing the worried look in his eyes.
We have guests,
Farnes announced, bowing formally to Owen.
There is a lawyer here from Avranches who wishes to see you. He was escorted by one of the Duchess of Brethonica's knights, who happens to be your new neighbor, one of Rue's men.
When did they arrive? Evie asked.
Shortly after you both left,
Farnes said, sniffing.
They've been awaiting your return for several hours. I never get a moment's peace,
Owen said to Evie, shrugging.
Let me change first, and then I'll meet them in the solar? Very well, my lord,
Farnes said, bowing again. Odd that he's come all this way, Evie whispered to Owen. Do you think he's spying on us?
Which one?
Owen asked.
The lawyer or the knight?
Both, she answered. They separated to change clothes, and Owen picked one of his more princely costumes. When hiking in the mountains, he opted for comfort and warmth rather than fashion. He changed into a stylish dark blue velvet doublet with ribbed sleeves. As he looked at himself in the mirror, he tugged on the collar of his shirt and gave himself a self-assured grin. Then, satisfied that he looked the part, he walked to the solar. The lawyer was a handsome younger man, probably in his early 30s. If his relaxed demeanor was any indication, he was apparently used to traveling long distances. He was wandering around the room and sampling from a platter of various roasted nuts. The knight, on the other hand, was stiff and straight, and nearly 7 feet tall. He was older than the lawyer, and his hair was arranged in the Aquitanian fashion of being combed forward. He had a stiff, high collar and an overly long, belted tunic, which again paid homage to his country of origin. Owen gave the knight a disdainful smirk, feeling a preternatural sense of enmity for that kingdom and its fashions.
Greetings, my lord,
said the lawyer.
My name is Juilliard. I serve the mayor of Avranches, who bids you great kindness. I am here on a delicate matter, if you will. The Lord Mayor was attainted of treason for surrendering Avranches to you. King Chatrion has summoned the Lord Mayor to the palace to stand trial for his crime.
Owen wrinkled his brow.
That is presumption,
he answered with a hint of sarcasm.
The entire land of Avranches and its surroundings was once part of Ceredigion. So was Brethonica, if I recall my history lessons.
Owen glanced at the knight to see if he would react to the poke. The knight said nothing and did not lose his mask of composure.
Yes, indeed, said Juilliard. That is why my lord sent me, to be sure you intend to maintain your claim on Avranches. The King of Aquitania sent an ambassador to negotiate a pardon with the Lord Mayor if he will return to the fold, so to speak.
Evie entered the solar, followed by Justine. She glanced at the two visitors curiously. Owen nodded her over.
Gentlemen, this is Lady Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer, the Duke's granddaughter.
Then he gave her a conspiratorial look.
Chatrion has charged the mayor of Avranches with treason, and now he's trying to bribe him with a pardon to win him back.
She nodded and slowly paced around the room while Justine found her favorite seat and began embroidering again.
And why are you here, Sir Knight?
Owen asked, clasping his hands behind his back and looking up at the hulking figure. As he stared at the man, he silently sent out a little trickle of magic to probe him for weaknesses. The thought of fighting someone so huge terrified him. Owen's magic was like water, for it could find the tiniest chinks and cracks. He saw immediately that the huge knight was blind in his right eye. He noticed the puckered scar hidden by a shaggy eyebrow. He was completely vulnerable to attacks on that side. Add a helmet, and he would be even more hampered. Owen smirked to himself and released the magic. He felt the loss of the power, but there was still much in his reserves, which he had filled earlier by organizing his tiles.
I am here on orders of Marshal Roux,
the knight said in a thick Aquitanian accent.
My name is Ludiac. Welcome to North Cumbria, Sir Ludiac,
Owen said, nodding. The knight bowed formally.
My master bids me to tell you there are lands in dispute between Avranches and Brithonica.
I was just getting to that, the lawyer broke in, but Ludiac gave him a scowl sour enough to silence him.
I think it's important that I understand these disputes,
Owen said, nodding to Ludiac to proceed.
The Duchess has several royal forests that she has reserved for hunting. Because of a history of poachers, there are sharp penalties for intruders.
And by sharp, do you mean arrows or spears? Owen asked with a grin. Sir Ludiac bristled at the informality of Owen's banter.
The Duchess has 7 such forests in her realm. One is also claimed by Avranches. There have been incidents in the past. The King of Aquitania likes to hunt. Do you, my lord?
Owen gave the lawyer a curious look.
My lord,
Juilliard said,
Aquitania has always sought to enlarge its hegemony.
As most princes do, Owen said knowingly.
Yes, so what Sir Ludiac says is true. There have been disputes about the royal forests when the King of Aquitania would illegally hunt in the Duchess's forests, thus causing strife. It challenges her authority in her own dominions and threatens the borders of Brithonica. There have inevitably been accidents.
Owen pursed his lips.
What sort of accidents? The Duchess will defend her territory,
Sir Ludiac said sternly.
I was sent to warn you not to follow in King Chatrion's footsteps. It would only cause needless contention.
I see, Owen said.
And your master, Marshal Roux, sent you to warn me? Or was it the Duchess? They speak with one voice, my lord,
said Ludiac grimly.
He was her father's most trusted lord, and he protects Brithonica on her behalf. Well then,
Owen said, turning toward Juilliard.
Tell the Lord Mayor that I am quite ready to defend my new territory. He has proven his loyalty by revealing the offer of a pardon. So please thank him on my behalf. You may go.
The lawyer looked startled, surprised.
I thank you, my lord, for being decisive. By your leave. When shall I tell the Lord Mayor you intend to next visit Avranches? I have no idea,
Owen said with a short laugh. Then he nodded curtly for the man to leave, which he did. He turned his gaze to the massive knight.
I do not seek a quarrel with my new neighbor,
Owen said in a low voice.
Not yet,
the knight said in a tone that could almost be called a sneer. Owen chuffed a bit at that.
I don't care for the sport of hunting. I'm stronger at playing wiser. Does your master like to play?
The king nodded slowly, warily.
Excellent, Owen said. I would like to challenge him to a match upon our next meeting.
The knight's mouth betrayed a smirk.
I will issue your challenge to him. Farewell, then. I'm sorry you had to travel all this way to deliver your message. Or should I say, your warning.
Sir Ludiac smiled warily.
The trip was not wasted.
Sir Ludiac, Evie said, eyes narrowed curiously. There was a Duchess of Brithonica many generations ago. Her name was Constance.
Aye, my lady. You know our history well.
She married the first Argentine king's 3rd son. They had a child, a son, whom she used to try and claim the right to rule Ceredigion. Does Her Highness still press this claim? Sir Ludiac's smile faded.
That was many hundreds of years ago, my lady. We Brithonicans have since learned that the men of Ceredigion are not known for keeping their promises. You are bold to say it,
Owen muttered under his breath. Sir Ludiac bowed to them both and then stomped his way to the door. After he was gone, Owen gave Evie a curious look.
You have a knack for remembering stories. I had not thought of Constance and Goff. That was back at the beginning of the Argentine dynasty, you say?
Evie nodded. She looked very somber. The very beginning. Ours is a kingdom where the stories keep repeating themselves over and over. It's odd, Owen. It's almost as if history were a water wheel that keeps coming back to the same point in the river.
Why do you say that?
Owen pressed. Justine looked up as he approached Evie near the table. Constance and Goff had a son they named Andrew who should have been king. But his uncle claimed the throne for himself, and he put the young man to death. Owen felt his skin crawl.
How old was Andrew?
She blinked up at him, her eyes a mix of green and gray. Our age. Chapter 10. King of Adabirian. The king had given Owen a fortnight to remain in North Cumbria, but not even a fortnight was permitted, as events in the world began to unravel. Owen was fighting in the training yard with Clark from the Espion. He liked practicing with Clark because the man had no chronic weaknesses, meaning Owen did not have his usual easy advantage. In his late 20s, he was strong and fit and had been training his entire life, which gave him the grace and skill to help Owen improve. In addition, he taught Owen how to fight with daggers, how to block with elbows and forearms, how to trip a man and wrestle him to the ground. He was bigger than Owen, so he usually won. The two men were taking a rest, dripping with sweat, when a messenger arrived in the training yard. As he approached, he made a subtle hand gesture identifying himself as part of the Espion. Though he was not old by any means, he had dark brown hair with streaks of premature silver.
What is it, Kevin?
Clark asked. The Espion saw Owen and nodded to him as well.
I have news from Mancini,
Kevin said as he approached them.
For both of us?
Clark demanded, his frown deepening.
Aye. You are both wanted back at court immediately. The king wants Lady Mortimer to come too.
Owen looked between Clark and Kevin in surprise.
Evie? The very one,
the man said with a chuckle.
Mancini requested her specifically. What for, do you know? Well, something is afoot,
Kevin said. He looked around cautiously, making sure no one else was close enough to overhear.
Duke Horwath isn't to know everything, but I was told to share the full truth with you. The king is sending her on a mission to Adabirian.
Owen's stomach dropped suddenly.
Whatever for? It's a mission requiring some modicum of diplomacy,
Kevin said.
She's an earl's daughter, and she's of an age. The king is taken with her sharp wit, her bravery, and her studies, so he's sending her to negotiate a truce with Adabirian's king, Iago Llewellyn. King Severn has already spent too many resources defending against an attack that didn't come from the east as we were expecting. That's what I'm to tell the Duke. But the true story is this. Mancini found evidence that the pretender may in fact be the son of a fisherman in Brugia, a cub by the name of Pierce Urbic.
Kevin looked around again and then dropped his voice even lower.
My Lord Duke, the king wants you to go to Adabirian too, in disguise. We have reason to believe this Urbic fellow is hiding in Adabirian. Lady Mortimer discusses an alliance. You fetch the lad. We'll tell Duke Horwath that you will go in disguise as added protection for his granddaughter. The king trusts you, my lord, to figure out what needs to be done in a place that he can't go himself. That's your mission, and my mission was to tell you. You will get more information at the palace. For now, you are both Horwath knights escorting her ladyship and her maid to Kingfountain, he said, shaking his finger at Clark and Owen. It was strange for Owen to wear the tunic of the Duke of Horwath. He hadn't realized how much of his own sense of self derived from his dukedom's badge until now. He wore it still, hidden beneath his chain hauberk and tunic.
It was exciting to be in disguise, though, and as a knight wearing a chain hood, he was nameless, faceless, and practically invisible. Of course, Evie was wild with eagerness to embark on her secret mission to Adabirian. She had never left Ceredigion before. Justine was cautious and worried, as she tended to be, but it did little to douse her companion's spirits. Evie gave instructions for what books she wanted packed, which gowns and jewels she would wear to the court of Iago Llewellyn. But those items would be sent by cart. She was determined to ride to Kingfountain on horseback rather than be trundled along with the baggage. There were no secrets between Evie and Owen, so he had shared the part of the message that he was supposed to keep to himself. The journey from Dundrennan to Kingfountain took 5 days, and though Evie attempted to convince the others to spend one of the nights camping, they stayed at comfortable inns along the way to ease the burden of the journey. They reached Kingfountain and found everything as chaotic as Owen had expected. His heart was churning with emotions and excitement. He had always wanted to take an adventure, and the idea of traveling with her, of being truly alone and away from court and their lives in Ceredigion, was sweeter than treacle. As they crossed the bridge leading to the palace, he saw the ships docked at the lower portion of the falls and wondered which vessel would be taking them across the sea. They arrived with pomp and fanfare and were ushered into the throne room to see the king, who was pacing, limping slightly, and brooding. Owen saw the king's niece, Elise, sitting on a nearby bench, her eyes puffy and swollen from crying. His heart panged to see her this upset, particularly since he had not seen her in many months, but she did not give him a second look as he entered. His disguise saw to that. "My lord," Evie said with a gracious and formal curtsy, "I am here at your command to do your bidding." Justine curtsied as well, not daring to look the king in the eye. Mancini was leaning against the fireplace. His pose was all easy relaxation, but Owen noticed he did not sip from the goblet in his hand.
"Leave us,"
the king ordered his servants, dismissing the cupbearers and butlers and hangers-on. Lady Elise started to rise as well, but the king curtly shook his head, gesturing for her to stay. In a few moments, the hall had been cleared for the king, except for the new arrivals, Mancini and Elise. The king sighed deeply, then turned to Owen.
"Take off the hood, lad,"
he said with a chuckle.
"Even I hardly recognize you with it. If I, who know you so well, am deceived."
He stopped, his lips quivering. He glanced at Elise, his eyebrows knitting with worry, but a warm, welcoming smile had spread across her face at the sight of Owen's face.
"I will be honest with you all,"
the king continued.
"Things are difficult right now. The attack at Blackpool has the people talking and thinking."
He continued to pace, looking down at the ground, tapping his lips with his black glove.
"I haven't been this vulnerable since before Ambion Hill."
He wiped his mouth.
"Every day Mancini and his espion are finding new traitors. I haven't acted on them yet. He bids me to refrain." "If you act too soon, my liege," Mancini said deftly, "the others will go underground. I'm pulling in the net slowly, lest I lose more fish before the rope cinches." "Who?"
Owen said, feeling his blood boil.
"My own chamberlain," the king said bitterly. "When I found out, I nearly threw him into the river myself. I've rewarded that man. I've trusted him. And he's betrayed me."
The king's eyes turned to molten silver.
"But I heed you, Mancini. Your advice has been sound. Know who the traitors are before acting. That is one reason I cannot go to Adabirian myself. That is why I must trust you."
His gaze fell on Evie, and a proud smile stretched across his mouth.
"You've proven you have courage, my dear. You are sensible. Polydoro tells me you know the history of our kingdom better than anyone, including himself. You know the history of our troubles with Iago Llewellyn's father. Your grandfather and I defeated him last time."
"I know," Evie said, clearly chafing with excitement. I am ready to perform any service I can, my lord. You wish me to negotiate a truce, to cease hostilities between Iago and yourself, to convince him to break the alliance he made with Occitania?
Indeed,
the king said.
But there is more.
Her eyebrows lifted curiously.
This is a game of wiser I intend to win,
the king said.
A strong alliance with Adabirian would change things in my favor. Iago has asked me repeatedly to provide him with a marriage partner befitting his rank. Who he has asked for, well, it's not possible.
He could only mean Elise. It made sense that he would not support such a union. Any offspring they had could be used to make a claim for the throne of Ceredigion.
The lad is ambitious and reckless,
the king continued.
He needs someone to tame him. If I'm to have a partner to watch my flank, I need to be able to rely on that partner. Can I count on your loyalty, Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer?
Her lip trembled. Count on me for what, my lord?
I have ulterior motives for sending you to negotiate this truce with Iago.
Owen's stomach was turning over and over as he realized the direction the current was headed. He deduced what the king was going to say next. He saw what was happening, but felt as powerless against it as he had been to speak his truth to the king before Severn left the north. He wanted to cry out a warning, but he knew he could not. What would you have me do? Evie asked in confusion. Owen glared fiercely at Mancini, who was watching him unflinchingly. Ah, so he knew, and he hadn't warned Owen.
It is my will,
the king said,
that you marry King Iago of Adabirian.
Above all, King Severn of Ceredigion values loyalty. He is known to test the loyalty of those who serve him in ways that truly pierce the heart. Polidoro Urbino, court historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 11. Etain. As Severn said those words, Owen could only listen in shock and pain. Evie flinched as if she'd been struck. There were many things Owen wanted to say at that moment. None would have been prudent. Evie's face was pale, and knowing her as he did, Owen was certain she was battling a fierce storm of emotions. Still, she rallied and bowed before the king. I am grateful to your majesty, she said in a quiet voice, for the trust you have in me. I will go to Adabirian as you have commanded. Though she looked crestfallen, stricken, she put on a submissive air.
I knew that I could depend on you,
the king said.
I would have you depart within a fortnight. But first you must speak with my chancellor, who will explain the state of affairs between our two kingdoms. If you are to go there, you must be prepared to threaten Iago. At all times you are to project strength rather than weakness. My chancellor will also provide you with the funds required to act as my emissary. I have contacts at the court of Iago, which Master Mancini will explain to you. You will go with a full diplomatic escort, including several of my court lawyers to serve as your advisors. But I would have it made clear that you represent me and are empowered to negotiate on my behalf. You must make him see that his interests are best served with me as a friend and Occitania as his enemy. It is a great honor, she stammered. You have proven worthy of it. The king gestured her dismissal. I would speak to Owen next. As you know, he will be going with you as one of your protectors. You may go. Owen's heart was dark and brooding and sizzling with enmity. He cursed himself silently for not speaking to the king about his feelings back at Dundrennan. To expose them now would risk offending Severn to a catastrophic degree. There was only one hope.
He was going with Evie to Adabirian, so perhaps he could prevent the disaster simply by being there. Evie bowed again, still pale with dread, and left the throne room. She glanced at him once before leaving, her eyes beseeching his. Though Owen ached to follow her, he could only stare at her with pain.
"You as well, niece,"
the king said, though he spoke with compassion. Elise looked at the king, a small frown on her mouth, but she rose and left as she had been bidden. Was she suffering because she knew what was happening to Owen and Evie? Or was it this business of the pretender that had her so twisted up inside? As the door shut behind her, Owen turned to face Severn and Mancini. The spymaster gave a nod to tell Clark to stay put. The king rose from his throne, wincing with discomfort, and began to pace the throne room. He glanced at Mancini.
"Fetch her,"
he said curtly. Mancini nodded and walked over to the doorway the king usually used to enter the throne room. The king's expression was guarded.
"Do you really seek a marriage alliance with Adabirian?"
Owen asked, trying to keep his tone neutral, but he felt his voice nearly breaking. The king smirked.
"An alliance if possible. If Iago is smart, he will bite at the bait. But your assignment in Adabirian will be quite different from that of the Earl's daughter. As you have no doubt noticed, the rumors about young Pierce Urbick have rattled my court and stabbed at the heart of my niece."
His face wilted with pain.
"You can imagine it has affected me in an equally painful manner. I have long been under the impression that both of my nephews were murdered. Bletchley left no clues as to the whereabouts of their bodies or even how they were murdered, but my spies in the courts of Brugia and Legault have begun to piece together clues that make this situation very compromising for me. If the lad is who Tunmore claims him to be, then he does have a motive to instigate a challenge to the throne. However, the Diconius is a notorious liar, and he's using his gifts to propagate the boy's story. I might control the treasury and the reins of state, but there are clearly many who would prefer a change in government and benefit from one. I wish to know for certain whether the boy is an impostor." "Ah, there she is."
Owen saw movement from the corner of his eye, and then Mancini returned from the passageway with a young woman at his arm. He recognized the girl immediately as the one he had fought with in the tower. She had on a beautiful court gown, and her hair was done up in a stylish coiffure, obviously another wig. She wore Anchoret's jewels still, and when she saw Owen, a sly smile turned the corner of her lips. Still, she did not give off the sense that she recognized him. Their secret would not be revealed by her. Not yet. A flush of heat bloomed on Owen's cheeks.
"Owen, this is Etain,"
the king said by way of introduction.
"She is the king's poisoner. Etain, my dear, this is Lord Owen Kiskaddon. You will be reporting to him, and to him only, on your assignment in Adabirian. Is that clear?"
"Yes, my lord," she said. Her eyes were twinkling with mirth at the shared memory of their earlier introduction. "I recognized him." She paused just long enough to make him squirm a little, then added, "By the bit of white in his hair." She bowed gracefully to Owen. The king scrutinized her, seemingly curious about her comment, but then he looked away.
"The two of you will need to become acquainted. It was Mancini's idea to hire a poisoner. My brother had a girl working for him for many years by the name of Anchoret Triniui. You've probably heard chatter about her among the Espion."
The name made Owen flinch, but he managed to nod mutely, even as sweat trickled down his ribs. The girl's eyes were watching him closely, studying him for a reaction.
"Etain is from our country. I won't go into her past, but we've had her trained in the arts over in Paisan. She is very persuasive and talented in the art of disguise. But this will be her first test. Mancini tells me you are up to the challenge, Etain. Why don't you explain your mission to Lord Owen?"
Owen's heart turned a little darker, a little sicker.
Before she even said her first words, he had already figured it out, but it would have been rude to interrupt her.
My assignment, Lord Kiskaddon, is to help you infiltrate Iago Llewellyn's court and arrange a meeting between you and the pretender, Pierce Urbic, or Eric Argentine, if you believe his tale. My disguise will be as one of Lady Mortimer's ladies-in-waiting. If the story is true, we will seek a way to persuade him back to Ceredigion to meet the king in person. If the tale is false, well, then I will ensure that he no longer poses a threat.
Owen clenched his jaw, struggling to control his own surging emotions. He felt as if he were already aboard the ship to Adabirion, and the pitching of the vessel was making him queasy. The glee he had felt about journeying alone with Evie was snuffed out like a candle wick.
I still think the boy is likely an imposter,
Owen said softly.
No matter how many he has managed to convince. He's not a boy,
the king answered gravely.
He's older than you, and he has somehow persuaded several rulers in different realms that his claim is legitimate. It is a cruel game they are playing at. My niece is not the only one who is worry-struck. There is more. Mancini, tell him. As you will, my lord,
the spy master said. Owen stared at him with loathing, but he was curious to hear him speak.
I've seen copies of Urbic's claims, just as you found in Chatrion's tent. According to reports, he was smuggled out of Ceredigion as a boy after his older brother was murdered by one of Bletchley's men, a killer known as Tyrell. The boy was commanded not to reveal himself and was kept in the company of protectors who helped disguise his true identity. The lad has sworn this in front of lawyers, so my espion stationed in Brugia began a search there. They found a town along a river where the lad's parents claimed to be. I have their sworn statements. The boy is likely being used by the king's enemies in a great scheme of deceit, but the longer he remains protected by Iago Llewellyn and the other rulers, the more legitimacy he gains. We have a nobleman at Iago's court who informed us that Urbic did indeed journey to Adabirion after his defeat at Blackpool. You and Attain will go to him first, and he will try and get you close to the pretender without compromising himself.
The king came forward, standing before Owen. Sweat glistened on his upper lip. He gripped Owen's shoulders.
Now, can you see why I must send you? I suspect he is an impostor, and I believe he has duped so many because he is either fountain-blessed himself or is relying on the craftiness of Tunmore. But I must know the truth before I act. Elise needs to know. I don't want to be accused of murdering my nephew a second time. You will be able to tell if he has access to the fountain, Owen, and I trust that you can discern if he is lying. The pretender's life will literally be in your hands. You must be very sure. In this matter, I trust you absolutely.
After the interview with the king and his new poisoner, Owen managed to get Mancini alone in the Espion tunnels.
You should have told me this,
he said angrily, grabbing the big man's arm and stopping him as they walked.
Why did you betray me?
Mancini paused and glanced back at him.
I didn't betray you. I outmaneuvered you. That isn't easy to do with a fountain-blessed boy, you know, especially one who cheats. I can't believe you would do this to me,
Owen said with growing agitation.
You know how Evie and I feel about each other. You've seen us together since we were little.
Mancini snorted.
You fancy the girl. Anyone can see that. But Horwath has been deluding himself, and it seems you and Lady Victoria have been doing the same.
His eyes were sharp as daggers.
There is no way in the fountain the king would allow your two duchies to be controlled by a single couple. It would rival the king's own authority. I have consistently advised him to prevent it. Such a union would benefit the two of you, but it would be absolutely detrimental to the king's interests. I cannot imagine how,
Owen nearly shouted, shaking with rage. Mancini pursed his lips.
Your wrath We should discuss this after you've calmed yourself. We will discuss it now, Owen insisted. Your wound is raw and oozing, but it will heal. You want the truth, eh? You and the Mortimer chit are two important powers in the realm. It would be an utter waste of potential to allow you two to unite instead of using you both to increase the king's power.
He jutted his jaw at Owen.
Think on it, lad. Think on it from the king's perspective. If Iago marries her, then he must swear fealty to Severn in exchange for his domains in Ceredigion. And it brings Adabirian under our control through their children. You, on the other hand, have lands that border Occitania. You've already succeeded in growing your domains through Avaranche. It's only natural that the king wants an ally in Brithonica so that land can be used as a base to launch an invasion of Chatrion's realm. That entire kingdom used to be ours, until the maid of Don Remy drove us out like a whipped pup. She was fountain blessed. Well, so are you. The king has big plans for you, boy. And those plans do not include Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer.
Owen felt the fires in his heart burn off into ash. He was sick inside. If there had been a bucket nearby, he would have retched into it. He sagged into the corridor wall, staring incredulously at the Espion master.
I love her, Dominic,
he said, his throat clenching with agony. The spy master gave him a rare, pitying look. He reached out and tried to rest his hand on Owen's shoulder, but the younger man shoved it away.
And what does that have to do with a political marriage?
Mancini said in a disquieting way.
I had begun to fear you'd spent too many years in the north. Horwath has trained you to be a duke. You are his equal, not his inferior. He's hinted to the king that you and Evie are fond of each other, but the king never supported such a match. Best you deal with this disappointing truth sooner rather than later, boy. It will only cause you pain if you hold out hope.
Owen shook his head defiantly.
I'll figure out a way,
he said. Mancini coughed a chuckle.
You do that, lad, but if I were in your place, I'd use this trip to Adabirian to say goodbye. She is the proper marriageable age. She would make an excellent queen. You, on the other hand, haven't even reached your full potential yet. I thought we were allies,
Owen said with suppressed fury.
I never deceived you, Mancini said. You did that to yourself.
He turned to leave, then paused and looked over his shoulder.
Etain will keep an eye on the two of you.
He chuckled softly.
She is a masterpiece of treachery, Owen. I had her trained by the very best. Remember that she is loyal to me.
When King Eredar was forced to leave Ceredigion, he took his younger brother Severn to the kingdom of Phrygia with him. They were hosted by one of the princes of its great cities. King Eredar had a wandering eye, it is said. With so many rumors abounding about this pretender, one must simply consider all the possible options. Perhaps the boy has convinced so many he is Eredar's son because he is a child of the previous king and bears his likeness. But that does not make him a prince. Polydoro Urbino, court historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 12. Promises. Owen paced in his chambers, his mind whirling with schemes for how he could overthrow the king's plot to marry Evie off to Iago Llewellyn of Adabirian. He needed to talk to her, needed to see how she was handling such ill tidings. He hated the fretfulness and consternation caused by this turn of events. Finally, the bustles and creaks in the palace started to wane. After tripping the latch to the secret door in his room, he fetched a candle and started off toward Evie's chamber. He was grateful that he had spent so much time wandering the secret passages of the palace under Enkeret's guidance. His mind wandered to the king's poisoner in the tower, Etain, who had taken to wearing his friend's gowns and jewels. It made him uneasy that she would be traveling with them to Adabirian. But what worried him even more was that King Severn had charged Owen with judging whether she should use her abilities. Defeating someone in battle was one thing. Murdering him in the dark was quite another. The prospect of being involved in such a thing did not sit well with him. Owen traced his hand along the walls, pausing at each intersection to touch the espion signs giving directions. These were ancient catacombs, showing centuries of use. The air smelled musty, and the wind blowing through arrow slits made little ghostly sounds that had once filled him with fear. When he reached Evie's quarters, he tripped the latch and gave the door a little push. There was a mid-sized fire burning in the hearth, and the sound of splashing water. Owen quickly realized he had walked into Evie's chamber while she was bathing. He heard a sharp intake of breath, a gasp, and then Justine was rushing toward him, holding up a towel to block his view.
"Owen, you should not be here," the girl scolded. "Have the courtesy to knock before sneaking into my lady's room. Out you must go." "Justine," Evie said, "don't shoo him away so fast. Let me dry off. I'll be but a moment."
"My lady," Justine said in a warning voice, "this is hardly proper." Owen heard the sound of water dripping on the floor rushes, and his cheeks went crimson with embarrassment.
"No, I'll leave. I'm sorry."
"Wait for me,"
Evie said, speaking in a voice that would brook no disobedience. Justine stood there, clenching her teeth, holding up the towel and giving him a look that was full of disapproval. Her voice dropped lower.
"You should not have come, Owen. If you are caught here, there will be terrible consequences for you both."
"I know, Justine,"
Owen said. Although he couldn't see Evie, he could hear her drying herself with a towel quickly. His embarrassment grew in intensity to the point where he was starting to forget why he had come.
"I'm behind the changing screen," Evie said. "Justine, help me. Grab my nightgown."
Justine's frown was more threatening than a spearhead.
"You stay over there, my lord,"
she urged him, thrusting the towel into his hand. Owen stepped back until he struck the wall by the Espion portal. His forehead was covered in a sheen of sweat, and he was almost tempted to flee for his life as Justine marched back to the changing screen. There were some muttered whispers from the other side, but not even his sharp hearing could make out what was said. A few minutes later, Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer appeared from around the changing screen, finishing the final buttons of her nightdress. Her dark hair was damp from the water, and she was vigorously rubbing it with a small towel to dry it faster. She looked so pretty and intense, and the firelight revealed a little flush on her cheeks.
"Well, Owen Kiskaddon," she whispered playfully, "if you've come to suggest we jump into the cistern tonight, you're too late. I'm already wet."
Justine gave her mistress a scolding look, but Owen barely noticed. He was too transfixed by Evie. As he watched the firelight dance across her gown, his embarrassment began melting away, replaced by more interesting emotions.
"Don't be so shy, Owen," Evie urged. "You've seen me like this before in Dundrennan. Why did you come tonight? We both know it's dangerous to be meeting like this."
His tongue was thick in his mouth, and he felt a bit muddled seeing her that way. She flung the hair towel to Justine, who caught it and muttered something under her breath.
"I had to see how you were doing,"
Owen said awkwardly.
"I've been miserable all day."
Evie shook her head.
"I haven't, and you shouldn't be either."
He stared at her in disbelief.
"But the king said—"
"Toss what he said, Owen."
She walked up to him and reached for his hands. The smell of scented soap still clung to her. Her fingers were wrinkled from the bath water, but the rest of the skin on her hands felt warm and soft.
"You know how Severn is. We both know he's fond of testing his subjects' loyalty. That's exactly what I believe he's doing. He's testing our loyalty. Are we more loyal to him or to each other?"
Owen couldn't help but frown. Holding her hands made his stomach flip around. He had the unbidden, though certainly not unfamiliar, urge to lean down and kiss her mouth, but he didn't dare. She had been a part of his life for years now, and they had grown so close that the thought of her being another man's wife was unthinkable and unbearable. All those hours they had spent kneeling across from each other, knees touching, while he built with his tiles, all the hikes they had taken into the mountains of North Cumbria, trudging through snow. Always it had felt like they were making a promise to each other. A promise that they would be together forever.
"He may be serious,"
Owen said huskily, gazing into her eyes, which were now a calm shade of blue mixed with green. Though he could see the worry in her eyes, she controlled it with a firmness of spirit. "I trust my grandfather," she said softly, confidently. "He has served the king for many years. When he finds out, he'll speak for us. We both know that he wants us to be together." She reached up and smoothed some of his hair by his ear. "As provoking as this situation may be, it does please me that you're upset by it. A little, anyway."
"A little?"
Owen scoffed.
"I can't imagine being more anxious if I were being tied up in a boat about to go into the river."
She gave him a pretty smile. "That's sweet, Owen. I suppose I'm more nervous than I'm letting on, but we've faced worse dangers in the past. He's trying our hearts. I believe that if we stay loyal to him, the king will reward us. I believe that." She squeezed his hands again. Owen sighed, feeling more settled by her assurance. He wanted to believe that too.
"There is something else I wanted to tell you. Something else that I learned."
Her eyes widened with eagerness. "Come, sit down." She brought him over to a small couch and sat him down. For an instant, he thought she would come down on his lap, but she sat next to him. So close he could feel the warmth coming from her. Their hands were entwined. Justine started pacing, casting furtive looks at the door and chafing her hands. She had always been an innocuous presence, but with her mistress now committed to another man, a king no less, she clearly recognized the impropriety of their situation. "What did the king tell you after I was gone?" In the firelight, her eyes had shifted to gray, reminding him of this magic that was only Evie's. He explained quickly, telling her about the king's poisoner, how she would pose as one of Evie's ladies-in-waiting, and what her role would be should the pretender prove to be false. He did not tell her about meeting the girl in the tower earlier and being thrown onto the ground by her. His pride demanded he keep that part to himself, though he felt a little nagging impression that he should tell her. Evie's face darkened at the words. She looked down at their hands, considering it. "I guess I shouldn't be too surprised the king is planning to use the diplomacy of poison." She pursed her lips. "But he should have told me he was doing this." She looked into his eyes. "I'm glad you trusted me with it, Owen. So her name is Etain. Is she as pretty as Anchoret?" He blinked with surprise.
She's much younger. Dunsworth's age, if I were to guess."
"But is she very pretty?" Owen squirmed, wondering how best to answer the question.
"Well, I don't think... It's hard to say. I don't think she's as pretty as you."
A pleased smile spread over Evie's mouth. "She's gorgeous then, just as I feared." But that was a gentle answer. "I know I'm pretty, Owen, but I'm not beautiful. Not in the way the girls from Aquitania are, or the Earl of Huntley's daughter in Attaberian. I've heard about her already today. Lady Catherine the Beauty." She rolled her eyes. "I think I look too much like my father to be considered beautiful." Owen had rarely seen her exude such self-doubt. He suspected she might be fishing for a compliment, though he wondered how someone so confident could still want assurance on such a point.
"You are the most beautiful girl in all of Ceredigion,"
Owen whispered softly, squeezing her fingers. He was so close to her, he saw the dimples as she smiled with pleasure. She looked up at him, her eyes misty with emotion, her lips slightly trembling. There it was again, the desire to kiss her. He could see that she felt it too. She even tilted her head just a little to make it easier.
Justine marched up to them. "You'd better go," she said to Owen in an urgent voice. A kiss was a promise. A kiss was something couples did when courting, usually reserved for after a pact of marriage had been reached. In the eyes of her grandfather, they were already betrothed, promised to each other. But how could he take such a liberty when the king had expressly promised her to someone else? He saw her tongue dart to wet her bottom lip, and it made his bones burn with fire. Owen cleared his throat, his head a bit dizzy from the emotions surging through him.
"Well, I'm glad we're facing this together, Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer."
He brought her hand up to his mouth and pressed a gentle kiss on her knuckles. He could see a shadow of disappointment in her eyes. His throat went dry when he saw her look change. With Evie, an impetuous look like that was always followed by a rash act. She was going to kiss him. A dominant part of him wanted her to do it. "My lady," Justine whispered desperately, clearly coming to the same conclusion. "Don't!" Evie blinked a few times. Then she sighed. "Good night, Owen. My knight. My dearest friend." Her eyes burned into his, still willing him to kiss her. Discomfort held him back. This felt hidden and shameful and secret, which was not what he wanted for them. Owen stood slowly, his knees nearly knocking together, and pulled his hands away. Now a demure lady in appearance, Evie rested hers in the lap of her nightgown. It was so hot in the room, Owen felt like tugging at his collar.
"I'll be your knight,"
Owen said, bowing.
"And my heart belongs to you, my lady."
She looked pleased at the words, but her disappointment was still apparent. "You are dismissed, Sir Knight," she said, and Justine sighed with relief. Owen left through the secret door in her chamber and shut it behind him. He leaned back against it, his heart pounding in his chest with feelings he'd never experienced this forcefully. They were delicious, dangerous, and thrilling. Now that he had seen Evie, he felt more resolved. He was going to outthink King Severn and defeat him in this matter, just as he would in a game of Wiser. He had to. Owen was about to leave, but he had the idea of checking on her one more time. Turning back toward the door, he found the spy holes were already open. But he did not remember opening them. No, the holes must have been closed, or else he wouldn't have burst in on her like that. He hesitated, the ebullient feelings in his heart turning to the oil and sludge of suspicion. "Go ahead and look," Etaine whispered from the dark corridor behind him. Her voice was silky and knowing. "I won't tell." He whirled around to face her shadowy form in the dark tunnel.
"You were watching us?"
Owen stammered in a low voice, feeling mortified as he realized the Espion girl had been spying on them the whole time. He did not hear her approach, but he saw her silver gown in the dim light escaping a hooded lantern. "I'm not as pretty as her," she said slyly. "You struggled with that one. But it was a good answer. You should have kissed her, my lord. She wanted you to. Perhaps you need someone to teach you how." Owen was grateful for the dark to hide his flush. He wanted to be gone. To be anywhere other than that small, confined corridor with the Espion girl who had observed him making a fool out of himself.
"So you are also coming to spy on us throughout the journey?"
Owen demanded thickly, but he suspected he already knew the answer. "Mancini suspected that you were going to tell her about me," Etaine said. "But no, he didn't send me to spy on you tonight. I did that on my own. Just as I didn't tell him that we had already met in my tower. I know that the best secrets are kept, my lord. And I will keep yours." One of the more difficult decisions a prince must make
is what to do with the survivors of a rival. For certainly, if the survivors are allowed to marry and have children, their heirs will become future threats. In the days of the first Argentines, one surviving son was locked away in the dungeons by his uncle and purportedly starved to death. There are no official court documents about how the lad met his fate. This is a more brutal example of how this dilemma may be approached. In this day, King Severn has chosen to deal with the survivors of his brothers thus. He keeps them close to him at the court of Kingfountain. They include his brother's child, Dunsworth, now a man past 20, and his older brother's daughter, Elise, whom he keeps especially close to him. In both cases, he refuses to let them marry and keeps them under constant watch by the espion. For all appearances, they may look free, but it is a cruel form of bondage for one so young. Polidoro Urbino, Court Historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 13. Fate of Princes. In the days following the midnight meeting, preparations were made for the journey to Adabirian. They were to leave on a ship called the Vassalage, which would be escorted by several of the king's warships full of soldiers, lest Iago do something foolish. Owen did not return to Evie's room again, knowing he was being watched by the Espion girl. As a knight in disguise, Owen spent time in the training yard working on his skills. He enjoyed swordplay, and the sweat and the sheer physical effort of it helped distract him from the nagging dilemmas pervading his mind. Owen was in the middle of a bout with the palace swordmaster the morning of the day they were supposed to set sail for Adabirian when two men entered the training yard. He assumed they had come to share the space, but they only stood there and watched him spar. After the bout, Owen sheathed his blade and fetched a drink from a bucket ladle, then dumped some of the water over his head to ease the heat and wash away the sweat dripping down his cheeks. The two men approached him from behind. He could hear the gravel crunching from their boots, and he quickly turned to assess them as potential threats. Not many in the castle had been informed Lord Kiskaddon was there, and most seemed to accept that he was a household knight of Duke Horwath. It was interesting to Owen how a simple change in attire could deceive the senses of people who should have known him. When one looked like a prince, or dressed like a king, it led others to suppose it to be true.
"You're the new knight,"
one of the men said to Owen. It only took him an instant to recognize the young man as Dunsworth, the enemy of his boyhood. Recognizing his face brought ugly memories to mind. Dunsworth had been the castle bully, but he had also been the most constant recipient of Severn's sarcasm and cutting wit. The treatment had probably deranged the young man's mind. Owen had rarely interacted with him since being declared Duke of Westmarch and Horwath's ward in North Cumbria. Standing before him now, Dunsworth still towered over him. He was a full-grown man, but beefy like a cow. His cheeks and neck were thick, and his left eye drooped. He had the unkempt beard of someone who was too lazy to go to a barber for a shave, and his thick brown hair was cropped just above the neck after the fashion of Ceredigion. He smelled of sour wine. Owen gazed at him in surprise and growing disgust. It had been years since he'd seen him this close. It was clear Dunsworth no longer had the discipline of a warrior. His bulk was caused by overeating and a lack of exercise. There was a vague memory that as a boy Dunsworth had spent his free time at the training yard. Owen hadn't seen him there once in the days he'd been back. Silence hung in the air between them for a moment as Owen sucked in these truths and found the taste bitter.
"I'm from the north,"
Owen said stiffly, warily, adding the touch of an accent. Dunsworth's companion looked bored and unhappy. He had given Owen hardly a second glance.
"You're good with a blade,"
Dunsworth said.
"I could swear I knew you from somewhere."
His mouth turned into a frown as his brain tried to reconcile the situation. But he was foggy, unused to thinking, and it was clear he couldn't place Owen's identity.
I must go,
Owen said, not wanting to be trapped in such a conversation any longer. He started to move away from the water bucket, but Dunsworth shot out his hand and shoved Owen back. He wasn't ready to let him leave.
I'm a prince of the blood, Dunsworth drawled. You'll leave when I dismiss you.
Dunsworth's companion rolled his eyes at the comment, but he said nothing. Owen could see the contempt in the man's face. He was a minder, not an accomplice. Owen scrunched up his eyebrows and tapped his lip.
Aren't you Lord Dunderhead? What did you call me?
Dunsworth spat angrily, his face contorting.
Dung heap?
Owen tried again.
No, Dungworth, that's it. I thought I recognized you. Apologies, my lord, for not remembering you sooner.
Dunsworth's companion started to guffaw, looking at Owen as if he were truly insane.
Shut it, Corden,
Dunsworth growled, butting his elbow into his companion's ribs to try to silence him. His face was bright red with fury and humiliation. Owen noticed Clark approaching them briskly from across the training yard.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I must go,
Owen said, walking away. Corden could still be heard laughing behind him, muttering,
Dungworth by the fountain. Mancini sent word to find you,
Clark said as Owen fell into stride with him.
He wants you to inspect the vassalage with him while she's being loaded. The sea storms have prevented our departure long enough. I'm anxious to leave.
Owen nodded, but his mind was still elsewhere.
I can't stand him, he said, nodding back toward Dunsworth. He used to torment me as a boy. He almost recognized me, but I think he's too addled to remember.
Clark looked distastefully at the two men arguing with each other in the training yard.
I pity the man assigned to him, Clark said. That is a duty no espion relishes. Corden is an espion?
Owen asked with a chuckle.
I pity him too, then. What a horrible companion.
Clark was always serious, but his face became even graver.
I had that duty myself a few years ago.
Owen stared at him in shock.
Was it a punishment?
Clark frowned.
No, a duty. And it was miserable. I can only imagine. Did you train with him? Is that why you were chosen? Dunsworth lost his interest in swords years ago. He has one interest now, and it is something the king denies him. Most young men his age are already experienced in the ways of the flesh, to put it delicately. The king denies him any companionship. Dunsworth used to terrorize the serving girls, which is why he now has an espion assigned to him at all times. He has to keep his hands off any lass, for the risk that one of them will bear his child.
Clark looked disgusted.
He'll never be allowed to marry, will he?
Owen asked, his voice softening. He glanced back at Dunsworth with a flicker of pity. Owen could not imagine being permanently deprived of the company of women. It would be an easier fate to be thrown into the river.
No, the lad is utterly miserable. He's a prince of the blood, but he's treated like a prisoner. When I suffered under that assignment, I had to sleep in bed with him at night to ensure he had no bedmates. It's loathsome work, my lord. He drowns his frustration in wine and hardly spends a day sober now. You had to sleep in his bed?
Owen asked with utter revulsion.
How did you bear the smell? Someone has to clean the privies, my lord,
Clark said darkly.
I much prefer your company, to be honest.
Owen glanced back at Dunsworth one last time, and this time the man was staring after him with hatred in his eyes. He felt guilty about taunting him. According to the rights of succession, Dunsworth was Severn's legal heir to the throne, but he was in no way being groomed to take on that role. He was not invited to take part in the king's councils and had always been treated with nothing but contempt and disdain. His father had played the traitor twice, ultimately signing his own death warrant. Officially, he was put to death for convicting Anchoret Triniawi on his own authority, even though she had survived the plunge down the falls. If anything happened to Severn,
It made Owen shudder to think of Dunsworth becoming king of Ceredigion. The thought of one of Severn's young relations inevitably turned his mind to another.
Clark, I've not seen the Lady Elise since the day I arrived. I'd like to see her before I go.
In his disguise as a household knight, he couldn't visit her rooms and ask to see her, not without causing all sorts of gossip. A horrifying thought occurred to him.
Is she being treated like Dunsworth? Is someone escorting her constantly? Is she a prisoner? Oh, no,
Clark said, shaking his head vehemently.
No, she is treated far better. The king trusts her implicitly. She's allowed to go wherever she wants, even to the sanctuary and back to see her ailing mother. So she has not improved?
Owen asked. Clark shook his head.
The king has sent his physicians to treat her, but she continues to languish. The Queen Dowager's health has been pressing on Lady Elise quite heavily. She's not been to court as often because of it. It's whispered amongst the Espion that the king is grooming her to be his heir in case he's poisoned or murdered. She's illegitimate, of course, but something like that can be overruled if need be. They have a close bond, the two of them.
Clark gave Owen a worried look that spoke of the fear of having said too much. Owen nodded encouragingly, and Clark continued in a lower voice.
For years, everyone expected him to take her as his wife. He would not, though. Not his brother's daughter. Will he let her marry, though?
Owen probed. Clark shook his head.
No. For the same reason he won't let Dunsworth. Any child of hers would be a potential threat to him. So she's given her freedom because she's been loyal to him. Exactly. Dunsworth is a fool. There's no other word to describe him. His father was a fool too, always scheming, always hungering for the crown himself. There are those in the kingdom, lesser men, who would prefer a weak king like Dunsworth to a strong one like Severn. It would ruin us all. Severn may be cruel and tight-fisted, but he's brought prosperity. The royal treasury has recovered and then some. He's a formidable power. Adabirian is about to learn that firsthand.
Owen was surprised to find his contempt for Dunsworth had metamorphosed into compassion during their walk away from the training yard and into the castle corridors. The thought of not being able to marry Evie brought him anguish. But not being able to marry at all? To have a constant companion assigned to you day and night would be an unimaginable fate. But a king held such power. A king could ruin a person's life. If Dunsworth did become king one day, Owen could lose his duchy on a whim. He could be exiled as his own father had been. Or worse. Owen's thoughts turned bleaker and bleaker. If Severn had not claimed the throne as his own, he would have lost everything. He would have risked murder or exile. He found himself thinking about the image Evie had drawn for him. About the wheel spinning around and around. It was a long walk from the castle to the docks, which were downriver at the base of the waterfall. It gave Owen a lot of time to think about his upcoming encounter with Mancini. There was a lot he wanted to say to that man, but he realized prudence would be the best approach. Etain had revealed to Owen in the tower that Anchoret had left a message for him. The thought that Mancini had the message had been preying on him ever since. If Owen were to ask after it, the spymaster would know that Owen and Etain had previously encountered each other. Did he want Mancini to know that? It had been Anchoret's greatest trick to keep her secrets secret. His mind turned to the girl they had chosen to be the new poisoner. How had they found her? Owen still wished he had not been so unguarded about his relationship to Anchoret, but what other explanation was there for how he had ended up in her tower? Just being there had implicated him. How clever was this poisoner? Would she begin to deduce that Owen's reputation for being able to see the future was a sham? What would she do with that knowledge if she did realize the truth? Mancini knew it, of course, but he obviously hadn't told her. Mancini was quite adept at manipulating the king. He always made sure that the Espion brought in news that the king would find interesting, news he would be able to act upon. While Ratcliffe had mostly responded to events, Mancini crafted them in his favor. He had made himself indispensable to Severn, always acknowledging with false humility that he served at the king's grace and pleasure. Now that Owen was reaching the age of his manhood, he had learned that the world always felt like a dangerous, threatening place. A place where trust and loyalty were as rare as gems and even more valuable. Owen's loyalty to the king had resulted in his position as a Duke of the Realm. But trust was as fragile as eggshells. The king didn't know that Owen had conspired with Anchoret, and even Mancini, to dupe him. Their relationship of trust was based on that long-ago deceit. What if Etain revealed the truth to the king to further her own ambitions? And it was Owen's intention, even now, to use his fountain-blessed abilities to thwart the king's plans for Evie. The king only believed that Owen had visions. He did not know about his true abilities.
There she is,
Clark said, huffing as they descended the stairs carved into the cliff walls.
There is your ship.
Owen's stomach prickled with excitement. He was going to make the most of this journey. He was going to make sure Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer did not marry anyone but himself, despite Mancini, despite the king. Of all the kingdoms, Ceredigion and Aquitania share the most similarities in regards to heritage. While other kingdoms do espouse a belief in the fountain, many have laid aside some of the traditions and beliefs, but both Ceredigion and Aquitania still execute their traders by means of waterfalls. Both enshrine the ideal of the female in the personage of Our Lady. They carve monuments to her of stone and build fountains around them. I have read many of the local histories regarding these traditions, dating back to myths regarding the first over-king of Ceredigion, King Andrew. I use the word myth because there is no documented evidence that King Andrew ever lived. Yet every person in every kingdom believes he was a historical person. A king who left Ceredigion in a small boat and vowed to return to power when his kingdom was besieged. This is known as the prophecy of the dreadful dead man. The Aquitanians fear King Andrew's return. The Ceredigic people eagerly await it. Polidoro Urbino, court historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 14. The Vassalage. Mancini slapped the timbers holding up the roof in the cabin. He wrinkled his nose and then nodded to Owen with purpose.
She's a sturdy ship, lad, but not meant to withstand ballista fire.
What's a ballista? Owen asked, looking at the comfortable bed where Evie and Justine would be sleeping. Several chests had already been stowed in the room, and the rest of their belongings were being lowered into the hold with ropes. The creak and sway of the timbers made him grip a post to steady himself.
An overgrown crossbow,
Mancini said.
Edinburgh has 2 fortresses commanding the lake, each with probably 20 ballistae. They are burdensome to load, but give deadly fire. Fortunately, they have a weakness: the string used to load them. My espion in Edinburgh has been assigned to infiltrate these fortresses and nick the ballistae strings. Imagine loading one of those when the string snaps.
He shrugged.
It will only matter if you need to make a quick escape. I'm expecting,
he added seriously,
that the negotiations will be successful.
Not if I can help it, Owen thought darkly, but he nodded in agreement. Mancini folded his arms, looking annoyed.
You don't seem to accept the current state of affairs yet. At least you're not still sulking.
Owen could tell he was probing for weakness, and he didn't want to give himself away with an impulsive response.
If you're expecting me to be happy about it already, Mancini, then you've misjudged how I feel about the girl.
Mancini shook his head.
No, I'm not expecting you to be happy. Marriage isn't about happiness, it's about politics. Name me one happy marriage between nobles that didn't end in disaster. Marriage is power. It either increases or it withers.
Owen pursed his lips, thinking on that for a moment.
By your same argument, Mancini, maybe it's because most marriages are political that they fare so badly. If you poison the well water, everyone who drinks from it gets sick.
The head of the Espion gave Owen an exasperated look.
Remind me next time that arguing with you is tantamount to playing wiser. I always lose.
If you need the reminder, Owen said with a mocking smile.
Your quarters are over here,
the spy continued, escorting Owen to the room next to Evie's.
A knight should be guarding his lady. You and Clark will take turns walking this corridor while she is in the chamber. Take shifts sleeping. At night, Etain will watch from inside the girl's room, so don't get any romantic ideas. The poisoner's ability with the Adabirian language is such that she can pass for a native quite deceptively if needed, through one of her many disguises, and she's also been studying the Espion maps. She'll help you locate and apprehend the pretender.
Owen nodded, rubbing his lip with his finger.
So you believe he truly is a pretender, Mancini?
The spy shrugged with cynicism.
It's highly suspicious that this young man should suddenly appear in the major courts of the continent. A man grown instead of a boy. I've heard many say he looks like Eridor, but let's be honest. Eridor wasn't as faithful to his queen as Severn is to the mere memory of his.
He wiggled his fingers together playfully.
I'm still trying to find a suitable wife for him. It's been 10 years. Perhaps that is a lucky number after all.
Through the doorway, Owen saw Etain walking down the aisle toward them, her skirts swishing as she moved. She was dressed as a lady-in-waiting, her gown showing her station to be lower than Evie's. Her wig was brown now, like chestnuts. The necklaces and jewels she had appropriated from Anchoret were gone, replaced by simpler fare, but there was no hiding her beauty. "Is all well here?" she asked.
Owen and I were just talking about you,
Mancini said enigmatically. She dimpled but said nothing in reply.
Look at you,
Mancini said, reaching out and touching her chin. He lifted it and angled her head to one side and then another, as if she were an animal being inspected. Owen saw her eyes glitter with disdain, but she did not resist him.
You are one of my finest accomplishments, he whispered in a low voice. You will be one of the best poisoners in any kingdom, even better than your predecessor. I've spared no expense in her training,
he added as an aside to Owen. Then, fixing his gaze with hers, he continued.
And you look almost as innocent as the Earl's daughter. Almost.
He patted her cheek, his gaze openly admiring his handiwork. He shivered.
Do us proud, girl. The pretender must perish.
If he's lying, Etain reminded him, giving Owen a quick look. If he's only pretending to be a prince. Mancini smiled sardonically.
You and Owen are too alike. He is an impostor, I have no doubt of that. You could pass yourself off as an earl's daughter, or a shepherdess. I've trained you to be anyone. This Urbic fellow could be anyone too, even a trained poisoner like you are. Be on your guard.
I always am, she replied deferentially. But Owen could see shades of contempt in her eyes. Mancini thought this girl was tame, but she had a mind of her own. A loud voice rang out from the deck. It was the captain calling attention to the arrival of Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer, the Earl's daughter.
Our lady has arrived,
Mancini said.
I'd best start back for the palace.
He turned back to Owen again.
Evie is in charge of the negotiations, but you are in charge of defending her and our forces. The king trusts you, lad. If you need to start a war with Adabirian, you have the authority to do so. Severn wants this to be a display of his power, and he's authorized the girl to make quite a nuisance of herself. Make sure it is memorable enough for word to spread to the other courts.
I will, Owen said, looking deep into Mancini's eyes. He had hoped the man would confide in him without being bidden, perhaps as a nod to the fact that he'd sabotaged Owen's life. But he had said nothing about Anchoret's letter, and Owen did not want to reveal that he knew about it. Not yet. Mancini patted Etaine's cheek one more time and then sauntered back down the aisle so he could leave by the gangway. Owen watched him for a moment before turning his gaze back to Etaine. Her eyes were raw with disgust and contempt as she stared after the espion.
"You don't like him very much," Owen said softly.
She gave him her haughty look again. It slipped on like a mask. "Would you like to be treated as if you were only a weapon, not a person?" Then she smoothed her gown, and a pretty smile tipped up the corners of her mouth. "I have to prove myself on this mission, my lord. I cannot fail. At anything, it seems," she added in a deceptively cheery tone. Her palm stroked her stomach. "I will enjoy working with you, I think. We are not so very different in age. You look a little older than 12. She winked at him to let him know she was teasing. He didn't believe her banter for a moment. Was she a dangerous serpent to be avoided and feared, or was she someone who could be trusted? She had kept their encounter in the tower secret. He thought he could see glimpses of her beneath the mask, but he would need to know more about her before he decided if he could trust her. There was a commotion on deck as Evie made her way to the staterooms, the sailors cheering in welcome. She walked confidently, waving back at them, and her beautiful gown shimmered in the sunlight as the light caught the gems and silver thread. Etaine was watching him watch her, a sly smile on her mouth. He knew it, but he still had a hard time taking his eyes off the girl who had carved a part of his heart away from him. The poisoner put a hand on Owen's shoulder, and when she spoke, her voice was just a whisper. "I think it's harsh, what they're doing to you both. For what it's worth." She patted his shoulder and then slipped into Evie's room quietly, letting Owen be the one to greet her first. Owen had never been to sea before. He had worried, based on the experiences of others, that he would be green-sick like poor Justine, who spent nearly all her time aboard crouched over a bucket. She looked a miserable creature, and even had vomit in her hair. Evie was immune to the effects. She walked from one end of the ship to the other, asking questions and learning about the nautical terms, and basically charming the captain and his entire crew with her intense interest and curiosity. Owen walked in her shadow, a hand on his sword, and felt the salty breeze in his hair. He could almost feel the ocean beneath his boots, and the rhythmic sway was as gentle to him as a mother's lullaby. They followed the coast of Ceredigion up to East Stowe before plunging into the open sea separating the two kingdoms, which were adjacent to each other. Sailors were always nervous being in open waters, but it was not a lengthy voyage. Land was sighted on schedule, and the weather, according to the captain, had been surprisingly calm compared to the previous fortnight. Upon reaching the coast of Adabirian, they took the eastern approach to reach Edinburgh on the other side of the island. There would be no hiding the fleet, and Owen knew word of their imminent arrival would precede them to Iago Llewellyn's court. The navigator was from the merchant fleet and knew the way to distinguish the fjords and rocks and how to maneuver the ship safely through them. After nightfall, Owen found himself standing at the prow of the ship with Evie. She leaned over the railing, her hair whipping around as the wind caught it. She was beaming, her face soft as they faced the purple sky, the sun setting far behind them. Many in the crew had gathered to the stern to watch the sunset, as was their ritual. But Evie had wanted to face forward, toward their destination.
"Where is Justine?"
Owen asked, joining her at the rail and planting his elbows next to her. "In the cabin," Evie said, cocking her head at Owen. She shivered with delight, her eyes glowing. "I've never been at sea before. I could get used to this. I would love to visit each of the kingdoms and learn about them firsthand. Books are lovely, of course, but seeing Adabirian fills me with anticipation. Look at those mountains. They are hauntingly beautiful."
"You wish to stay here, then?"
Owen asked a bit too snidely. She gave him an annoyed look.
You don't understand. I love traveling and visiting new places. I don't want to come here to stay. I want to see Aquitania, Genevar, and Paisan too. I want to see all the places I've only read about. She folded her arms beneath her breasts and leaned forward against the rail, breathing it all in. He was tempted, for just a moment, to grab her waist and startle her. He looked around, saw that no one was looking their way, and succumbed to it. She gasped with surprise and shock, and then turned and hit him on the arm. "That wasn't kind," she said. "I thought I was falling." Owen was trying to control his laughter, which only made it worse, and she hit him again. "Stop it! You're such a boy. We're not 8 anymore, you know. What if I had fallen in?" He had to wipe the tears out of his eyes.
You always said you fancied to know what it would be like falling off a waterfall. It isn't even that far down.
"You are contemptible," she chided. But there was her smile again. A warm, knowing smile that went straight through his heart like a ballista bolt. She leaned back against the railing, her hands behind her, her head cocked to one side. The sun had set and darkness was settling in all around them, lowering like a bank of clouds preceding a storm. Owen leaned his elbows against the rail again, inhaling the salty smell of the air. "Why won't you kiss me, Owen Kiskaddon?" Evie asked in a small voice, only loud enough for him to hear her. It was almost a whisper. "I've tried to make it obvious enough, but you are either being stubborn or you don't want to." He felt a blush rise to his cheeks and his stomach flipped around like a fish on the deck.
You don't know how much I want to,
he said, unable to stop the words from spilling out. "That's comforting," she said dryly. "At least it's not because you don't want to." "Why haven't you, then?"
Why are we talking about this? He asked her.
"Because I'm a girl and girls like to talk about kissing," she said with a mischievous smile. "I've wanted you to kiss me for years, and you never have. I've almost kissed you first 1,000 times, but I always wanted you to be the one to start it. Justine is vomiting in a bucket in my room. The crew is watching the sunset over there, and your thought was to startle me by pretending to push me overboard." She sighed with exasperation. "Sometimes I can't figure out how your mind even works." Owen could hardly make sense of his churning emotions. They were a mix of delight, mortification, embarrassment, eagerness, wariness, and giddiness. He hung his head and chuckled. She had the ability to talk about the most ridiculous things with candor. She was so open, so assured of herself. He envied her that. He was constantly riddled with worries and doubts.
"Sometimes I can't figure it out myself,"
he said honestly.
"It was a perfect moment and I ruined it."
"Yes, you did." She reached over and touched his arm. When he looked up at her face, he saw tenderness there. A feeling of protectiveness came over him. She clucked her tongue in regret. "Well, here comes the captain. Tomorrow we'll be in Adabirian, in front of strangers who abide by savage customs. People there eat with their hands and throw cups of wine and scream at each other during meals." She wrinkled her nose. "They also start fights rather rashly. As one of my knights, I'm depending on you to defend my honor." She gave him an arch look. Owen rose and bowed to her formally.
"I will defend it with my life, my lady."
She pursed her lips at his gallant comment and then gave him a dismissing nod as the captain approached. Later, after midnight, Owen was pacing the corridor outside her room, rebuking himself for having missed the perfect opportunity to kiss her. His conflicting emotions stymied him. He wanted to show her how he felt, to pledge his heart to her in a meaningful way. But to do so would feel disloyal to the king. This was a test, he tried to reassure himself. It was only a test. Part of him believed it, but a nagging voice in his head insisted the intended alliance with Adabirian was real. If so, kissing her now would make things worse for them in the future. It could even damage their friendship. He had promised Clark he would awaken him after midnight, but Owen did not know if he would even be able to sleep. A sliver of light bloomed from her doorway, and he noted it immediately, his nerves taut and on edge. Swinging his head around quickly, he saw Etain framed in the glow. She gestured for him to approach, and he hurried over to her.
"What is it? What's wrong?" he whispered.
Etain shook her head.
"Nothing's wrong," she whispered. "I gave Justine a sleeping potion for her seasickness. A strong one. She won't awaken until morning." Her eyes were full of mischief. "Shall we trade places?" Chapter 15. Edinburgh. Owen stared at Etain, the conflict within him growing fiercer. The thought of being alone with Evie, truly alone with her, kindled a feeling inside him akin to the roar of a waterfall. But at the same time, he felt distrustful of the espion's intentions.
"What do you mean?"
Owen asked, wrinkling his brow. "I'll guard the door. You can be in here." One of the strategies in Weiser was to move a piece for an easy kill. To an opponent, it would look like an error, but it was a more deliberate move intended to provoke an action that would later be regretted. As Owen stood there in the dark corridor, he felt he would be making a crucial mistake if he accepted Etain's offer. Perhaps she was testing him. He shook his head.
"Thank you, but no. I have a duty to perform, and so do you."
Etain looked a little startled. She stared at him for a long moment and then gave him a nod of respect. Not one young man in 20 would have said no. You are unique. She came out into the hall, shutting the door quietly behind her. With the absence of light, shadows engulfed them.
"I would never want to do anything to dishonor her,"
Owen said in the darkness. He didn't like that he couldn't see her face very well, as he would have to judge her by her words alone. "Thank the fountain you are not like Dunsworth, then," she replied with an edge in her tone. "If that man ever became king, well, I'd probably poison him first."
"I'm nothing like him. He used to torture me as a boy."
"He tortures anyone he can," she replied with a grunt, and Owen was suddenly suspicious that she had experienced a run-in with him before. "You have my respect. Sadly, it's been my experience that most young men are more like him than not. When I caught you sneaking into her room the other night, I had my suspicions about the two of you." Owen leaned back against the wall.
"When I went in to see her, Justine was there and fully awake. It wouldn't be proper to see her without a chaperone. Not at night, anyway."
"You believe in the old code of chivalry? How quaint. You care about her honor and not just about gratifying your needs," Etain said with a smirk.
"She's also my friend,"
Owen said simply.
"Of course I do."
He was a little put off by the king's poisoner. Or perhaps he was just comparing her to Anchoret. Maybe she too had been worldly and cynical when she was younger. Owen wondered again if he could trust her. He realized now that he wanted to.
"In addition to poison, what are your other skills?" Owen asked.
"I was fully trained," she replied evasively. She was not one to reveal anything about herself. "Tell me about Anchoret. I've only known her through Mancini's eyes. She was the standard, the mark I had to aspire to better. You were only a child, but what do you remember?" Owen's vision was adjusting to the darkness, and he saw her better and better. She was studying him just as he was studying her.
"I don't like talking about her,"
Owen said, trying to keep his voice neutral.
"It was so long ago."
"Very well. When you are ready, then. I would be grateful if you told me. It is difficult competing against a ghost."
"I imagine so,"
Owen said. He wondered about this girl. her defenses and weaknesses. What would his magic reveal about her? He opened himself up to the power of the fountain, his source of power and insight. Letting the magic ripple through him, he extended it out to Attain, probing for her weakness. Everyone had a characteristic weakness, except for Clark. Probing Clark was like testing the walls of a dam. He wondered whether Attain had any chinks. He learned immediately that she was left-handed and always disguised that fact out of embarrassment. She had trained herself to be almost equal with her right hand, but she definitely had a dominant hand, and it made her difficult to predict. She shivered suddenly as the magic probed her more deeply, looking for more. "What are you doing?" she demanded in a quavering voice. Owen stopped the flow of magic, startled that she had noticed it.
"What?"
Owen asked, feeling a little guilty that he had been caught at it. She backed away from him just slightly. Did you just use your fountain magic on me?" Owen stared at her, conflicted. There was no denying it.
"Yes. You felt it?"
"I'd never felt it before." Her voice was just a whisper, a mix of awe and fear.
"Are you fountain blessed?"
Owen whispered. "I don't know," she said. "But I felt something. It was coming from you, like a river. How did you do that? What were you doing to me?" she asked, distrust seeping into her voice.
"I guess you could say I was testing you in my own way."
She shuddered again. It felt strange, yet pleasant. I almost didn't notice it with this ship rocking. How old were you when you learned you were fountain blessed?
Owen hid his smile. "Very young. It usually begins with a habit, a task, something that you focus on and lose yourself in, something that you love and are passionate about. It's different for everyone. That task fills you with the fountain's power. Once you've stored it, you can use it in certain ways. I can sense it when someone else uses it. If you can, then maybe you are just discovering your power."
Attain stepped forward suddenly, and he could see the scant light reflecting off her eyes. "Will you teach me?" she asked, so fervent he could only stare at her, speechless. The vassalage reached Edinburgh, and everyone came on deck to watch as the ship navigated slowly through the mouth of the bay. The cliffs on each side were massive and crowned with timber battlement walls. What struck Owen immediately was that the defenses were primarily made of wood. The wood was nearly black, and the posts were all sharpened like stakes. Torches burned in iron sconces, belching black plumes into the air. As the ship came into the bay, Owen stared out at the massive lake-like harbor. It was small compared to the one at Kingfountain, but there were ships from every kingdom there, including Ceredigion, so the vassalage did not stand out. Craggy fingers of rock protruded from the bottom at certain places in the bay. A waterfall gushed down into the bay, and Owen could hear its roar even from a distance. The Palace of Edinburgh was built into the cliff near the falls, accessible by means of a series of wooden rails and stairs constructed along the side of the mountain. There were houses fitted vertically into the cliffs all around the bay, but they were rustic-looking, peak-shaped lodges, few larger than a single story. Owen breathed in the salty air that reeked of fish. There were no structures made of stone, he suddenly realized. Not a single one. It did not even require his special ability for him to see the weakness. Fire. A few ships with archers in the hold with pitch-tipped arrows could wreak havoc on such a place. Their ship maneuvered around the tall columns of stone protruding from the lake, and Owen leaned against the railing, staring down at the waters. With the rushing noise of the waterfall in his ears and the sight of lapping waves all around him, Owen felt something stir inside him. It felt familiar, almost like a mother's soothing whisper. He stared down at the water, trying to see beyond the foam. He was trying to see because he suddenly knew without a doubt there was something down there. The memory of the ephemeral treasure in the cistern at Kingfountain flickered through his mind.
The true Edinburgh was drowned.
The insight came to him with such startling clarity that he gasped. Visions bloomed in his mind unbidden. Their ships were gliding over the ruins of a lost kingdom. It was all still there, submerged beneath the waves. Castles made of stone, cottages and wells and hedge walls, the buildings were all still down there, blanketed in seaweed and muck.
"What is it, Owen?"
Evie asked with concern. She touched his arm, and the contact snapped him out of the vision's thrall. Owen staggered back from the railing, breathing hard and fast. The inhabitants of the original settlement had all drowned. Only those who'd lived in the upper mountains had survived. Indeed, all that was left was the upper mountains. There were no stone buildings because the devastation had crushed Edinburgh into poverty. He did not know how long ago it had happened, but he could almost hear the screams of sorrow muffled by the water.
"Are you sick?"
Evie asked again, looking at him worriedly. Owen felt sick. He could not even comprehend the amount of water that must have come crushing down into the valley. This wasn't a bay at all. It was a death trap.
"I don't know,"
Owen said, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. Sometimes the fountain spoke to him. It was rare and had not happened in a while. When it did, it left his bones feeling weak. He didn't want to frighten her, nor could he even find words to describe what he had seen.
"I need to sit down."
Turning, he managed to sit down with his back against the side of the railing. How many had died? How many had been drowned? It felt like the roar of the waterfall was the only thing blocking out the shrieks of the dead. Justine crouched next to him and offered her bucket to him, giving him a sympathetic look. She patted his shoulder.
"Don't hold it in," she said. "It only makes it worse. I felt it as soon as I got on board."
He wanted to laugh, but his throat was dry as sand. He wasn't seasick. He was horrified. It was as if he'd encountered a mass grave after an enormous slaughter.
"We're almost to Edinburgh,"
Evie said sweetly, rubbing his shoulder. After a while, Owen's shock began to subside. He thanked Justine for the bucket he hadn't used and made it back to his feet. They were approaching the docks to the right of the falls. The cliffs were jagged and broken, and large boulders peeked out of the waters. The ships had to move carefully, maneuvering by poles and oars until they reached the safety of the harbor. The cliffs, up close, were a mesmerizing shade of green from the moss clinging to the rocks. An abundance of pine and cedar trees crowned the mountains, which was undoubtedly another reason why so much of the city was constructed of wood. Part of the stone cliffs had a peculiar natural pattern that fascinated Owen. They looked like a bunch of slim columns or strands bunched together in cords. The pattern resembled a tiled wall, and there were mounds of broken pieces of stone at the base of the cliffs. As the gangway was hoisted to connect to the ship, Owen watched as a nobleman shuffled his way down the pier with an entourage of knights. Rather than armor, they wore toga-like cloaks and skirts and boiled leather bracers and girdles. Each had high leather boots covering pants that seemed to be made out of woolly sheepskin. Their hair was long and braided, and each was bearded. They looked like wild men. The effect was only heightened by the fact that each cloak and skirt bore a different patchwork pattern. The nobleman leading them was a mature man, his hair only partially tamed, with a cropped beard and mustache. He was a handsome fellow, quite tall, and he stood with one foot planted on the dock, the other on the gangway, his hand resting on a huge sword that was hanging from straps around his shoulders like a longbow.
"Milady of Ceredigion,"
the nobleman said in a thick accent, giving her a bow and a flourish. He was looking up at Evie, who was standing by the captain. Owen and Clark stood just behind her.
"Ye are most welcome to Edinburgh. Word of your impending arrival came aforehand. Our most illustrious King Iago IV bids you welcome and honor. Ye have come just in time to participate in the revels."
Evie's brow furrowed.
"And what revels might those be, my lord?"
she asked formally. He gave another swooping bow, extending his arm in a broad sweep.
"Why, the nuptials, my lady. The marriage of Ceredigian's true king to the daughter of the Earl of Huntly of our fine realm. I hope ye have a stomach for mead, for there is plenty of drink at hand. Come, pay homage to your new king, my lady. He is expecting ye as well."
"Now this will be interesting," Evie muttered under her breath to Owen. Then she straightened imperiously and started down the gangplank. Chapter 16. Iago Llewellyn. They had to climb a huge series of wooden steps fixed with railings to reach the court of King Iago. Several members of their party were fatigued after mounting so many steps, but Owen and Evie were accustomed to long hikes. As they ascended the terraced planks, the rushing sound of the waterfall became part of the general noise, but it was still impressive to see the falls. They were birthed from a river that twisted and moved within a steep chasm of tree-topped growth. The falls seemed to start a bend in the river, forming a crescent-shaped drop that was both wide and steep. Owen saw a black slicked tree wedged against rocks at the top of the falls. The force of the current pinned it there, preventing it from dislodging and careening down. Farther upstream, he could see timber rafts landing at river docks that were located a good way inland from the falls. The climb brought them to the wide plateau where the king's lodge stood. Lodge was the word that best described it, for it had none of the majesty of the palace at Kingfountain. The structure was large, and there were several gabled wings attached to the symmetrical roof. A huge chimney rose from the center, belching a plume of soot. As he drew nearer, Owen saw the posts and beams were carved with an inlay of gold designs. The designs were of high craftsmanship and reminded Owen of the patterns found in leather weaving. At least 24 armed warriors in leather and skirts were posted at the front of the lodge, equipped with thick spears and bronze helmets from which their braided hair and beards could be seen. Each man had half his face painted in blue woad. Clark nudged Owen's elbow and nodded toward a nobleman who was standing to the side of the porch, accompanied by a small entourage of servants with caps and quills. The man was balding with strands of black hair combed from the front of his dome down to the back.
"He's Espion,"
Clark whispered.
"Just showed me a hand sign."
Owen nodded and followed Evie up the wooden steps of the lodge. The warriors guarding the entry peeled back, and the enormous wooden doors were yanked open by their stout iron handles, each taking a strong man to heave it open. As the doors opened, the roar of the waterfall was overcome by the commotion of a lively celebration. There were flutes and pipes and the stomp of boots in fast dancing. Smoke billowed out, for every other man inside the room had a curved pipe to his lips, and an enormous fire burned in a sunken pit in the middle of the hall. Long spits of meat were hung over the pit, and lads were crouched by the edges, turning their hands to rotate the sizzling flesh. The air smelled of crisping fat, honeyed mead, and sharp cheese. The commotion and assault on the senses made Owen's head whirl. He rested his hand on his sword hilt, feeling threats and dangers were everywhere.
"Follow me this way,"
shouted the nobleman who had escorted them from the docks. His voice barely rose enough to be heard over the noise. Evie nodded, and they followed him around the perimeter of the hall, under wooden arches and beams that held up the massive roof. In the center of the roof was a huge opening leading to the chimney, allowing smoke from the fire and pipes to escape. Still, Owen felt the fumes sticking to his clothes and skin. They approached the head of the hall, where a wide dais led to an empty wooden throne. Torches hung on the walls behind the throne, revealing a mosaic of engraved sigils inlaid with gold. Next to the throne was a small pedestal and a goblet made of bronze that looked apt to tumble off the edge. Owen tried to catch a glimpse of King Iago or the Pretender, but with all the whirling bodies, clapping, and stomping, it was impossible to make any sense of the scene. The footwork of the dancing was impressively complicated. Nothing like the more stately, solemn, and slow movements Owen was used to from the court at Ceredigion. Each man held up an arm in a half-moon shape while he danced, holding his partner's waist in a grip that mirrored the posture with the other arm. How to describe the women? It was impossible to distinguish their hair color, because each wore a stylish headdress of varying design that completely concealed her hair. No two headdresses were the same, or so it appeared to Owen. How they managed to keep them on was a mystery, particularly considering the velocity of the dancing. The small serving girls who scuttled in and out with trays of drink and food did not wear them, though their hair was meticulously braided, some even with flowers, but it was definitely a symbol of wealth or power or rank to have an ornate headdress. In contrast, the gowns of the ladies were far simpler than the fashions Owen had seen in his own kingdom. Evie and her company were escorted to the empty throne at the head of the hall and made to wait. Then a tall, fat man who reminded Owen of Mancini raised a huge horn to his lips and let out a blat that nearly shook the walls. The horn came down and the man wiped his lips on his sleeve. The dancing stopped mid-step. The nobleman who had escorted them raised his voice. "Lord King Iago, you have a visitor from the benighted realm of Ceredigion. Lady Mortimer has come to the great hall of Chambliss to seek your counsel." Considering the press of dancers, it was impossible to judge whom the nobleman was addressing. Owen searched the faces, trying to identify the king from the rabble, and then he spied him. For heads all around the great room turned to look at him, and a small opening peeled off to provide him a view of Evie and her escorts. Iago was short. By Owen's reckoning, and from what he'd been told by Mancini, the young king was nearly 20 years old. He was sweating profusely, and his mane of black hair was disheveled by the dance. There was nothing in his Atiberian garb that differentiated him from his peers at all, except for a circlet of dark gold around his brow, which Owen had not noticed amidst the throng. The king held the hand of an exquisitely beautiful young woman in a white satin dress, so white that it appeared to be snow, with a dazzling silver girdle and billowing sleeves. Her ornate silver headdress concealed her hair, but not her serious mouth, flushed cheeks, and hazel eyes. The king held her hand and escorted her down the tunnel of bodies until he reached another young man. As the king delivered the woman's hand into the awaiting grip of the young man, restoring the bride to her husband by all looks of it, Owen realized instantly that he was their quarry. This young man was the pretender, and he did indeed look like an Argentine. The king dipped his head to the young woman, saying something in the thick brogue of his native tongue, then brushed his hands together vigorously and strode across the hall to greet them with a charming smile.
"My fair Lady Mortimer,"
the king said in a polished accent,
"you have come just in time to join the dance. May I be the first to introduce you to the quaint traditions of my realm?"
He bowed resplendently. Evie's eyes were like flint, and she gave off a haughty manner, not submissive or impressed in the least.
"My lord, Lady Mortimer is my mother," she said curtly. "I am Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer, granddaughter of Duke Horwath, who defeated Atiberian at the Battle of the Steen 13 years ago. I did not come here to dance, my lord. I came here to prevent another war."
Her voice was commanding, imperious, and it sent a hush through the crowd more efficiently than the horn man had done with his tune. The hush was followed immediately by a murmuring of anger and resentment, making Owen fear she had gone too far. The king's eyes narrowed as the sweat continued to trickle down his face. Owen realized they were sequestered at the end of the hall that was farthest from the doors. It was quite a vulnerable position.
"Well,"
the king said tightly, his face betraying strong emotions, none of them positive.
"you speak very boldly to a king, Lady Mortimer."
"Lady Elizabeth will do if you cannot pronounce my entire name," she said pointedly. You are by rights the king of this realm, but remember, my lord, that the Duke of North Cumbria holds domains far vaster than this puny island.
He gritted his teeth at her audacity.
You are outspoken, he said evenly. So my cousin, Severn, bids a little girl of his realm to come and lecture me on history? I fear him not, Lady Mortimer. For I hold in my court the true king of Ceredigion.
He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, gesturing for the young man Owen had previously identified to approach. Owen's stomach twisted with concern at how Evie was handling the situation. She, an earl's daughter, was treating herself as equal to the king of Adabirion. She was establishing her authority as emissary of a realm that dwarfed the size of Adabirion and could afford to treat it with impunity. It was a highly offensive approach, and Owen hoped it would not destroy her standing. The pretender approached. Tall and athletic, he looked to be a few years older than Owen and Evie. He had the Argentine chin, but he did not share Severn's dark looks. No, his hair was gold, and he was every bit as handsome as Eridur was purported to have been. The girl in the white dress was on his arm, her expression serious and concerned, troubled. She seemed to understand the language of Ceredigion, or so her appearance indicated.
I bid you greet Eric Argentine, true king of Ceredigion, and his wife, Lady Catherine, the Earl of Huntley's daughter.
Iago said, his voice full of hostility.
They were wed this morning. It is their wedding celebration you are interrupting so rudely with your provocations.
Eric, or was it Erbic, was not dressed like the others in the room. And his more formal attire, although almost indistinguishable from the uniform of underservants within Kingfountain Palace, was probably the finest outfit in the entire island kingdom. Even the Earl's daughter's dress, the white one, was inferior to Etaine's and Justine's and far less fashionable. The wealth in the kingdom had obviously not recovered from the loss of the original city and a long history of conflicts. They were not in a position, financially, to wage war on Ceredigion.
"We meet at last," Evie said with a false cheerfulness, turning her iron gaze on the would-be prince. "Why, it was only a few weeks ago that I dispersed your ships and defeated the rabble you called an invasion army. Yes, my pretend lord, those were my forces that ran you out, and you didn't even have the courage to land yourself."
She turned back to Iago, her face flushing with anger.
"No one in Ceredigion believes this young man is their true king. We have a true king, anointed and crowned. Even if this young person were Eric Argentine, the line was judged to be illegitimate by law, as my lord's lawyers can prove and attest. So can his sister, Lady Elise. You provoke my lord king to wrath by such impertinence, Prince Iago. You do so at your peril. I have come to negotiate a truce with you. Perhaps I have wasted my time."
The young man, Eric, strode forward a step, his face flushed with fury. He set aside his new wife's hand from his arm and stood next to King Iago, towering over him. Owen was tempted to test the young man with his magic, but to do so would risk exposing his ability to anyone in the hall who shared it.
You dare to speak of my uncle as the true king of Ceredigion,
Eric said, his voice quavering with emotion.
Perhaps you have not heard the tale of how I survived his attempt to murder me.
Evie looked at him coldly, unmoved.
"I have read it, sir. But as I said, no one in Ceredigion believes it."
She turned back to Iago, not giving the young man any more of her attention. "My lord, we have evidence of this young man's true parentage, confessions written and received. He is an impostor, and you provoke Severn's sword of war by harboring him in your realm. It affronts us in a most grievous fashion that you have not only supported his false claim, but endorsed it by arranging a marriage between him and the daughter of one of your nobles. Believe me, my king will come and fetch this young man in person if he must, and your hall will shake for it if he does." As Evie spoke, Owen scrutinized Lady Catherine, and his heart pained for her. This was her wedding day, and she believed she had wed the future king of Ceredigion. It was clear from the hostility in the air that they all believed the boy's tale to be true. But what Owen did not know was whether they also had been tricked by Tunmore's magically persuasive words. Iago folded his arms proudly.
I have no doubt, Lady Mortimer, that my cousin has arranged any number of people who are willing to swear Eric was a pig keeper.
A fisherman's son, but close enough, Evie shot back. Iago ground his teeth.
I know this sad man's tale, and I am not the only ruler who believes it. Severn, the usurper, will soon discover that he is the only ruler who doesn't.
He took a step forward.
Do you think I fear your threats? If Severn attacks me, he will be invaded by 4 other kingdoms in his rear. You know he will. We all believe Eric to be the true king. That bit about illegitimacy? The story the king has spun about Erider's previous secret marriage?
He snorted.
That is the deception. Severn has barred his niece from her true rights, even as he's sought to woo her into his bed. Eric has been in hiding because he was too young to fight his uncle. But he is a man grown now. When people see him, they will give their loyalty to their true king. And then the people of Ceredigion will hurl that crouchback into the river to be dashed to pieces. Let me handle this, cousin,
Eric said, gripping the king's shoulder. He stood in front of Evie, his bearing tall and firm and regal.
I am who I claim to be. I am Eric Argentine. My brother was murdered in the palace at Kingfountain. But I was taken by a remorseful servant to the sanctuary of Our Lady and smuggled to Brugia. The time has come for me to reclaim what is rightfully mine, and I promise you this, Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer. One day you will kneel before me as your king.
He is Eric Argentine, but he is not telling the truth. Owen felt the whisper from the fountain in his mind, and it made him sick with dread. Chapter 17. Lord Bothwell. Just as Iago's royal palace was on a much smaller scale than Kingfountain, so too were the accommodations. Many of the lords and ladies of Adabirion had gathered for the royal wedding, and every inn, tavern, and barn was full. Evie and her escorts had been granted a single room in the royal apartments. A single canopied bed filled a good portion of the chamber, along with a small dresser topped with a pitcher of water, a washing bowl, and a small mirror. The wainscoting on the walls was decorative, the trim carved and crafted into the weave pattern Owen had noticed in the Great Hall. The floor had thick rush matting, and there were broken boughs of pine at the threshold that crackled as they entered, releasing a whiff of sweet-smelling sap. It was clear from the sparse abode that most of them would be sleeping on small mats on the floor. The bed would be reserved for Evie and Justine. As soon as the large wooden door was shut, Owen began inspecting the room for loose panels and means of eavesdropping. Evie started to pace, her face flushed with anger. If I had not been there to see it firsthand, I would not have believed the Adabirians could be so stupid. My lady, Justine warned in a wary voice. There was a changing screen in the corner, but there was no room behind it for Evie's gowns, so Justine began bustling around to find an appropriate alternative. I feel absolutely terrible for the Earl of Huntley's daughter, Evie went on, oblivious to the warning. I'm disgusted by the machinations at work here. That poor girl. Her father has ruined her with this match. How could he be so short-sighted? Owen continued his inspection, listening to her rant as he worked. Etain was doing the same thing across the room, and Clark had moved a chest over to the dormer window, high up on the wall, and tugged the latch loose so he could inspect outside. The sound of the falls rushed in with the fresh air. The girl's father believes he's making her Queen of Ceredigion, Justine said by way of explanation. Yes, but having them marry so soon? Evie said incredulously.
He must have only arrived within the fortnight, mind you. Not long ago he sailed from Legault to attack us, and now he's already married to an Adabirian. He's hopping around like a toad.
Owen chuckled at the comment, and she stomped her foot.
It's not funny. That poor girl. She's beautiful, there's no denying it, and I can see why he'd be eager for a match to a wealthy lady. But what will happen to her once his claims are proved false? I wanted to box his ears.
Owen knew that there was some merit to the man's claims, but before he could say as much, there was a subtle knock at the door. Clark was still standing on the chest, so Owen stepped around the luggage to answer it. A middle-aged man stood there with a furtive look, but Owen recognized him as the man they had seen earlier, the one who had given the espion sign.
"I am Lord Bothwell,"
the man said, bowing slightly.
"The king has sent me to speak with the Lady of North Cumbria. Is she disposed to have visitors presently?"
His court speech was proper, and although his voice had an accent, Owen could tell he had trained in languages.
"Come in,"
Evie said, shooing away Justine, who was fidgeting with clasps to remove her jewelry. Owen's first impression of Bothwell was that he was an oily man. He had lost the majority of his black hair, and he'd oiled what he had left and combed it down the back of his head. His eyes darted here and there, and although he was dressed in the court fashion of Adabirian, his boots were clearly from Ceredigion. He wore a sword and dagger, but they were jeweled and seemed more ceremonial than battle-worthy. After the door shut behind him, he glanced quickly at each person in the room as if doing arithmetic in his head.
"Ah,"
he said.
"You will not find any traps or such here, my friends. This is the most secure room in Iago's palace. I chose it for you personally. My men are patrolling the corridor outside to keep out unwelcome entities."
He smiled graciously.
"It is an honor to meet my esteemed peers from Ceredigion. My lady, you were superb,"
he added with a flourish to Evie, bowing again.
"You made a strong impression on Iago. Not an easy feat to accomplish."
Evie folded her arms, frowning.
"The impression I was trying to make on him was that he's being an utter fool."
"Oh, he is that,"
Bothwell said with a chuckle.
"He's foolish, quick-tempered, too generous, and so far, an intemperate king. But he's young still. I must give him liberties based on that fact. Your presence in Edinburgh has caused a storm amongst the nobles. You will see. You treated him not as a sovereign lord, but as a peer. Even your ship, the vassalage, is a veiled implication."
He chortled.
"Well done. Well thought out."
He tapped his fingers together with delight.
"I get ahead of myself. First of all, introductions."
He bowed deeply.
"I am Severn's spy in Iago's court. I am also Iago's closest friend and confidant. He really is that stupid. A few flattering words, and he eats from your hand like a squirrel. As his advisor, I can come and see you as I please to deliver news and let you know how your negotiations are faring."
He scratched his cheek.
"If you require anything while here at the palace, let me know immediately, and it will be taken care of. Iago has put me in charge of your comforts and ordered me to spare no expense, while in truth the boy is nearly out of money. The royal coffers are practically empty, and without the noble's support he would not be able to pull off the attack he plans to make before year's end. You should know that he's plotting an invasion of Ceredigion, though quite frankly he cannot afford to sustain it longer than a fortnight, if that. It will be a raiding party. No more, nothing serious."
Evie glanced at Owen before returning her gaze to the oily man.
"You're Iago's advisor? His trusted confidant, and you are telling us this? This is treason."
Bothwell looked a little startled.
"Of course it is, my lady. I could be hung from a gibbet if Iago knew. Believe me, he's not that smart. Master Mancini more than compensates me for the risks I take and has offered me a position in Ceredigion should I become compromised. Truly, I am your ally, in every sense of the word. Now, who is part of your entourage,
Clark stepped down off the chest.
"The less you know, the better,"
he said.
"My name is Clark." Yes, I've heard of you,"
Bothwell said, bowing again. A growing feeling became more identifiable. Owen did not like this court intriguer. There was something about him. Actually, there were many things about him that disgusted Owen.
"And this is Owen Satchel," Clark said offhandedly. "He's one of Duke Horwath's household knights."
"So young to be a knight," Bothwell observed to Owen, bowing again. It was all the invitation Owen needed to reach out with his magic, letting it wash over Lord Bothwell like gentle rain. The man was more fit than he looked, and he carried a blade hidden in his vest, which wasn't a surprise since he was a spy. Bothwell gave no indication at all that he knew his defenses were being tested.
"These 2 girls are ladies-in-waiting and will stay here. The rest of the ladies' servants and lawyers will be residing on board our ship for now, as your inns all seem to be full."
"The crowds will soon depart Edinburgh," Bothwell said confidently, "once the wedding revels are over. In a few days the palace will be quiet again, and the servants can stay here. The king rarely stays at the hall. He's always off hunting or hawking or enjoying some other entertainment. If you 2 knights would fancy a tournament, he would be only too thrilled to call one."
"That won't be necessary,"
Clark said stiffly. Evie stepped forward. "Tell us about the fisherman's son, Erbic. When did he arrive?" Bothwell's eyes lit up.
"Ah, I was sure you'd want to hear the story."
His voice took on a conspiratorial air.
"He arrived less than a fortnight ago, but he was invited here by Iago before he left Legault. I tell you truthfully, every ruler wants to befriend this young man because they all hope to use him against your king. The boy's been in Occitania, Brugia, Legault, and now at Iberian."
Evie shook her head. "But has he been tested? Has he been interrogated by those who would be in a position to confirm or dispute his claim?" Bothwell shook his head and wagged a finger.
"It's not that simple,"
he said with another oily smile.
"First, he looks like an Argentine, does he not? I knew Eridur, and I've known Severn for years. He looks the part. He dresses the part. And his supposed aunt in Brugia has certainly taught him to act the part. He's been well trained, my lady. He can cite names, dates, and figures of importance, all from memory. More importantly, when you listen to his sad tale, as Iago did when he arrived, it makes you feel sympathy for him and animosity toward Severn. People want to help this young prince gain a crown."
Evie snorted. "Even if it's true, he was declared illegitimate by law. He cannot inherit the throne." Bothwell steepled his fingers over his lips.
"Laws are often changed, my dear. There are rumors even here in Edinburgh that Severn will change the law to make his niece legitimate, that he is grooming her to be his successor, or his queen. That is why he won't let her marry another man. Kings can do what they want."
He bowed again.
"Now I must be going. My visits will always be, of necessity, rather short. The king has invited you, my lady, to join him for a hawking trip on the morrow. He was captivated by you. There is a bend in the river called Wiser Falls that he would like to show you, and he hopes you may speak further now that Eric is gone."
"Gone?" Evie demanded. He waved his hand.
"He's with his young wife now, one of her father's estates. Don't worry, he cannot leave Adiberian without permission. The king conducts most of his business out of doors. Iago simply cannot sit in a chair for longer than a few moments. I will say it again, you've impressed him. He's not used to being treated as an equal, especially by a woman. A younger woman, no less. You are more than his match, my lady. Please try to convince him that invading Ceredigion would be a disaster."
"So the pretend prince will not be joining us?" Evie asked. Bothwell shook his head.
"No. They will be away from court for a few weeks, I believe." "Do you know specifically where they are?"
Clark asked pointedly.
Bothwell grinned. "Of course. And I can provide you a horse and directions if required. Believe me, there is nowhere in Adiberian he can go that I won't know about. I'm at your service."
He bowed yet again and excused himself. After the door shut, Owen folded his arms. He had sensed none of the fountain's magic during the conversation. Bothwell's style of spying reminded him of Mancini's. He didn't trust the man very much, but having such an ally would be helpful.
I don't think I like that man,
Evie said simply, wrinkling her nose.
What did you make of him, Clark?
Owen asked. The spy looked stern.
He's served Severn's interests for years. He's the one who told us Piers Urbick was here. He's been to Kingfountain several times, and from what Mancini tells me, he's quite jealous to live there. Adabirian is too backward for his tastes.
Owen scratched the back of his head, chafing under the chain hood.
We have a bigger problem,
he said. He looked straight at Evie.
I think Urbick may be telling the truth. He may very well be Eric Argentine.
Stunned silence met his proclamation.
How can you be so sure?
Evie asked after a moment, her voice quavering.
I'm not,
Owen said. He frowned.
But I felt something as he spoke. The fountain spoke to me, but the message was not clear. He was lying about something, but I don't think he was lying about who he was.
Oh dear,
Evie said worriedly.
I've done it again, haven't I?
Justine looked nervous and apprehensive.
Done what?
Etain had remained thoughtfully silent throughout the encounter with Bothwell. Her role was still supposed to be concealed from Evie, even though Owen had already told her.
I did it to Dunsworth once before, deliberately offended him. Now I've done the same thing with the prince, she sighed. But you don't think... Owen, you don't think Severn will step down for this rival, do you? This is going to lead to war, isn't it?
Owen sighed deeply.
I think our goal now should be to prevent one.
Chapter 18. Wiser Falls. They had given Owen a brown stallion from the king's stables for their hawking expedition into the woods surrounding Edinburgh. The land was a wild and savage place, pristine save for the trail cut along the river. Majestic snow-headed eagles perched in the tall trees. There were not a lot of game animals, but the noise of the horses had probably frightened them off. Evie rode at the front of the column with Iago, who was spouting off incessantly about the wonders of Adabirian. The majestic rivers, the fords, the lumber trade, how the speed of his hawks exceeded the falcons of Ceredigion. Owen rode comfortably in the saddle, next to Evie but slightly behind her, so he could hear the majority of what was said. In some ways, Iago's vigor for life and love of conversation reminded Owen of Evie herself. It was a bit annoying, actually. Their horses were used to the rugged terrain, so they easily climbed higher into the mountains. The Ceredigic portion of the hunting party consisted of Evie, Justine, Owen, Clark, Etain, and a lawyer named Sadger, and the Adabirian contingent included King Iago, 2 of his knights, his birdmaster, a hunter, 2 lawyers, and several servants on mules hauling the food they would eat. Owen listened with growing agitation as the dialogue continued, unable to participate in it at all since he was pretending to be a knight. He watched the woods for signs of trouble or ambush, the reins held loose in his gloved hands. He had been expending his energy looking for threats, and he was beginning to feel his power recede a little each time he used it. He still had plenty in reserve, but just being in a foreign land, with all its unique dangers and risks, was beginning to tire him. If he were not careful, he realized, he could drain his magic completely, something he'd never let happen before. They spent the morning hawking, using the powerful birds to strike down smaller animals. Iago yelled with satisfaction each time one of the birds swooped down and caught something in its talons. His demeanor, while hunting, was all affability and good grace, as if nothing Evie had said the day before had troubled him in the slightest. As it approached midday, they reached Wiser Falls. Owen heard the falls before he saw them, and he had to admit they did remind him hauntingly of the north. This waterfall started its descent in a series of steps, the water churning so violently it was nothing but froth and foam. The river twisted and turned at sharp angles along the way, cutting across the mountain path they had been following. The area was made of jagged, volcanic debris of various kinds. It was interesting to look at, especially the rocks that had naturally formed into thin columns and were crumbling in places like fallen tiles. The cliffs were fairly sheer and steep. Ferns and vegetation overhung the trail, forcing the horses to go single file through the narrow gaps leading up to the falls. Weiser Falls was impressive. But then, the sight of so much water coming so quickly had never failed to strike Owen with awe. As they stopped to eat, he groomed Evie's horse himself, patting its withers and brushing it down just as a knight in service would do.
I must show you this part, Iago said eagerly, grabbing Evie by the arm and pointing toward the edge of the narrow road leading to the falls.
Owen didn't want her out of his sight and noticed Clark's frown as well. They tied off the horses and hurried to follow the pair. Iago half dragged her through the brush.
I've come here 100 times, if not 1,000, he said. See the rocks hanging from the side of the cliffs. They look like wiser pieces, do they not?
I can tell, Evie said a little breathlessly. They are like sentinels. They've not been carved.
Only by the river, Iago said. They have always been here. Remnants of the wisers of old. I wish they existed today. Duke Maxwell claims to have a wiser. It's all a bunch of rumors, of course.
Owen's ears perked up at the comment.
We live in such drab and dreary days. It's all about laws and treaties now. In the past, during the age of King Andrew, when kingdoms had conflicts, they went to war. Sword against sword, that's how you managed things. I would have gloried in it. The past was truly the best of times. Our modern days are filled with blather.
But war rarely solves problems, Evie countered. It drains the coffers, grieves the mothers and widows.
True. But plague and disease have much the same effect. There is always a new reason to weep. War is decisive. It is the ultimate test of manhood. It is a force, much like those churning waters. Ah, I love feeling the mist on my face.
The wind had shifted, bringing some of the mist from the falls over to them. When Owen reached them, he saw them standing at the edge of the cliff, the river continuing far below them amidst a sea of rubble.
Let's go farther down, Iago suggested, grabbing her arm.
Owen's heart leaped with fear. A little farther down from the crest was a series of boulders hanging over the river, each one wide enough for 1 or 2 persons. A slip would mean plummeting into a deadly chasm. The waterfall was to the right, almost bearing down on them with its never-ending flood. Evie stared down at the boulders. "You've done this before?" she asked.
Every time I've come here. The best view is from that one, Iago said, pointing to the farthest one, which was practically hanging off the cliffside.
Owen's stomach shriveled at the sight.
Are you courageous, Lady Mortimer?
He taunted. Owen wanted to rush down and shove the king off the cliff himself. He froze in indecision, wanting to speak up in warning, but he could already see the look in her eyes, the eagerness and daring that reached down to her very soul. Iago let go of her arm and then ambled down the cliff like a goat, his footing confident and experienced. He went down to a lower stone and stood there posing for her.
The rocks are a little wet, but you have sturdy boots. Come, I'll help you.
No, Owen willed her in his mind. Clark touched his shoulder and gave him a worried look that doubled as a question. Should we intervene? But before Owen could say anything, she was scrabbling down the mountain after Iago. There was a grin on her face, an undeniable pleasure at braving something so risky. Sure-footed and fearless, she followed him all the way down to the shelf of rock overhanging the river. Iago held her hand as she descended the final part, and Owen realized he had stopped breathing.
She's mad, Clark whispered. You're not far off the mark, Owen said, staring in bewilderment.
Iago looked up at Owen and Clark.
If you're too timid to join us, would you mind throwing a bag of food down?
Owen needed no more goading. He ambled down the cliff himself, his heart in his throat, following the stair-like boulders and trying to ignore the screaming thoughts of what would happen if he fell. Well, he was fountain-blessed. He didn't truly believe he'd die by waterfall. When he reached one of the lower shelves of rock, near the one where Evie and Iago were sitting, he noticed the king was looking at him with admiration. Clark followed in his wake, his eyes wide with terror at the unnecessary risk they had taken.
"You have brave knights, Lady Mortimer,"
the king said to her, then nodded to Owen and Clark.
"The men of Ceredigion are fearless. The waterfalls of Dundrennan are even more impressive," Evie said mildly, acting as though the adventure were nothing out of the ordinary.
So I have heard,
the king crooned.
"My name is Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer," she reminded him. "Lady Mortimer is my mother."
"And do you have your mother's eyes?" "I can't quite make out their color," the king asked slyly, his mouth turning to a charming smile. While he was shorter than Owen, he was about her own height, and he could look her in the eye. Owen had always liked being taller than her. Hearing the familiarity in the king's voice made Owen want to punch him. "Lady Mortimer's eyes are green," Owen wanted to say smugly, for he had met her on occasion. She rarely ventured out of her own estate. The death of her husband had turned her into a recluse, and Evie's exuberance seemed only to drain her. She had none of her daughter's lively spirits. She was occasionally well enough to visit Duke Horwath in Dundrennan, but usually only for celebrations.
"It is your misfortune if you can't tell on your own," Evie said.
Then she folded her arms and stared in awe at the rushing waters.
"The falls are beautiful," she said.
One of the Adabirian servants tossed a saddlebag down to King Iago, who caught it deftly.
"Your meal, my lord!"
shouted the servant. Iago sat cross-legged on the rock and greedily opened the saddlebag, withdrawing a trove of food. Crispy capon, grapes, bread and cheese, a jug of mead, which he proceeded to assemble on the rock before Evie like a wiser-board. Owen heard a noise and turned back to see Justine standing on the cliff, white-faced and staring at Evie in mortal dread. She looked like she wanted to come down, but was too terrified to consider it. He was about to rise and help her, but Clark jumped up and ambled up the cliff to assist. She took his sturdy hand gratefully, her face quivering with fear as she painstakingly came down the edge of the cliff, rock to rock.
"Thank you,"
the girl whispered to Clark, her eyes grateful but still round with fear. She sat by Owen, trembling, her back pressed against the rock behind her, keeping as far from the edge as she could. A little flush came to Clark's cheeks, and he nodded to her before returning to the edge, letting one of his legs dangle over it. Justine glanced at Clark one more time, then looked away shyly. Owen noticed. Another servant threw down a second saddlebag of food. Owen caught it and began to distribute the meal while listening into the conversation happening just below them.
"Now I must ask you this, my lady. How the devil can you serve such a man as Severn?" Iago pressed. "Does it not sicken you what he did to claim the throne? I was young when I inherited, and the nobles hated my father, but they would have never allowed my uncle to rule instead."
"You mustn't understand our history very well," Evie said. "It's been naught but bloodshed and war. You say you crave those things, but it's a sad legacy. To answer your question, you seem to have completely misunderstood my master. I've studied the history of our kings, and he is no worse than many, and better than most. Let me cite some examples."
Clark bit into a crunchy apple, snapping away Owen's attention. His insides squirmed as he watched someone else pay devoted attention to Evie, so he was not hungry himself. There was an emotion called jealousy with which Owen was becoming intimately familiar. It felt as if a man were stabbing his insides with dull blades. Seeing Iago sitting so close to the edge gave him all sorts of fanciful hopes that he would see the man slip and fall. He offered some bread to Justine, and she accepted it, though she nibbled on the crust with little enthusiasm due to their precarious perch. Evie was explicit. "First, the king's treasury is overflowing. He has made wise trading decisions.
taxes the wealthy and the poor fairly and spends less than he earns. There is very little debt in the kingdom, and when he incurs it, he pays it off before the interest is due. He has chartered several colleges and has increased the education of the people.
He's bribing them to like him,
Iago quipped. Not true. The people don't like him, Evie said emphatically. He knows this, but he acts in their best interest regardless. He is just in his decisions, using the assizes and the Lord Justices to ensure fair trials. He has pardoned many convicted of treason.
Owen had often been chosen as Lord Justice. His cheeks burned at the hidden compliment Evie had slid his way.
Iago lifted a finger. But I have heard that his temper is nigh uncontrollable, that he flies into rages of passion, even in front of his servants. They say his wit is as cutting as a dagger. Do you deny it?
It's quite true, Evie said. He does have a temper. It is his weakness, to be sure. But when you consider the lies that are said about him, the ceaseless interference with his kingdom's affairs, and the disloyalty shown to him, yes, he does get upset by this. He's a man just like any other.
He's a monster,
Iago said with a snort. Evie shook her head. No, he isn't. He's misunderstood. He did not murder his nephews. One of his lords was behind that, in an effort to discredit Severn and put another man on the throne instead. Surely you must respect that he proved his right to rule in battle.
I do respect him for that, Iago said. But while he may have won his crown by the sword, he can lose it by the sword just as well. I stand much to gain if Eric becomes king of Ceredigion.
He gave her a challenging look.
Evie returned the look with one of her own.
You stand to lose even more if Eric fails. Wouldn't you rather have the friendship and support of a king in power? Think what it would do for your people. Think of the benefits that would come through an alliance with Ceredigion now, not later.
I am thinking of it, Iago said with a hint of displeasure. Eric would be beholden to me, not me to Severn.
She shook her head. You don't understand me. You stand something to gain if Eric wins, but you risk even more if he loses.
Iago chuffed. I risk nothing. The gain is all to my benefit.
Not at all. You risk losing your life, your crown. You have no wife, you have no child. If Severn comes to fight you, and he will, if you continue to support this upstart, he will make Adabirian his next conquest. He won't accept you as a vassal. You'll be destroyed, and someone else will be put in your place.
You're threatening me,
he chuckled, almost amused. No, I'm warning you. You simply do not understand my king. He and my grandfather defeated Adabirian before. They will do it again.
That was my father, Iago drawled angrily, not me.
And you are wiser and more experienced than your father was? Can you afford to wage war on Ceredigion? I'll say it again. Think what you are risking.
Iago shook his head. I never do that. If I lived my life that way, I'd never step foot out of doors. We're sitting here on this stone because I'm not afraid of falling into the river. I think about what I might gain, not what I stand to lose. I've asked for an alliance with Ceredigion before, and Severn spited me, so I will treat with someone more amenable.
What did you ask for? Evie pressed.
A marriage alliance. That is how you bind fates together. I wished to wed Princess Elise. You can see I gave Eric the girl he wanted. He had to have Catherine the moment he laid eyes on her. I don't blame him, he added with a dark chuckle. And Eric will give me Elise. Even you must see the advantage in that. You're a clever girl, after all, and you know Severn will never grant me what I want.
Evie screwed up her nose a bit. Owen could see from the look in her eye that she was thinking very hard. Don't say it, he thought. Don't say it.
Evie sat up straighter. King Severn understands your situation, and he is prepared to enter into an alliance with you. A marriage alliance.
Iago leaned forward, eager. Their hands were almost touching, a sight that made Owen clench his teeth with fury.
Not the princess. Oh, I see. I understand now. That's why he sent you.
He leaned back, the realization flooding him with new ideas, new opportunities. Severn had baited the hook and dangled it now.
I don't feel well,
Clark muttered, his voice sounding queasy. Owen glanced over and saw sweat streaking down Clark's face. He looked to be on the verge of vomiting.
Maybe we should go back to the horses,
Justine suggested.
I don't feel well either.
What did you eat? Owen asked the espion, awareness striking him as sharp as an arrow shaft. Clark's stomach clenched and he quickly rose, knowing now he was in peril. Owen saw the dizziness in his eyes, the unsteady shuffle of his boots. And then Clark started to totter backward off the rock as Justine screamed. Chapter 19. The Thief's Daughter. Owen shot out his hand and snatched at Clark's tunic before he could fall into the river. The espion windmilled his arms, his face turning white with terror. Owen felt his own balance shifting and tried to dig the edges of his boots into the rock to steady himself. Then Justine grabbed Owen's shoulders, saving them both. It was a heart-stopping moment, and the danger was far from over. Clark was always sure-footed and steady, but there was a feverish, pained look in his eyes. He had been poisoned. Owen felt sure of it, and from the look in Clark's eye, he knew it too. "What happened?" Evie cried out, already on her feet. Clark was safely back on the rock, but his body was swaying. Sweat dribbled from his pores.
I'm sick too,
Justine complained, her eyes darting back and forth as she gripped her stomach. The espion grabbed Owen's shoulder, his fingers digging in hard.
You saved my life,
he whispered hoarsely.
I haven't yet,
Owen said with worry, realizing the dangerous predicament they were in. If Iago had ordered them poisoned, they were not safe in his hands or at his court. A spasm jolted through Clark and his knees buckled. Owen put an arm around Clark's shoulder to hold his weight, but he did not dare take his eyes off Evie as she climbed up to the higher rock to join them. Justine choked back tears, her face full of misery at the sight of Clark's suffering. She was milk-white herself, shivering as if they were in a winter storm.
We need some help down here,
Owen shouted to the servants looking down from above. He shifted to his back to take more of Clark's weight and helped him climb up the next rock. The sound of the falls and the river was an ever-present reminder of what would happen if they fell. Some of the nimbler servants hurried down and helped by grabbing Clark's arms and hauling him up the side of the cliff. Owen turned back and extended a hand to Justine. Her palms were sweating, so he grabbed her by the wrist instead. She suddenly slumped, her eyes rolling back in her head, but he caught her around the waist before she fell. "Justine!" Evie cried in terror and rushed forward to help, but Iago held her arm.
You'll fall. He's got her,
the king said. Then he shouted,
Don't just stand there, oafs! Help him!
Owen ducked under Justine and hoisted her up onto his shoulders, then climbed up to the next rock, where several servants met him, ready to take the load. Clark had already been carried up the trail, and as soon as he passed Justine off to the others, Owen rushed over to him. The servants had settled Clark down on the brush, and Etain was already kneeling next to him, her ear on his chest. Moments later, Justine was laid down beside the other patient. Owen's chest felt like a beehive that had been caved in. His emotions were swarming.
They've been poisoned,
Owen whispered to Etain. His gaze was already assessing the servants, looking for an expression of guilt. The poisoner must be among them, he deduced. He probably wasn't the one who had thrown them the saddlebag, but he had intercepted it first. One of these men had tried to kill them, but which one? He saw Iago helping Evie up to the trail, his hands gripping her waist, and he had to smother the rage that burned inside his heart.
His lips are blue,
Etain muttered worriedly. She stuck her fingers into Clark's mouth, then turned his head to the side as he messily expelled everything he'd eaten. "Get the bag of food he ate from," Etain whispered to him. She hurried over to Justine and repeated the maneuver, making another mess. The servants backed away in disgust. Evie shoved Iago away and rushed to the side of her maid, her eyes glistening with tears of worry. Owen had a hand on his sword hilt as he approached the edge of the cliff. Iago saw him coming, and his eyes widened with fear.
"I had nothing to do with this, I swear by the fountain. For all I know, that lunch was meant for us."
His face was twisted with worry and anger, which added credence to his tale.
"Fetch my surgeon," he called out to one of his knights. "I know it's bloody far. Start riding now." "Where's the saddlebag?"
Owen said, and then saw it down on the rocks.
"I'll send someone down to fetch it. Toll! Down and fetch it now!"
Iago snapped. Owen turned back to the crowd gathering around the victims, his insides suddenly turning to ice. He realized that Iago had inadvertently saved his life. If Owen hadn't been so upset watching him and Evie, he would have eaten from the saddlebag as well. Then all three of them would have been sickened. The king joined the crowd around the bodies and laid a hand on Evie's shoulder.
"I don't know who did this,"
he said in a low voice.
"but I will find and punish him, I promise you that. No one besmirches my honor this way. You are here under my safe conduct. I'll flay the man when I find out who it was."
Owen didn't care for the promises of vengeance, but Iago's reaction was exactly what he would expect from someone who was innocent. Justine and Clark were convulsing violently now. Their skin looked ashen, their lips blue. He stared at Etain in wild despair and knelt down beside her. Her eyes were focused and serious as she met his gaze. "I need my supplies," she whispered to Owen. "We've got to get them back to Edinburgh." "Then we ride at once," Evie commanded, her voice shaking. Owen's frown felt as if it would be fixed on his face always. He stared down at Justine in her sickbed. Her cheeks were so waxy and pale she looked like a corpse, an effect that was only increased by the purple bruises under her eyes. Her lips were white, slightly parted, and her breaths were so far apart that she appeared for all purposes to be dead. Clark was in the next bed, his body still trembling as it fought off the poison trying to kill him. Etain was slumped in a chair between the two patients, looking weary and stern. Evie sat at Justine's side, stroking her hand. "Do you think she will live?" Evie whispered to Etain. "Tell me the truth." Etain stretched her arms and sighed. "I don't know, my lady. I've done all I can. I gave them both the antidote, but the poison was in their system for a long while. Her constitution isn't as hardy as Clark's. I think he'll make it." She reached over and took a cool cloth from the array of supplies on the small dresser. "Even asleep, he's still fighting," she said as she wiped his forehead. Owen put his hand on Evie's shoulder to comfort her, and she turned into his abdomen and started weeping. He smoothed her hair, his throat tight. Justine had been their companion for years. She was like a sister to him, not a servant. It was not fair that she should suffer. It was nearly midnight. The physicians and midwives of Iago had done their best to help, but it was Etain's quick thinking and knowledge of poisons that had helped her identify which one had been used. There was no one else in the room with them. Iago had come several times to express his anger and sympathy, but Evie had no wish to talk to him or to accept his condolences yet. Evie's tears started to cease as Owen rubbed her back, and after a while she stifled a yawn. "There is little else you can do, my lady," Etain said to Evie. "Maybe if you were to lie down next to her and hold her? Help keep her warm?" Evie nodded enthusiastically and quickly slipped onto the bed behind Justine, wrapping her arms around the pale, sick girl. Etain rose from her chair and walked over to the open window, where she rested her elbows on the sill and stared into the night sky. The rushing sound of the falls in the distance reminded Owen of home. Evie's eyelids started to grow heavy as she stroked Justine's hair, and before too long, she gave in to the exhaustion of the day and fell asleep. Owen walked slowly over to Clark, who was still shivering and jolting beneath his mound of blankets. Though he was not inclined to climb into bed and snuggle with his friend, he was pleased to see the espion's cheeks looked ruddier. He then went back and bent over Evie, soaking in the sight of her chest rising and falling regularly, feeling tenderness and gratitude that she hadn't been harmed. He bent low enough to kiss the hair at her temple, grazing it lightly with his mouth, and then pulled away and walked over to the window. Etain was still staring into the night sky.
"Thank you,"
he said sincerely. She glanced at him, flushing a little at the compliment. "I might not have saved either of them," she said. "Save your thanks until morning." He shook his head.
"You did your best, Etain. You knew what to do. That's why I'm thanking you. If you hadn't been there, I would have watched both of them strangle and die by the falls. At least now they have a chance."
She shrugged a little, turning back to face the open window. The moon was a thin sliver of light, just over a nest of trees. Then she turned to him. "It's going to be a long night, Lord Owen. Would you teach me a little about the magic? Can you show me how to use it?" He was tired and weary, but he did not want to leave her awake all alone. Perhaps it was no coincidence that it was so late at night. After all, Anchoret had given him his first lessons in fountain magic in the dark.
"I will try,"
he said wearily.
"I'm not a very good teacher. The place we should begin is figuring out how you can fill your cup. Without that, you can't use the magic at all."
"Filling a cup," she said with a nod, listening to his every word with great interest.
"For me, it started when I was a little boy. I saw my brother stacking tiles in a row and then knocking them down. It utterly fascinated me, and I began to mimic what he did. I could stack tiles for hours every day. It was never a burden or a chore. I loved it."
He chuckled.
"I still do. As I've gotten older, I've found some of the same satisfaction from playing wiser or reading. It's about strategy, I suppose. Plotting what will happen in advance. That is what gives me power with the fountain. To know your power, Etain, you must know your passion. Is there something you have always been fond of? Some work that isn't a chore or a trouble?"
"I have been giving this some thought since our talk on the ship, and I think I may have figured it out." But she looked abashed, as if she did not wish to speak the words out loud.
"What?"
he asked carefully. "I think you'll laugh," she said.
"Why, is it strange?"
"I hate when people laugh at me," she said seriously.
"Then I won't. Tell me."
He said it coaxingly, trying to put her fears at rest. "I've always loved trying on clothes," she said hesitantly. He wrinkled his brow and waited for her to say more, curious. "You didn't laugh," she said, pleased. "I know it sounds ridiculous. When I was little, I used to pretend to be other people. I loved to put on different dresses. I'd imagine I was a baker's wife, or a chandler's girl, an alderman's daughter. As I got older, I began to wish for more. My favorite was to pretend I was an earl's daughter." She looked down, flushing. "I've always taken a secret delight in studying people, how they walk, how they move, how they speak. I would practice playing a role in front of my little sister and my friends and force them to treat me like I was something more than what I truly was. A thief's daughter." Her mask fell away as she said those words, revealing her true self. Without the disguise, he could see years of bitterness and resentment, years of abuse and worry, years of yearning to be someone important, to hide the shame of her past. Her confidence was gone, replaced by a look of self-loathing and contempt.
"How did you come to join the Espion?"
he asked her softly. Her lips pressed hard together. My father, she said in a low, angry voice. Then she sighed. I can't believe I'm telling you all this. No one ever asks about my story. They only want me to do something for them. She glanced at him. Except for you. My father is one of those fountain men at the sanctuary of Our Lady. I grew up with my mother and sister in a hovel outside the sanctuary, but my father had to stay there during the day for fear of the law. He used me to cheat people. He'd dress me up in fine gowns he'd stolen. He taught me how to watch the nobles, to act like them. Also, I could steal from them. I even stole coins from the fountain. When I was 12, I was caught by the espion. They took me to Mancini. She frowned at the memory, her eyes guarded. He offered me a chance to join them. He needed someone young, someone he could teach, someone he could mold. Well, it was that or go into the river. To ensure my father and everyone else I knew would believe I was dead, Mancini shoved another body into the river. Then he sent me to Paisan. She shuddered at the word, her eyes blinking rapidly. After a moment, she collected herself again. So you see, Master Owen, I'm more of a pretender than Eric is. She sniffed, and then looked him in the eye. I suspect that you are pretending as well. Owen felt a coldness settle over him. He knew what she meant, but he wasn't going to say it. Am I? She nodded with certainty. I have a suspicion. Mancini never told me about you, you know. He told me about Anchoret, the greatest spy of them all, and how she had helped him become master of the espion. But he never once mentioned you. After you and I met, I found myself wondering why. I think it's because Anchoret helped you both. When you were brought to Kingfountain as a young boy, I remember hearing about you. I think I even saw you once at the sanctuary. All by yourself. Then I learned about the little boy who could see the future in his dreams. She blinked. That's not true, is it? Owen took a deep breath. This was so dangerous, talking to her. Yet she had secrets of her own, some of which he now knew. She had trusted him with the story of her past, something he realized she rarely, if ever, did. Over the years, Owen had missed his relationship with Anchoret. There had been no lies between them, and yet she had also understood and could relate to his powers. What if he lost Evie? Not having a companion to confide in and trust would make his life an utter misery. He shared Etaine's eagerness for friendship, but he felt conflicted by it. Particularly because he knew she would be able to understand him in ways that Evie could not. Evie should be the one with whom he shared everything. Evie, who was not fountain blessed. The feelings wrestled inside him like snakes, and he could not bring himself to say the words. But she was looking at him so imploringly, so desperate for anything resembling friendship, that he could not resist. He shook his head no. Etaine breathed out. Her voice was very low when she spoke again. That wasn't easy for you to admit. Thank you for your trust. Then she looked him in the eye, her face vulnerable and intense. I swear by the fountain that I won't tell anyone. I swear it.
Thank you,
Owen whispered.
I won't tell anyone about you either. You have my word.
She straightened her shoulders. I will do whatever you ask, Lord Owen. Anything. Just teach me. If I'm truly fountain blessed, that is a secret I don't want anyone else to know. Especially Mancini. Owen nodded. She sighed, relieved. How do you use the power, then? How do you summon it?
It's difficult to describe,
Owen said thoughtfully.
It just seems to happen naturally for me. I don't need to force it. but I do need to open myself to it. I can feel the fountain all around me. It's like a river of rushing water, always flowing. When I want to access the power, I just open myself to it and let the current take me. Let me show you.
He let out his breath and opened himself to the fountain's magic, letting it flow from him into her. There it was again, that sensation of his power draining away and not being replenished. This time, he wasn't trying to probe for her weaknesses. He just wanted her to feel what it was like. She closed her eyes, lifting her chin slightly, and sighed.
I can feel it, she murmured. It's like rain.
Good, he said coaxingly. Now try to use it. I don't know how the power will manifest in you, but let it flow through you and then try to, I don't know, direct it back at me.
He watched as she stood there, eyes closed, hands pressing against the edge of the windowsill. She was concentrating, or perhaps meditating was the better word. It did not seem to be a strain or difficulty. He remembered how Anchoret had tried to teach him about the nuances of the fountain when he was a little boy. She had been so patient, so tender with him. He could tell that Etain had experienced little tenderness in her life.
Is that what she looks like?
Etain asked. I see a woman's face in my mind.
It's coming from you. Is that Anchoret Trenewi?
Owen was startled. Was she reading his mind?
Yes, I was just thinking about her.
She was pretty,
Etain said, eyes still closed. He felt the flow of the fountain magic shift. A ripple like a huge stone plunging into placid waters. His vision rippled like the waves, and he blinked rapidly. The person next to him by the window wasn't Etain anymore. It was Anchoret.
By the veil!
Owen gasped in shock.
It looked just like her.
The mirage vanished as Etain opened her eyes wide in surprise. What? What happened?
I feel faint.
She started to wobble, and Owen had to catch her before she crumpled.
There has always persisted deep enmity between Ceredigion and Aquitania. Over the centuries, great wars have been fought to assert rights of rulership in Aquitania. The greatest and most interesting war occurred nigh on 50 years ago. A young girl from Domremy in Aquitania arrived at the court of the exiled prince of Aquitania, claiming the fountain had spoken to her, and that she had been instructed to take the prince to the sanctuary of Ranus, and there crown him king. And she did. Never underestimate the power of those who are fountain-blessed to achieve great things.
Polydoro Urbino, court historian of Kingfountain. Chapter 20. Evie's Duty. Etain's dizziness did not last long. Owen helped her into a nearby chair and quickly found some of the invalid's broth for her to drink. She took a swallow, blinking rapidly, and then took a longer sip. Staring down into her eyes, Owen pressed,
Have you done this before?
She shook her head.
That was the first time. I'm surprised how tired I got so quickly. Like I was plunged into a river. I struggled to swim in it. But if I practice, I think I can get used to it.
Owen nodded in agreement.
It can weary you if done for too long. But you are right, Etain. If you practice, it will get easier and easier.
He could imagine many ways such a gift could be used, especially by a member of the Espion.
I think we should keep this a secret for now,
he said earnestly.
At least until we get back to Mancini.
She smiled wryly. I have no problem keeping this from him altogether. I can only imagine how he'd want to exploit it.
True,
Owen agreed.
It will be our secret then, for now. Can you try it again? Are you strong enough?
She nodded vigorously and set the mug down on the floor.
I was startled, that's all. Help me feel the magic first. Can you summon it again?
Owen did, allowing a gentle ripple of fountain magic to swell inside him. She closed her eyes, immersing herself in it. He watched her eyes squeeze harder, as if she were struggling with some internal discomfort. Then a shimmer danced over her face, and her features changed. This was someone different. A handsome older woman with dark hair and wrinkles at her eyes and cheekbones.
"Who are you now?"
Owen asked curiously, feeling his excitement growing moment by moment. Yes, another fountain blessed would know she was using her magic, but they would have no way of knowing how the magic was being used. This power she possessed was truly impressive. It was an obvious manifestation of her determined efforts to disguise herself. He had never read about such a power, not in all his studies. The image shimmered and then vanished. Etaine's eyes were solemn.
That was my mother.
By the next morning, Clark had roused from his fever. He was weak and pale, but the violence of the seizures had passed. By mid-morning he was slowly taking in broth and managing to sit up on his own. Walking was impossible, but his strength was slowly returning. The poison had devastated Justine, who had not stirred at all. The look of dread and misery on Evie's face was torture to Owen, as was the sight of his friend's suffering. Justine's black, glossy hair was dull and fraying. Her skin, normally pale, had a greenish cast to it. Her cheekbones were sunken, and the bruises under her eyes gave her a frightening cast. Etaine had done everything she could, even forcing broth down her throat to bring her vital sustenance. But poor Justine was withering before their eyes. Their espion contact in Attabirian, Lord Bothwell, arrived mid-morning to examine the invalids.
"I am greatly disturbed by this outrage," he said with unctuous concern. "I thought you would wish to know the results of my investigation."
Clark glanced at Owen from the sickbed, his brow furrowing with distrust and anger.
"What have you learned?"
Owen asked as patiently as he could. He had been up all night and was bone-weary and sick at heart. His eyes darted to Evie, who was still sitting by Justine's bed, clasping her limp hand. Lord Bothwell frowned.
"You don't suspect that I was behind this? At the risk of sounding impertinent," Owen said sharply, "it would help matters if you'd get to your point quickly and leave the suspicions to us. My lady's maid is very ill and our tempers are short."
"I see," Lord Bothwell stammered, looking rather waxy with sweat.
"I assure you that I am doing everything I can to resolve this matter. It is fortunate you brought someone trained as a midwife with you. Her skills have certainly been of great use. As I was saying, I have investigated the matter on behalf of Iago. He is most anxious to understand if one of his servants is to blame. There were 2 men under suspicion, and one of them has failed to arrive at the palace since the outing yesterday. His whereabouts remain unknown, but I feel confident he's our man. We are searching for him now, and if need be, we will torture him to get a confession."
Evie looked sickened by the notion. "Under torture, a man might confess anything. Find out what you can about him, but please, let's understand his motive before you become barbaric."
Bothwell was chagrined. "I thought it was the custom in Ceredigion. I beg your pardon, my lady."
Evie shook her head. "No doubt you have heard many rumors about our realm that simply aren't true." There was a knock at the door and a servant opened it.
"His Grace,